how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
You know what goddamn time it is.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Welcome back, comrades. It's Friday night. How many people we got tuned in already? 183 people. Holy shit. Welcome back, Andy PG.
Welcome back to Rise Above. It's Friday, yo. How is everyone out there in Crater Realm?
I'm feeling pretty damn excited.
Yeah, we've got a lot on tonight.
For many different reasons. Many different exciting things happening behind the scenes here at the Rise Above HQ. So yeah, it's Friday night. You know, that's one thing. It can mean one thing only. We are back in the HQ. We've got a lot of rabbit on the menu. We've got some memes. We've got a guest coming up in about 20 minutes. What the Flock TV.
We've got roast rabbit, braised rabbit, pan-fried rabbit.
Barbecue rabbit.
Yeah, rabbit on sticks.
There is nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning. So
we've got Omar Beats joining us.
Omar Beats is on his way as well. Inner Guardians will be with us in about, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. So Rise Above, don't forget, is sponsored by Fight Store Pro and Rev Gear. If you go on either of those websites and buy some sportswear, you get a 10% discount for using the code Rise Above 10.
Mate, Sage has just sent me a meme. We're not even 1 minute into the show.
Straight in. Yeah, so it's RevGearEurope.com and FightStorePro.co.uk. Rise Above 10 gets you a discount. We also recommend Roots Wellness products. Guess what? Zero In is now completely sold out. You can't get it.
No shit.
Yeah, you can't get it. So thank you.
Trust me, it works.
Yeah, it's really good. These guys have got some amazing wellness products, nootropics, CBD, detox products, Nature In Synthetics Out.
Anti-Ike protein
serum as well. therootsbrands.com/rise above. We get a kickback if you purchase these products. I would never push them if they weren't exactly what they claim to be. Excellent stuff. Get some Zero In when it comes back in stock. Yeah, so that's enough promotion. Right. What have we got coming up?
Spitter.
Next week we have we've got a Thursday night special. Myself and Spitter at Bournemouth Sevens.
My guy.
On Friday and Saturday. So the show is actually on Thursday night. Spitter will be joining us live in the studio for an absolute.
He'll be spitting.
He'll be spitting all over the place, all over the floor. Garage, bassline, grime.
All the 140s.
We will have some chat as well, but it's going to be a pirate radio session. He's got a lot of new material. He was very excited. I've been on the Blur to Spitter today. He's very excited to come down. And as he says, bruv, I need to come back. I need to go back in the Matrix. That's what he calls it when he comes to see me. Hey, I'm missing the Matrix.
And you guys are at Bournemouth Sevens, though?
Yeah, we're at Bournemouth Sevens Friday.
So I drove past that today, and they are building it.
Mate, it's like building a town.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, big things.
Yeah, I've seen it all.
We'll be taking Magix with us as well as our media man, and he will be recording the action. The week after, we are finally going to get Sam from Toroidal Dynamics into the studio, and we're going to have Sagehead remotely. It's going to be a breathing, meditation, and wellness special. We're going to do some guided breath work live on the show with Sam from Toroidal Dynamics. He actually specializes in deep, meditative, transformative breath work.
So is this the dude you linked up with in...
I stayed with him in Mexico,
yeah, nice.
And I had some interdimensional experiences. It was very special.
Awesome.
So hopefully he can assist some people on the show to do the same. Yeah, that is on the 10th of June. That one's coming up. Right, now we have a new team member who's been getting super busy. We have an editor called Mr. Slick Rick. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to the other Rise Above channel, I seriously suggest you do it immediately.
Missing out, guys.
You're missing out because there's loads of new material going in there. It's the link is in the description. It's just called Rise Above. All of the edited stuff, all of the vlogs. And Mr. Slick Rick, have you seen some of the edits he's been doing?
Yes, mate.
We've got bite size, we've got medium size edits, we've got shorts coming out. And the best thing is, right, if you want to share Rise Above to people that are sitting on the fence, people that might not have seen it before, there's no point in sending them a 7-hour stream. You want to send them a 5-minute clip where we get right directly to the rabbit.
Just so they can lick the rabbit.
Yeah, right. Like literally choice nuggets or rabbit droppings, as someone described them.
Nice.
Yeah. So we've got one blood clots. We've got we've got this one, Jimmy Savile. That one's really funny. We've got one about hippopotamus. These are all just taken from one episode. Disney. There's a whole 45-minute where Maxwell goes on about Clown World. This one comes out tomorrow night. So get with the program. Get on the other channel. Lots of new material coming.
Big up Maxwell.
Yes, big up
Maxwell.
Now, guess what happened to me last week? I got outgored once again.
I know.
On Facebook, yeah. But there's a new guy in town on Facebook. His name is Ryan Above It. Okay, right. And if you're on Facebook and you get a friend request from Ryan Above It, you better bloody well accept it. On the right-hand side, this is my Facebook rap sheet. As you can see, the crimes have been extensive. This is for Lance Murdoch's profile. So Ryan Above It, do you know what the best thing about Ryan Above It is?
Go on.
He can say whatever he wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't work on TV sometimes. He hasn't got like loads of different people he works for that he might piss off if
he's metaphysical anyway. He doesn't even actually exist.
Yeah, he doesn't actually exist. That's the best thing about him. And the best thing is I've been adding people on Facebook based on their Facebook profile picture, right?
Yeah,
so
nice.
I've met loads of really cool new people on Facebook, which is nice. Right. Last week we had an epic buy one get one free on t-shirts. We sold a lot more than we expected, and I gave away a lot more t-shirts than I expected, but that's cool. So everyone that received their t-shirts this week, I hope you enjoyed them. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that bought them. There were 1 or 2 people. I ran out of the correct sizes, and I'm waiting for the reply to give them a replacement. So check your emails. I think a guy called Colm didn't reply. Right. Exciting. We have new designs. This is the Rise Above Live pixelated remix.
Nice.
This is out right now in all colours, okay, on the
Blurry.
website. Rise Above News /shop. Okay.
As per regular, guys, if you buy some merch during the show, you'll be getting a shout out. I'll be manning the emails here.
Yeah. Let me just get the links up on the screen. So let's get some merch stuff, because before we speak to What the Flock, we are going to do a little merch push here, because I've got a wicked giveaway I'm going to launch any minute now. Here is a new design. Full Metal Rabbit. I think this one speaks for itself, does it not?
The chaos symbol behind it.
Okay, Rise Above .news /shop. This is how you purchase merchandise. Okay, so Full Metal Rabbit is available now in t-shirts. This is also available, right? Brand new, the Rabbit Vortex jumper. You know what time it is. We've got a new viewer, Mr. Major. He's part of Terra Slim's outfit, right? And he was the first person to buy this today. And I'm actually going to send him a free ashtray, reject the Soviet Union ashtray, for buying 2 purchases on his very first outing on the Rise Above website. So thank you to everyone that's supporting us buying this merchandise. It helps us out massively. Rise Above will always be free, but we do sell merch.
Are we going to get some more ashtrays in? I think they're quite popular now.
Well, funny you should say that. Okay. So yeah, we've got Rabbit Vortex, we've got Full Metal Rabbit, and we've got the Rise Above Live digital design, all on the website right now, ready to go. Here's an absolute soldier supporting Rise Above, reject the Soviet Union, and I think this is Clara Warren.
That's right.
Getting her Rise Above supply pack
for the kiddies. Actually, I think she's got some t-shirts for her little ones.
Yeah, I saw them wearing Everting exempt.
Yeah. Yeah, this put a smile on your face, and the postman delivers this.
Absolutely right. So loads of merch on the website. Also, what else is on the website? The ashtrays are all up, ready to go. There's actually 7 designs, including Inner Guardians, Full Rabbit, Whole Rabbit, Reject the Soviet Union. There's loads, right? Okay, gone too far. So, yeah, get on the website and buy merch, because tonight we've got a special giveaway. Let me get to the right bit. Now, I like to give something back, right? Last week we gave away about £700 worth of t-shirts. I can't afford to do that again this week, but we have got some special promotional packs to give away, right? And each week, these promotional packs are going to be different. The first one this week is to celebrate the new designs that are out, which is Full Metal Rabbit. And we've got new stickers as well, right? Now, Andy PG, I'm just going to give you one of these packs because what's going to happen is the next 10 people that buy a garment from the website are going to receive one of these letters.
Awesome.
Can you open up and see what's inside?
Absolutely.
Hold it up to the camera.
What is this?
So there are 10 of these, right? The next 10 purchases of garments get one of these mystery packs, right?
I know whose work this is.
That's from Russ Kieran, okay?
Yes,
but
it
this
is.
first mystery pack is all about the artwork I've been putting out on the t-shirts. These are signed, actual hand-signed prints. Full Metal Rabbit. They're beautifully laminated. You get Full Metal Rabbit. What else is there?
The Rabbit Vortex. You
All
know what
hand
time it
signed
is,
by
Ra.
me, okay?
The Bunny Geisha.
What do you get? Oh, you even get a funny handwritten note. What does that say?
Oh, nice. Rise Above is the best thing since sliced rabbit.
Yeah, and you get a selection of stickers as well. So the next 10 people to make a purchase off the website of a garment, you get one of these in the post on Monday.
These would be great, guys. Stick them up in your car windows.
Exclusive signed prints, stickers, a handwritten note from me, a stupid little joke, something funny. Yeah, so we're trying to give something back. These are going to be different every week. Next week, we're going to have a special from Sagehead memes, signed Sagehead memes giveaway. The week after that, I think we're going to do Russ Kieran signed memes. Yeah. So the next 10 purchases from the website of a garment, you get one of these sent to you. Meme promotional pack from myself, from the team. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Trying to give something back. You know how it works.
Rise above, generate, rise above, distinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Okay, so I've got another exciting announcement, right? I've talked about the projects that I'm working on with the other half of the Empress. We have a name, we have a logo, we have a mission. It's called the HR department.
The E's is threes.
Holistic wellness with an esoteric approach. And the HR department is actually having its very first outing tomorrow at this event. Not that event, this event. It's a wellness retreat in Brayside Village Hall, BH24. This is near Ringwood, so it's on the border between Dorset and Hampshire. So there's crystal beads, books and candles, mandalas, Reiki healing, crystal healing, energy cleansing. The HR department is going to be starting off at this event doing head oil massages and hair oils. Basically natural hair products, right?
Yeah, nice.
And massage as well. So if you would like an oil head massage or some bespoke crafted artisan hair oils, get yourself down to this tomorrow and look for this, the HR department. You will get to meet my lovely wife, Evelyn, who will be bringing a holistic wellness with an esoteric approach.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about that. Watch this space for more announcements. Building, mate. Building.
Masonry. Light masonry, not dark masonry.
Yeah, so anyone in Dorset or Hampshire, get yourself down to that tomorrow. I'll just put it up again. It's the Wellness Retreats Brayside Village Hall, BH24 2PH. And it is free entry, and I think it's from 2 p.m. onwards.
Nice, get down there, guys.
Yeah, we're not one of those. Okay, so let's... Actually, we've got a couple more minutes. I've got one more exciting announcement. Everyone might have noticed I've been pushing a new Rise Above channel that's coming soon.
Black Market Cinema.
Rise Above Black Market Cinema, right? And I want to keep it kind of mysterious exactly what this is going to be at the moment. We've got some amazing artwork made here by Magix. The link for this new channel is in the description. So please, everyone subscribe. There's going to be some special screenings of stuff that's likely to get a strike straight away.
Absolutely, that's what we like.
Okay,
Yeah.
it is likely to get a strike straight away. I'll let you know, I'm going to be rescreening some of the original deleted banned Rise Above material. Okay, we're going to have commentary. I might invite you round to sort of interview me about it. It's going to be like a Q&A. I might start off with the Serco speech, take it right back to first principles. Yeah, exactly. Like even like a build up to like how I was feeling on the day. That was.
I think that's the biggest thing you've done. You know,
that was my piece de resistance at the end of the day. That's what changed everything. So the link is in the description. Sign up to Rise Above Black Market Cinema.
It's on the bottom of the screen, courtesy of Sam Carno. Big up yourself.
Sam Carno is so ahead of the game. Look at this artwork. Look at this amazing artwork from Magix.
My man.
Okay, so that was some quick fire chat about everything that's going on behind the scenes at Rise Above and all of our new stuff that's coming soon. There is another big announcement that will be coming soon. Fingers crossed. I can't talk about that now because Oma Beats will literally beat me up.
I've just got to show this. This is what Sage had sent in.
Oh, wow. So fly the butcher's apron to celebrate the Jubilee. Sausage fingers. Lord Sausage Fingers at the butcher's. But look, he's got like really no fingers at all.
Yeah.
The sausages have been cut off.
Well, he's ground them up. They're
Ground
in
them
the
up.
ground, put them in sausages.
This is well, the sausages have gone out. They've been served up.
Thank you, Sagehead.
Big up James the Northerner. He just subscribed to Rise Above Black Market Cinema. So thank you very much for that. There'll be, I reckon there'll be something coming in a week or two with regards to Black Market Cinema. The thing is, every time it broadcasts, it's probably going to get a strike. So we'll have to be very fluid and move to other stations.
That's right. We can do Black Market Cinema,
Yeah,
point
of course we
33, point 34.
Of course we can.
Point
Right.
66.
No, enough of this. We have got a guest tonight, a special guest, right? Another creator from this part of the creator. Actually, he watches the show, funnily enough.
Of course.
Who
doesn't?
Everyone has been recommending this guy's videos to me for quite a long time because not only is he sort of on the same page with some of the stuff we talk about, he actually goes a lot further, which I really like. He's got some really interesting sort of almost bespoke theories that he's come up with himself. A couple of them have blown me away. His name is Paul. It's What the Flock TV, right? Now I'm just going to put this on the screen. This is some of this guy's work, and let's just get him along, right? So, What the Flock, welcome to Rise Above, bro. How are you doing,
guys?
Everyone in the chat, let us know if Paul sounds a decent level compared to us. I can't always get the levels right in my earphones here.
Good evening, Paul. How's it going?
Not too bad. I'm just like, I think I'm the only one who's got no hair.
It's right. Master Lee's not got any hair as well.
Oh, that's cool then.
Makes him more
Super
aerodynamic when he's coming in for a flying punch.
Did he say he'd be back after 15 minutes?
I think
Should we invite
so,
him in?
yeah.
Let's invite Master Lee to the chat as well. Inner Guardians?
Inner Guardians, Inner Guardians, Inner Guardians.
Oh, he'll be with us soon. So, Paul, how long have you been feasting on the rabbit here at Rise Above at the table with us?
Just as long as Sam's been whoring you out.
So, for anyone that's wondering what he's talking about Sam Carno, our absolutely intrepid admin, our promoter, our man behind the scenes who makes things happen. So,
We've got some echo there.
in the Guardians, we've got some playback there. I'll just mute him. So, Sam Carno introduced you, right?
He did, yeah. He's watched me for a good while on my old channel, The Black Sheep, and then I got YouTubed, got deleted, and he followed me over to What the Flock TV, and he just keep pimping you out, like, and eventually
He's been pimping you out to me as well, mate. To be fair,
he's a proper pimp, isn't he?
he's a pusher. That's what he is. He's a pusher. So before you were called Black Sheep, is Black Sheep TV or just Black Sheep?
It was a Black Sheep researcher.
Right.
That was
Then
my
the
old
communists
name.
took you down.
Yeah, and obviously you got Black Sheep, the other guys in as well, which would have been funny if it had kept that name.
Is that something that resonated with you? Did you always feel like the Black Sheep growing up?
Yeah, what the funny story is with that is because obviously when you're in the community, because I don't hold back on any theory and I look into everything, all these so-called outcasts community people would call me Black Sheep, the devil, you name it, because I was coming up with different theories that didn't go along with those. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to create a channel to really piss them off and call myself the Black Sheep researcher. And that's how that became. I went strength from strength. And
so you were actually a black sheep within the research community, not within your family or within the normie world, within the research community. You were the black sheep there.
Yeah, that's what I was getting labelled. The devil, the black sheep. And everyone who knows me, who watches stuff, knows that's the furthest from the truth. But because I don't restrict myself to a so-called theory or a community, that's what people were just naming me every week. Here's the black sheep. And I thought, I'm having that.
Let's see if we could just unmute in the Guardians. Lee, have you sorted out that echo?
Salutations without machinations.
Salutations with lack of media exaggerations.
That's perfect. Right. All four in the chat know. Yeah. So black sheep of the research game. I suppose, we sort of resonate with that as well because we don't fit ourselves into a box here. Inner Guardians talks about syncretism. I think that's something we probably all embrace. Being able to pick information from different theologies,
We take the box apart,
yeah. Don't you don't have to stay inside or outside the box. Kick the box down, flatten it, pull it apart,
burn it.
Because real freedom.
Yeah, make the ashes into a line, snort them, be sick. The dog eats that, that kind of thing.
Cycle of life.
The cycle of life. So, have you had a kickback from Christians and people of certain denominations about your work in the past?
Being honest, I've done rather okay, as they touch wood, as we say. I've not done so bad. Obviously, I get some of the really, really devout of that nature, calling me a few names, but I've not been too bad, actually. I must admit, people can see on a whole. Obviously, I used to wear like different T-shirts, and obviously, because I used to wear like a Batman, I was Satan and different things. I've had some ridiculous things, but on a whole, I must admit, to give people credit, I've been okay.
We got called sun worshippers in a comment last week.
Well, we are. Doesn't mean we're fucking evil.
I'm a humble student of the teachings of Ra. I'm not a sun worshipper.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny how people get their back up when you're not afraid to put yourself into a box, to put barriers around your thoughts, your discourse. It's a great freedom, I think, really, to be fair. And I can see that in your work.
I'm a Russian shill, apparently.
Oh, yeah, and a Satanist.
Yeah.
Yeah, Putin's right-hand man. So I'm just going to make the screen larger here, and I just want to have a look at some of the videos you've been putting out, Paul, because they're actually, like, the subjects of these videos are very varied. Yeah, you're not. Yeah. that's what I like. It's really good. So sorry, let me just get these graphics sorted out here. We've got like a proper like smorgasbord of different subjects here. The Eye of the Sahara, the pineal gland, and the occult. You look at you call it say that word, spell etymology.
Yeah, spell etymology.
Spell etymology. The crystal matrix, swastika connection to the heavens.
That's the one I watched earlier. The spell etymology. Watched it this afternoon.
It's just my take on it. I mean, we've all got people who are really smart in the chat and look at words in depth, and I always wanted to look at words a little bit different, and it just give my own opinion. Want to break them down and see if I can find anything that's interesting and does it connect to things. And strangely enough, they do, and that's just what I love about that. That series, spell etymology.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, a very popular trope at the moment is people's, words are spells, spelling. Everyone's heard that, but I've got to give you credit, mate. I haven't really seen many sort of channels or individuals that have sort of really gone in on it like you, and devoted that much time, maybe just on on one word. And yeah, I learned a few things.
There's a tremendous body of work here.
This isn't all of it.
No, I know.
I only scrolled down once. There's much more than that.
I'm slowing down
when did you start? When did you start producing work?
Right. So it's got to be about just over 3 years ago. I used to just do memes, constant memes, and like I said, they came up with that thing calling me Black Sheep. So I want to make videos. So I started making content because a lot of these so-called big channels were using my stuff for their videos. I'm not saying anything, you know what I mean? Just because obviously I can't get around watch YouTube all the time. So I thought I'm going to go and make videos. So about 4 years ago, Black Sheep came into existence. Did really well on there until YouTube decided to delete me. And I started What the Flock. So it's about 3-4 years ago. And some people in the chat, like me good bud Steve Wheatley, who follows me everywhere, followed me since then, and I just really, really enjoy looking at things a little bit different because we all see differently. So if we all see differently, we all can come up with different theories, and that's what I love about it. So I just look at things a little bit differently, not just for the sake of it, and just see if I can make anything that won't knock anyone to sleep as much as they do.
How many subs did you have before they got rid of the first channel?
I was on 12,500.
Yeah, I
that
reckon
was in June. I lost it. So in the space from June last year, I'm not even a year, And for some reason, not just Sam and everyone was sharing it, I'm nearly up to 20.
Yeah,
Out
I think
of nowhere. So
I think the reason for that is because you've got something different, mate. Everyone's making videos saying the same thing. I became popular because when I started making videos, it was just about the people's pandemic, and some of the things I said, I was the first person to say them, but I was very focused on what I was going on about. You have covered many subjects here, and I mean, I've seen probably about 10% of your videos, but I've never listened or watched someone where I've actually been sort of like, holy shit, I should start writing something down, because a lot of this stuff I hadn't really heard before. And what I'm going to bring up, the big J, which is probably your piece to resistance. It's what many people know you for, this Janus discovery. Now, previous to you, I had heard the name and I understood the concept of the two-faced God, and that's all I knew about it. And I'd heard people talking about your work, sharing. You've made a number of videos about this Janus thing. I'd like you just to go into a little bit of detail for anyone that might not have seen your work, because I think it's very poignant. What is Janus? Why is it so significant?
Well, I was going to say, what is he not at the minute? First of all, obviously you can call it, pronounce it how many different ways you want. You can. There's Janus. There's with a Y, Janus, and there's Ionos. That was his original name. So for anyone who's into Tartaria and different things, you see I and J on buildings. It's all for Janus, I and J. I'll show you some things after, because you said I can share the screen. But basically, I was growing up. A lot of us have known about the two-faced God. He might get mentioned, and that's it. The significance of him, like other channels and creators, are really, honestly, you can't believe the shit, the attack I've got over Janus at the beginning. Now a lot of people are talking about it, and from that word you can't pronounce that you've done well on, the that time when we got locked up for 2 years type of thing. It's all a ritual to him, and I'll show you all the stuff. Even Bill Gates is named after him. Even when you're showing your t-shirts, it made me laugh. There's a ritual that we do in this country. Every first day of every month, you go white rabbit, right?
Yeah,
white rabbit.
to bring good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, Janus has every first day of every month. So when you're saying white rabbit, you're talking about Janus. He's also a god of time. And when you go down the rabbit hole that we all say, it's actually a doorway. He's the god of doorways. So you can actually loop him into a lot of things. For instance, Matrix, follow the white rabbit when it knocks on his door. In Matrix, it's door 101. His number is 11. It represents a doorway. So there's so much about this god that's supposedly insignificant, but Janus was like the gatekeeper. He's like Hagrid from Harry Potter, if anyone's into that. He holds the keys. That's why a janitor gets named after him. That's why in films like Evan Almighty, God was playing a janitor. And he was wearing a New York hat. New York is the
Janus
11th state.
Right.
Janus' number. So you can just see the significance of it.
And for anyone that doesn't know, if I'm not mistaken, Janus is actually like a Roman deity. Is this correct?
That's just his Roman name. If you want to hear other names of him, he goes by name of Baphomet. He goes by Baal. He goes
Baal,
Baal.
So if we're talking about the Roman Empire,
even goes name Noah. Everyone's heard of Noah.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So
we're going to upset some people tonight.
Yeah, I can see why this pissed people off, because it's sort of
and it's not just me making it up. It's like people that's written books 500 years ago, 300 years ago, that stated, in their opinion, he's this, he's this, he's this, he's this.
So if this deity is being occultly worshipped through global rituals, which we could argue are being orchestrated by these dark occultists, whether you say that they're a sect of Freemasons,
they're being forced on the public, basically.
This is like the deity of duality, right?
Yeah.
So really, you could sort of say it's like, oh, it's 21:33, and we've got.
And
oh,
we were on 33
so
minutes.
he's just pointing out all the 33s. He
There's
sits
a
there
lot here.
every show. He's like 33.
It's everywhere, guys. It's everywhere.
It does seem to follow us around. Yeah. So are you trying to say that it's their chief god? It's their sort of secret deity?
Yeah, he's actually labelled pronunciation. Deus Deorum means God of gods. He got prayed to first before any other god. So, you know, when these things start adding up, you think, well, everyone's told me he's insignificant. He's just like the key holder. So he's like how I found all the links to everything else. So when you type in this and this, everything just seems key. And obviously people are saying in the chat, January was named after him. You actually made that month for him. They moved him. So it's just so absolutely a mind blower. And I know we all have the topics, but it's like the rabbit hole because he connects us to so much. And when you start to see Janus, once you actually open yourself up to it, he's a god of doorways, first of all. And it's just mind blower.
Wow. And you're sort of suggesting that, I mean, that we've already come to the conclusion that all of things that go in the last 2 years have been some sort of ritual, some sort of offering. But what you're saying is it's basically all about this deity. It's an offering to Janus.
Yeah, strangely, right. What it is, when we have a New Year's resolution, you know, your New Year's resolutions in this country, in the UK, we have a ritual. You open the front door or the back door and let the New Year in. Well, that's a ritual to Janus. So they do the vows in November, December. So the first time that ritual was announced to the world was November, December time. And the so-called first death, was on a day, January the 11th. So how can you get, plus, what did he make people do? They made people making you two-faced. So you're actually putting another persona on you. People were either more timid within themselves, or because they had a face mask on, some people came out of the shell and were more aggressive, more, you know, more intimidating. Well, the persona is another word for a mask. And like I said, I've got some other things I can show you. But when they did the swab, the so-called famous swab, they sent it to a machine. That machine, the PCR test that tested it, was called Janus.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Literally says it on the side of the machine. It's
Really?
the PCR machine that does the polymer cycling for
The DNA gathering.
The pro-Coviet reaction.
Yeah.
The machine is actually called Janus. No word of a lie.
Coviet chain reaction, DNA.
The NPC
sampler.
processing chamber.
And if you think about it, when we went back in re-lockdown, the first so-called town to go back in re-lockdown was Leicester. I don't know if you remember. It was all up in uproars because we were going back into re-lockdown first. Leicester has the only left Janus temple. It's called the Jury Wall. So that was the first time. It has to be first. So you have to get it in somehow. So the coincidence add up. So the place that went back into re-lockdown was Leicester. It has the only Janus temple left in his name. So that's why they had to do it for their first.
Gosh. Definite gosh. So everyone in the live chat, what are you saying? Is this groundbreaking? Oh, look, everyone in the live chat. Yeah, gosh, indeed. I'm subbing to this guy. Yeah, people are digging this information. So I guess no one's really heard of this before.
I've been screaming it for years. Even the first treatment, it was called a JAK inhibitor. The full name is Janus kinase. It just, these things just add up, and all the rituals that they were doing specifically to that god. That word we can't say begins with a C. Well, originally it was called Novel. Remember Novel, and it changed. Yeah. That means Roman crown disease. Janus was the first king of Latium, first king of Rome.
So
he invented
crown
crowns.
Virus. Right, it's his crown. That's what the crown is about.
See, this is what I mean. If people knew the occult, then they wouldn't be able to pull this shit off.
But
If everyone was schooled in it.
This is like the occult. This is like
This is the occult.
This is the occult for the occultist.
This is occulted occultism.
Yeah, this
Am I muted?
No, you're live and direct.
Live and direct. Please interject.
Okay. No, I was muted, and I was trying to speak, but it wasn't sounding.
Oh, we did mute Master Lee because there was the echo.
You were muted right at the start because there was a feedback, but no, you've been live for about 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just saying. I was really interested to listen to the Janus stuff. I've looked into a little bit of it from Paul's work, and I'm very curious to go deeper into this because in the esoteric teaching that we have, as you know, about the duality, it is said that humans have two minds, not one, and it's not the conscious and the subconscious. It's literally two heads or two minds. You've got the what you could describe as the authentic mind and the artificial mind, and it's reinforced by the dark occult world to keep humanity in this kind of two-headed beast. They describe humans as, and the manipulation of the two minds, and being able to transmit information and data and making sure that it goes securely into one mind and not the other. So it basically goes into the artificial mind, of which they can control, whereas the authentic mind they cannot control, and that's their biggest phobia or fear.
Well, the good
maybe
thing
we were
is,
made in God's image then, if the God is two-faced or two-minded.
Well, if you think about it, Janus's oldest name is IA. Reverse that, you get AI. And he's been tied with Zeus in a way, because if you go by the Greek myth, Zeus split humans in half. We had two heads and all the arms, and Zeus split us in half. And from that point, you know what I mean? So you're talking about a period in time when we had that.
Yeah. And from the teaching that I received, it was said that at some point humans didn't have the two minds. It was like an artificial implant or separation, which creates like the schism within humanity, and that's why humans are quite easy to dominate and control, because there's no unity within the correct mind, or there's no use of the correct mind. Everything goes straight into the artificial mind because it's received, it's transmitted from an artificial source.
Well, that ties into what they originally called in the ancients. It was called bicameral mind, where the people actually thought the voices in the head were actually from a god, and that's what they went by. They actually used that as law.
Yeah, and as we said in the pre-show chat, that the real inner work, because a lot of people are talking about let's do the inner work. The real inner work is the preparation to be able to receive the correct authentic data into the correct authentic mind, as opposed to it going into the artificial mind. And because the artificial mind has pretty much been crystallized, it's very difficult to not receive information into the artificial mind. It's a continuous daily work and practice to separate from the artificial and receive it into the authentic mind, and only then things make sense.
Yeah,
that's the great work.
It's a bit early for Whole Rabbit.
I've got a question from Sagehead, one of our memetic geniuses. He says, ask Paul if he remembers James Bond GoldenEye. Sean Bean's Bond villain character was called Janus as well.
Yes, I do remember. Yeah, in the computer game GoldenEye on the N64.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, I watched that not long ago because it was on a certain platform, you know what I mean? So that was fresh in the mind.
Nice.
Paul, by the way, you've just been memed on Rise Above live
in real time
for the first time. Would you like to see it?
Did you give me her?
What do you reckon? Can you see that?
Oh, I can, yeah.
The black sheep. Look at this. Look at the needle hanging out the fucking arse of the sheep in front.
All masked up.
Sage head straight in there. Click, click, pow.
Right, guys, before we go any further, I need to just big up some people for buying some merch, because otherwise I'm going to have such a huge list to get through. So, David Corpse, big up yourself. Robert Hall.
1, 2.
Who else have we got here?
All of these people are getting the special signed
Amy Foster.
art pack, yeah? So that's 4.
Stephen Ledger, sorry. Richard Smith.
5, 6. How many more?
Ellen Stewart.
8,
Nick Longworth.
9.
Suzanne Ryan. And that's it so far.
I think there's 1 left. Okay, so that's
one left,
9,
guys.
That's
Next
9
person.
exclusive signed art pack and memes going out.
Next person to buy some merch gets the last one, guys. Jump in.
Big up to everyone supporting. So, special guest tonight, What the Flock TV. Let's get a link for him up on YouTube, because I reckon you're going to get some more subscribers after tonight. Everyone is digging this chat. Going full rabbit already within the Guardians regarding Janus. Yeah, I remember GoldenEye. That was the bad guy. Yeah.
Yeah, just going back to, I was artificially muted, so I wanted to say something when you was talking about how everything is occulted, and I'm sure Paul will attest to this, that the more you look into things, the more you realize that everything is the occult. And we get accused of being, I don't know, occultists, which is linked to Satanism, and I think most of that is part of an agenda to prevent people from viewing the world as the occult. And you could also say that is part of the two minds, or the two heads, because some can see it and some can't. And I would hazard a guess that those that view things or perceive things from the authentic mind are the ones that can actually see through the occulted data and information.
Well, what's funny is because a lot of people talk about the occult obviously means hidden, and then as soon as they talk about the hidden and the occult, they always mention the pineal. Well, the pineal has an occult name. It's called Janus. Not my words.
Wow.
That comes from Manly P. Hall.
Wow.
What do we? You know what I mean? So when people are talking about things, why are they mentioning him everywhere?
And no matter
That's
what
what
you think about
intrigues
Manly
me.
P. Hall, the guy was very schooled in the occult.
Yeah, and that's what he's called. You know, it's. I can. Would you like me? If I can I share the screen? I mean, allowed.
Yeah, if you just press the button down at the bottom that says share screen, it's in the middle, just to the left.
Got it.
Okay, now I can share your screen like this. I'll just make
You
that
should
big.
be seeing a lot of stuff on the screen.
Have you got all your naughty tabs away?
Yeah, I've got it all ready. Normally it takes half an hour to load up because the computer's falling to bits. But I just wanted to start with a few things to show people.
Absolutely. Let's get visual. We like to get visual here at Right Above.
So
Let's get eyes on in real time.
Like Manly P. Hall said, symbols rule the world. When man realizes that, the great veil will be lifted from his eyes.
So
Yeah, and that's the only real way out of this, is when people accept that they have to view the occult world. Any agenda that says do not go anywhere near the occult is probably a controlled opposition.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here, guys, is I don't know if you saw it in my videos, but as we were just mentioning before, that's his first name, I-A-A-I. Some people know him as EA, like EA Sports. But you can just see it, all the names linked to him: Yahweh, Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, Janus, Ionos, Uranus, Uranus, and Oans. So these are people who are saying Lord of the Flood. He was the first shipbuilder, and that's why he's known as Janus, Noah, or Noah Janus. So
I've got a quick point just to jump in here, just to chime in. I'm not 100% sure if this is correct, but wasn't Odin sometimes depicted with having two faces? Was that right in the Norse tradition?
I think that could be correct.
I
Yeah.
might be getting that wrong.
One eye, but
yeah, I know he had one eye. Yeah,
and two face. I'm not. So I've saw the odd picture of it, but I've never been able to get a clear picture.
No, I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to be spreading misinfo, but yeah, I think, like you said, if he's the god of gods, you're talking about Janus is the god of gods. Odin is the god, the all father of the Norse tradition. So I would correlate this to
that's
him
right.
to be Janus.
He's like the father god.
To...
But speaking of misinformation, very quickly, last week you said it was the year of the pig.
I corrected that straight away.
I saw some comments. People were like, it's not the year of the pig.
No, that's all right. Went on to to 2 other websites.
We were just getting excited. No, sorry, Year of the
Year of the Monkey, yeah.
That's it. I got it wrong as well.
Oh, we got the last Rise Above signed pack is going to Richard Housechild.
Congratulations, Richard Housechild. You got number 10 of the exclusive limited pack.
He's
Okay,
also bought a T-shirt.
let's shut up and get back to What the Flock TV as our special guest. Right,
I
double-headed
feel
god.
terrible. You can't see your guys' face. Why you don't see that? So people talk about the actors and how all the world is a stage and actors. Well, he's on their Actors Guild. You know, we've seen it. Comedy and tragedy. It's been there since time began. That's
the symbol of thespianism. That is the double-headed mask looking each way.
People talk about. I've showed you that Apollo. Oh, your Apollo worship. Apollo is. I can show other stuff later, but Apollo is obviously tied to Janus too. And funny enough, Apollo's number is 11 to match Janus. It's strange that
It's even got 11 in the name.
Yeah,
the double L, lowercase.
And I know
I'm Janus as well. My name is also Janus. Double L, 11. And it's 33 as well.
There you go. That's just a little paragraph showing you that Apollo and Diana. I'll talk about that. Look, you don't need to see this battle later, but just basically telling you they are Janus. He's even tied to Saturn. It's like, how is this God being? Is it them changing this reality and the history books? Even history is named after him. I'll get back when you see my face. But there we go. The main person who thinks he's a doctor. Is that
a young health chancellor
married?
He doesn't think he's a doctor, mate. He thinks he's God.
The best doctor in the whole crate.
He actually thinks he's God.
Better doctor
married on the 1st of January.
Oh, wow.
That's his anniversary. That's Janus's month. If I show you something, and then I'll close it down. Bill Gates adds to 11 in Gematria. I know some people will say, you're doing it wrong, Paul. You shouldn't add it like this. But you find gold when you do it like this. Bill Gates, 254 equals 11. That's Janus's number. Bill Gates, in Latin, is Portas. Portas means Janua Janus. He's actually named after him.
It's actually called Baal Janus. If you think about it, Gate is a door, and his first name's Bill. Sounds like Baal.
Bill
Baal Janus.
I feel sorry for the guy, man. His parents done a fucking number on him.
Yeah, they did a number on him. He has 11 lessons that he tells kids. 11, not 10, not 12, not 9. 11.
Didn't Jordan Peterson have 11 rules for life as well? Or was it 10?
I'm not sure.
I wonder.
He's got the 2 L's in his name again, back to the old Apollo.
Oh, this did people's head in. Concevious. So when you actually conceive and getting pregnant, you can say conceivus is a title given to none other than someone called Janus. Conception.
Deus Concevius.
That just blows people's mind. You can see why I got excited when you finding all this. Or I'll come back to that later. These are different things. There's that what we was on about before, so people can see at home if they've not seen my video. It's not like people at first thought I was making this shit up. And it's like, no, go and look. You can find it, yourself. It's just a crazy.
The thing is, right? If you know what PCR testing actually is, it's a very standard, generic thing to do. You don't have to build a new machine just to test for Divock. A PCR test is a PCR test. So the whole idea that you would build a special machine just to test for that one is a bit funny in the first place.
Definitely, and when I had it on the meme, and like I said, I don't want to show you too much because obviously people are watching the screen. But the name they changed again, when they changed the name again to beginning with an SAR, that got changed on the 11th as well. It's strange, isn't it? When they keep using the number.
It also ties up with 33, 3 11s.
Yeah. A triad of Janus.
Yeah.
And also,
which would be the balance. It would be the neutralizing of the Janus effect.
You turn the 3 around, you get the infinity, the meta logo, and he's tied to that. That's what excites me, because how do we all miss this? Sometimes I feel like I'm making this shit up. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, am I the only one seeing this? And I didn't want to show people because I used to get, oh God, he's on about Janus again, and it's like, where do we stop?
It's because you gravitate into the authentic mind as opposed to the artificial one.
And people, when we were talking about the J before, that was invented by, I have got the image, a guy called Janus. That is a derivative of Janus. So the guy who invented the letter J, strangely enough, is named after Janus himself.
How long ago was the letter J allegedly invented by that guy?
I've got it down on here somewhere, 1530, 1552, something like that. It was in the Great Vowel Shift period. Another big topic that I found, when people talk about resets,
A language
there's a period
reset.
in time called the Great Vowel. If you break that down, it's vowel to L. So they changed the vowels to a different god. And that was 12th, 13th century to the 18th and 19th, which all the sciences, the language, everything changed in that period. That was to Janus. They changed the calendars. They dropped 11 days. No
So is this the same time that they brought in the Gregorian calendar?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
It got changed for him specifically for Janus. January got moved in. Oh, it was just a crazy period. So from the 13th to the 19th, all the sciences, all the stuff that we use today was done for Janus. The letter J came in, everything. So it's just a wow and of event, because when we talk about how many resets and different things, people talk about, when did we have this reset? When did we have this reset? Well, they changed the language, they changed the religion, they changed everything.
So wait a minute. Right. So if J was introduced by some guy who was basically called Janus in the 1500s, because for anyone that knows about proper Christianity, obviously Jesus can't be called Jesus because that letter physically didn't exist. He was actually allegedly called Yeshua.
Yahweh.
Well, the idea is that in the language of Aramaic, Jesus would have been called Yeshua in that time, right?
The J is like something as a Y.
So then his name was turned to, in the 1500s, was turned to Jesus. It must have been, which sounds a bit like Janus.
Yeah.
It's like a
You
derivative.
only have to change the A around, and the S looks like an N if you turn it to that way. A lot of people have said, because have a look at some of the medieval pictures of Jesus. How many heads has he got? He's got 3. And people say, oh, it's the Trinity.
Get me a 3-headed Jesus, please, Jamie. Get me one right now. I want the 3-headed Jesus on this rabbit table.
So just on a quick note, this is very interesting what you're saying here,
amazing.
Paul.
Love it.
Like, this is to anyone who...
Yeah, Jamie. Well, Rogan's guy is called Jamie. So we call it Jamie, and like Googling something is called Jamie.
To anyone who thinks this is all bullshit, just study the occult and look into all this information, and you'll realise that all these people, there's all the people who are quote unquote running the world, are just worshipping ancient deities and ancient gods from the ancient world.
Yeah,
but this seems to be like the god of gods of the ancient world.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Paul. In your opinion, I'm not these low-level porch masons, but when you go to one of these higher-up lodges, let's say in the Square Mile in London, do you think those high initiates would know that they're openly worshipping Janus or Janus?
No. You have what people know of obviously the Scottish Rite and York Rite, blah blah, up to 33, but people don't know it goes up to 90. And that's the Egyptian Rite. And then you've actually got a secret organization known as the Brotherhood of Pythagoreans, which was one of the first secret societies. And it's just like NASA. It's all departmentalized. Higher you go, that's why they say look to the east, because the look to the east is about the sun and light. Information, knowledge is light. More light you gain, the brighter you can see.
Right, we've just Jamied out of thin air a 3-headed Jesus for anyone.
Literally, there's loads come up. That's just one of the top ones. There's literally loads.
This looks like Jesus after some lysergic acid,
some psilocybin mushrooms.
Like Jesus when you're coming down off a spirit molecule. Oh right,
there's loads of them.
Oh no, I'm just looking over here at the Jamie screen. There's literally like multiple,
and they look fucking sinister, man. Honestly, like this is not nice at all.
Like a Jesus face triad. Okay, interesting. I'd never seen that before. You learn something every day. This is Rise Above.
I haven't.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Everyone's digging our guest tonight. It's What the Flock TV. Remember to sub to this guy on YouTube while he's still there. So, Janus, Jesus, Duality, the
Two-headed
occultist, the god of the gods of the occultists. But not even most Freemasons would know about this, you reckon? We talk about 90 degrees now. We talk about 33 degrees a lot.
Yeah, people don't realize about the 90th. And then I believe it actually goes up to 360. And those are the top. Because obviously the circle, it's just crazy. Think about it. When you talk about a god that's been hidden, yeah, he's there. And as soon as you show like religious pictures like this, like Jesus, people get triggered straight away because they've been indoctrinated. It's a spell. Now you could say that it's a trinity. Of course you can. But also you have to acknowledge that Janus had 4 heads to begin with, and then he went to 3, and then now he's got 2, but the 1 is invisible. Now, I've got images of Knights Templar seals, and the image they have for Baphomet, people think it's the horn one. No, that's Elf Elias Levi's depiction of Baphomet with the horns. Now, the representation that the Templars used, he had 3 faces, 3 heads, just the same as that. So it just makes you think, what is actually going on here? And that's why I love this topic, because it goes so deep. It's ridiculous. I mean, people don't realize Janus was also the first pope.
But that was the name of
not
the
me
first pope.
saying it. That's why the Vatican's built like a key. So he's the first pope. Like I said, I've got some stuff on it to show.
Well, think
you
about it, right?
later.
What is Freemasonry? What is their temple? It's 2 pillars,
Yeah,
Joachim
2
and
11s.
Boaz. So that's your 11.
Yeah.
That's also a doorway or a gateway, which is also representing Janus. And
You
they
know
always
what
talk
is
about
adds to
passing
that, though?
through. Go on.
A derivative of Janus is John. Masonry has 2 patron saints, Saint John the Baptist, Saint John the Evangelist. John is a
2
derivative
Johns.
of Janus.
So that's two Johns, two face Janus.
Yeah. See,
Now we think about 9/11. Think about what 9/11 was a massive. Janus.
I've done a short video on that. You won't believe how many 11s happened on that day. It
wasn't 33, was it?
It's just crazy. If I can.
Have you ever looked into the ancient teacher called Mani?
I've heard of it, but I've not.
Yeah. Well, he actually was like almost the ultimate heresy, and the main reason being is because he said that Jesus wasn't one, but he was more than one, as I mentioned in the pre-chat. And so basically, in fact, he said that all of the teachers, the great teachers that descended into this realm, weren't just one character; they were more than one. Like more than one personality in one body, and that was considered a massive heresy. But it actually makes a lot of sense, or it makes more sense of all of the teachers' teachings when you start to view things in that way.
Yeah,
I'm going to get shot down for this, but yeah. So there's more than one Jesus potentially within the Jesus.
Well, it's funny you say it. See, Mark Passio, he talks about that. It's a possibility that when we say Jesus, it wasn't one person; it was a group of people.
Yeah, the Nazarene.
He's not saying that's the case. He's saying it's a possibility.
I've heard the theory that the Nazarene were actually sort of like a band of occultists, shamans, yogis, almost a secret society, a mystery school.
Rudolf Steiner had the same teaching, and that's why he took a lot of stick, because he actually extended Mani's teaching. It's something like there's a Jesus of Solomon. There's also the Jesus of Nathan.
Yeah, I really need to listen to more of Rudolf Steiner. When I've heard him talk, is it him on those recordings? Has his voice ever been recorded? Those really old recordings? No, he died. No. He died before.
Yeah,
there's some very old lectures. Most of the long lectures are from one guy that are on online, and they're like 5 or 6 hours long. Some of them, But
You
when
know,
he talks
they say half of his books were burnt by the Nazis, and there's around about, I think it's nearly 300 books that are available.
if they
And
say the
they
Nazis
claim that
burnt them, they probably
half.
mean the Nazis stole them and took them for themselves. They probably didn't burn them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
loads of things you can really look at. For instance, if I drew or talked about a red background with a yellow M, what is that a logo of?
Well,
Ukraine.
no, Crack Donald's.
Yeah, and it's known as the Golden Arches.
Yeah.
Right, and they have or had, I don't know if it's still going, but they created a hamburger university, and they specifically look for different things for screens, you know, for the pupils to use, and they actually chose something called Janus, just out of the blue. Did you? Oh, we'll have a Janus to actually teach the students on the screens, and he's the god of archery.
The digital assistant on the screen was called Janus.
The like the actual screens that they use in the school, you know, the displays called a Janus. It's why I picked that, considering he's one of the gods, well, the god of the archways. That's the first thing that people learn about him. He's a god of archways, and it's called the Golden Arches. You know, I can, you know, I've got the stuff on the thing, but you don't, it's taking over your screen, and I'll just talk.
No, please do. We like to get visual. No. If you've got something worth showing, let's get
100%.
No,
Honestly, the people in the chat are loving this.
People like to see the symbols. They don't need to look at our ugly bugs for too long.
Right, let me get it up and loading first, and then people can see. And I like to show people, and this it's just crazy.
We're doing the show backwards this week. We're going deep straight away, and then we're gonna have all the memes and laughs later on.
So click screen.
Okay, right. We've got your screen. Let's share that. Sharing is caring, comrades.
So there you go. Obviously, we're not going to read out, but you can just see. Press release, March 31st, 2011. Hamburger University selects Janus displays. Oh, out of anything. What? You know what I mean? It's
in 2011
so
with the 11, yeah.
Yeah. It just really does blow my mind. And people spring out, you know, when we're talking about the church and different things, the Jesuits run it. Jesuits run it. Let me show you something. Let me show you what's on the Jesuit seal that I found. Does it look familiar?
Huh.
Oh, it's Janus again. But that's just a coincidence.
Do you think the double-headed eagle is also
it's from Janus,
a symbol of Janus, which is on many things?
Yep, I've got the speak of the devil. No pun. You can see double-headed god. Janus, the double-headed god of the Romans, known to them also as Jupiter, and as such, a descendant of the Greek Zeus, can be traced back by his double head to pre-classical times. He was known to the Hittites, and that's where the first use of the double-headed eagle and with Sumeria was found. It was accidentally found on a doorway. So you can see why I get so excited. I get like a little kid, literally.
I've got a question.
Loads of things.
I've got a question. My understanding of the double-headed eagle, right? And my understanding of the reason that the eagle looks both ways is the right hand and the left hand path. So my understanding is when you see the eagle and it only looks one way, i.e. right, that means the right hand path. So a double-headed eagle would actually sort of technically be less malevolent than the eagle that looks right. That's what I understood before when I saw the eagle symbol. But what you're saying now is basically the double-headed eagle actually represents the double-headed god rather.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can see this.
But don't get me wrong, guys. Symbols can mean more than one thing.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I always say in my videos. They're just an interpretation of someone writing that book.
Maybe that's what the left hand and the right hand path is all about. It's actually about the free will, the duality, which Janus represents by being the double-headed god of duality.
Do you remember this ritual?
Is that Kobe
Bryant? Yeah, with his daughter. And we'll turn over. Kobe means door. Oh, what an accident.
Did his daughter die? She died.
No, he didn't. He died in a.
Yeah, he died. Both died.
Oh, they both died.
I'll stop. His daughter's name's Gian or Gianna. So actually, his last name, Kobe, means door in Japanese. And obviously her name is Jian, which is a derivative of Janus. So they were both called Janus in
So
a way.
basically, the dark occultists have done a ritual to kill this double-headed god.
Yeah.
That's what they've
So you
done.
can go
An
Kobe in
offering to
Japanese.
him.
Oh yeah, maybe an offering to him. But I wouldn't, considering the names of these people and what
Yeah.
they mean.
Look, it actually means God door.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Door
Considering the
temple.
names of these people, they're going against this god. They're dark occultists, aren't they? They think
Yeah,
they're
it's
god.
just like a ritual, you know, a ritual type of sacrifice. I mean, look at this one. This is Windows 11, obviously that number, and it got released, if you had all the numbers, to 11. So when, you know, so when you find these things, I have to show it, and it just makes me, I go really, really getting excited, and I have to try and slow my speech down because, you know, when you're trying to show people for the first time.
Have you got any examples of all the 11s that showed up in the nonsense pandemic?
Oh yeah, I've got a few of them. I'm trying to see on
Because
here.
one video I watched of yours, it was just like quick fire, and there were so many 11s flying
Yeah.
at me.
So Janus equals 11.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for later if you need that. There's that what was on about to you before, just to show you. Giano or Gian is an Italian form of the name Janus. So it's like I always like to show people that I've not made it up, and people's had the opinion. Harry Potter, that criminal is actually Janos. What is it? All those 11s. So there you go. There's one. When he actually used to say it, that's mutated. Number 11.
Mutated virus.
And then I don't know if I put the other. There you go. 11 again.
Also links to the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
And the Twin Pillars of the Freemasons.
There you go. That was what I was mentioning to you. The Lombardo verdict is one of 11.
The
Why
Lombardo.
11? Spread to 29 countries. Nana 2 is
11. Including Austria. What's so special about Austria?
So
Face mask is 11 in Jewish gematria.
So
Okay.
people used to scream, "You're doing it wrong. You're doing wrong." Well, how come all these things match when they're actually involved with Janos? It's not, you know, people just seem to lose it. And this is what I was showing. People are on about facial recognition. IARPA, the intelligence, it's called Janus program. They brought, you know.
Fucking hell. It's
Wait a
a
minute,
bit,
is
it's a
that-
bit overkill, isn't it?
IA. So it's actually called IA, which you said was a symbol, which was AI, which was originally Janus. So it's ARPA. That sounds like ARPA crossed with Janus. And then it just says Janus as well. They fucking love this Janus, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a bit overkill.
And it's been there all along, and we've just not saw it because we've just
thank you for pointing this out. I'm not going to be able to unsee it now.
That's what happens at Double It, but it really is people in the chat who've, you know,
Mate, this dude needs to go on the One Great Work Network.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Paul, I think this is worthy research.
Yeah.
But listen, it's just a mind blower. And think about it. You guys might not look into different topics. We all do. We all don't look into specific topics. And think about it. What do we always see in a town? A significant archway is always left. It could be, you could have a ruin and it could be knocked down, and you'll just see a random bloody archway.
Yeah.
Significant one in near enough all towns.
Yeah, and you get the follies as well, don't you?
Yeah.
With the Arc de Triomphe, like one of the most famous landmarks in Paris, that's just a massive arch, massive doorway just stood on its own.
The big chunky one.
Yeah, for no reason whatsoever. If you've ever been to Paris and seen it, it's
Can I ask you guys a question while I'm on?
Yeah, man, shoot.
Of course.
Have you ever been sat in your room or whatever you're doing, thinking about something, and it's open for anyone in the chat who's not saw my video, and have you ever walked out the room and forgot what you was actually going out the room for?
What do you mean?
Yeah, loads
I
of
do that
times.
about 33 times a day.
That
All
is
the
called the doorway effect. It's actually been scientifically proven.
So passing through a doorway actually has some sort of metaphysical
Yeah, it affects
effect.
your memory.
Oh, right. I thought it's because I just smoked too much weed.
No, you can give yourself a break on that one, but it's called the doorway effect. And you're walking through a door. All them add to 11 as well, if you want to check that video. And it's just strange because who's the god of doorways?
The Big J.
Yeah, and you're talking about your loss of memory because you're going in from one room. Now that then breaks down to, is your memory stored not in your head but to source or something, and you walking through something so sacred as a doorway. That's why when the Roses come, what do they need? They need a warrant to get through a door.
I bet like the that patented like sort of baton thing that they beat your door down with. I bet that's probably called a Janus. So yeah, the Arc de Triomphe.
But what's funny is though is when we're talking about law, and we talk about maritime law, well then you have Janus, who was the first shipbuilder, and he's named Noah too.
So like he would be sort of the Gilgamesh in Sumerian, the father of the race, the shipbuilder, the first refugee. Yeah. This is
Sorry to interrupt you. I've just saw Rob tell me to remind you. Janus is actually on the floor of the Bank of England in the basement where the gold is.
That's what I mean, man. This is way over.
A mosaic.
I've seen. I mean, I did when I first started all this years ago, and I was listening to King David, and he was going on about the square mile in the centre of London, which not many people know. This it's actually a different country, a different state, a city within a city. It's like the Vatican. That symbol is on like the edge of many buildings where you would normally have like gargoyles. I've seen it. The two Roman heads looking in opposite directions.
Yeah.
It's a very archetypal image, and I think that's why this resonates with a lot of people, because it's probably something they've seen their whole life. Subconsciously, it's been registered, but the rabbit puzzle has never come together, and now you've provided the piece that completes the picture.
And now everyone's going to see it absolutely everywhere.
It's like what we did with 33.
Yeah, mate.
Ruined people's lives.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it still
everywhere.
ruins mine every day. Every time I pick my phone up and have a look at it, it's something.
You're talking about that book, the religious book that people read. It's called the Bible. Obviously, that means twin. Twin bell, twin book. The first thing that it talks about is obviously the Word of God, isn't it? And that's like John 1:1. John is a derivative of what? Janus. 11's his number. Who writes Revelation? John. So you're saying John starts the book and ends the book. Different Johns. It's a coincidence, that, isn't it?
But you said Janus is also Jehovah.
Yeah, according to the books, yeah. All God names come from him, according to those sources. So obviously that could be X amount of people who wrote them books' opinion. Of course, we all hold our hand up. It's all perspective, but we can only work with what we see.
But it gets to a point when it's, indisputable that this is deliberate and not by coincidence.
Yeah, all done by design, and it's all come out in the last couple of years more because obviously it's that specific ritual that they had to do. They actually named it after him first. Obviously, he's linked to the Vatican. He was the first pope. His other name is Ioannos Pater, which means father. And the pope is called Father.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yeah. So these are all things. I mean, Janus has a lot of other ladies, let's just say that, associated with him. One of them is Cardia. She's the hinge. You have people in the church called cardinals named after her.
Okay. I'm so glad you brought this up, because this links in with what I wanted to bring up next, which leads on perfectly from this Janus notion and the ritual that's been going on to Janus. Now, you're talking about cardia.
Yeah.
That sounds a little bit like cardiac.
Yep, I've done a video on it.
Like cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Now, I've coined a term called coinciditis, which is you've heard of this term, which has been plaguing footballers,
tennis players.
Now,
just about anyone who strains their heart.
Would I be stretching to say that you've suggested in your video that this sacrifice is actually an offering to Janus through the medium of cardia?
Yeah, his hinge, cardiac arrest is named after how it's a side effect of the jibber jabber. You know what I mean? So it, to me, it just screams ritual sacrifice. You know what I mean? It's named after cardiac. How blatant can you get?
And
What do you say?
here in the UK, they actually started the first lockdown during the season of sacrifice.
Now, I remember
March 23rd.
when I first started pointing out the coincidence a lot, and everyone's obvious conclusion that they've been to the Britney Spears concert, they're running around with Pfizer's Christmas Miracle in their heart, and they've just had a heart attack. And Inner Guardians actually suggested that there could be something extra going on here. I remember Inner Guardians saying that back in 2021. And now you're saying that the name, there is actually sort of a deity called Cardia. And wow, okay, all right, now we're putting things into perspective. Because, we sort of thought, well, if this was just a side effect of the greatest medical experiment ever, it wouldn't be good to keep allowing it to happen and to broadcast it on mainstream TV, because many people were red-pilled by that. They had their rabbit pie after seeing their favourite footballer keel over.
Well, don't forget all this nonsense started in 2020, and that is to see it. It's 2020 vision, isn't it? To see clearly, and that's when the occult was de-occulted to the world. I think when they did this. I mean, if 9/11 didn't
it's
do
like
it, I mean,
2/11s.
Yeah.
But if you think about it this way, you're talking about the news, north, east, south, west. Well, Cardia is Janus. It basically is another a female form of Janus. So he's the news. It just, you know what I mean? It's just, obviously these are just my perspectives, and
wasn't there a Roman god called Media as well?
Yeah, there was. Yeah,
there was
Media,
Media, the god of sorcery and sort of illusion.
And that's what our media is named after.
Yeah. Funny that, isn't it?
Because that's what they do. Fucking sorcerers.
When we talk about the say the Great Awakening would mean some form of transcendence for humanity. That would generally mean that humanity would combine the heart and the mind. And I've often wondered if the bioweapon poison that they've been giving people was a way to disconnect the heart, to sever the heart and the mind, so there can't be a great awakening for a certain percentage of the population. And when you look at the consent aspect of receiving poison, people have consented to do it. So potentially, maybe they are the ones that don't want to awaken. They don't want transcendence because it's a free will type of realm.
So see, sometimes when you're looking into things and you're like, did I just see that? And it's like, I have to send it to someone else to see if what I'm seeing is right, because sometimes you just don't believe. It's like, wow. And this is what I showed. Like I said, I've done a 3-minute video on that time in September when the planes went down, and the buildings, how many 11s, and it is just a crazy event, because people talk about it. We see it all the time, don't we, on social media? Oh, this is their god Baphomet. It's actually another name for Janus. What is Baphomet? And Janus is a god of transitions. So when we have these people going from male to female, Janus is a god of transitions. So you're transitioning from one sex to another. It's just a bloody ritual to him. And it's like, look into Janus. Do you mean? And people talk, like I said before, people talk about the pineal. They've called it Janus too. And it's like, when you look at all other things, and these people are screaming, it's like, look at it. It's like, I can't believe. Sometimes I can't believe I found it, because people's been talking about Janus for years. You can type into YouTube and you'll see videos on Janus, but they've not looked at it from the perspective that I started to. And guys, I was getting flat by absolutely nearly everyone in the community, not people in the chat, but so-called big channels, always talking about Janus again. That god's insignificant. They've gone quiet now. You know what I mean? It's. You can see
it's not insignificant.
Not like
it's all significant.
Yeah, that's just his Roman name.
Right, next rabbit on the barbecue. Energy harvesting, which leads into what we're talking about. Energy harvesting is something that we've talked about on the show quite a lot, in many different forms, whether it's harvesting our negative energy. We've talked about Loosh. we've talked
I
about.
was only thinking about this morning, and I was thinking about the reptile bitches Jubilee celebration. So what they do, they give the peasantry a couple of days off work, the bank holidays, every time they want us to celebrate. Do you know what I mean? And so that the energy is high in going out into the etheric field.
El lizard breath.
Yeah, lizard breath. But so that's what I mean. Christmas, they want us to celebrate. Easter, that's a big one because that's the start of the that's the start of the season of sacrifice as well. And that's the why you get two bank holidays. You get the Friday and the Monday. They want it really up there harvesting.
So these dark occultists, they are harvesting the energy on behalf of Janus.
I've said in videos, because what do you have? What I've already talked about on your show so far. What have you got in major towns and places? You have an archway, and basically these are like acting as transistors. I mean, I can show you. Let me get something up, and it'll actually blow your mind.
Let's do it. I think I know what you're going to show, and it's exactly what I want you to show. If it's what I think it is.
Probably not, because I'm like so backwards. So, as you can see here, that is a transistor symbol.
Oh, I need to share the screen. 1 sec. Here we go. So on the right, we've got like sort of the Templar depiction of Baphomet, one hand in the air, one hand below.
Elias Evi's depiction.
That's one man's depiction.
They change it from 3 heads.
Right.
So this is the goat, Baphomet, another name for Janus, and this is a symbol for transistor. It fits perfectly on his head.
It does.
As you can see, there you go. Not much. I need to alter that to show you that a transistor. Now you might ask, why is he talking about a transistor? Because we're on about the using archways to siphon life force energy from us. Now listen to what a transistor in electrical terms is. Transistor is a semiconductor device used to amplify or switch electronic signals and electric power. Transitions are one of the basic building blocks of modern electronics. It's composed of semiconductor material, usually with at least 3 terminals connection in a circuit, because people talk about we're living in a circuit world. Now, where's it gone? Is it this way? They're all logic gates, but there you go. We've all seen this meme. You're just a piece of data carrying information. Now, these transistors are what is known as logic gates. And logic gates can be found in computers. So basically, they're changing and siphoning your energy and actually controlling moods too, because most of us will walk through an arch all the time in a building. And it sounds crazy out there, but I've already showed you the proof of the doorway effect. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's just crazy. So we're talking about harnessing. Is it spiritual? Is it physical? Who knows? But we have a doorway in your house. You have these archways in towns, shops, and they're always there. You're walking through them in Rome. They used to march the army through them. It was a tradition. So that's why they kept there, and they're called triumphant arches now.
Yeah. Now, on the same subject, I'm going to show some pictures now that Inner Guardians brought to my attention 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we never even got to show them. And I know that you've made a whole video about this. Okay, these images here, I'm just going to show. Do you remember that you brought these to my attention, Lee?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to put these images on the screen. Some of you might be familiar with this. Okay, so now I've given the game away. The thing is, these actually look like cities, but none of them are. Each one of these is a close-up of a circuit board, a motherboard, or some type of electrical circuitry.
It looks like Vegas, that one.
That one looks exactly... Actually, it looks a little bit more like LA. But yeah, actually, no, more like Vegas in the middle there. This one on the right here looks like some sort of factory, industrial area. Now...
This is weird.
If we're just talking about an arch being erected, we're talking about 2 pillars, a positive and negative, right? Yeah. A flow of energy, the 11 again, Janus, right? Yeah. There's a reason, and I'm linking many things here together right now. There's a reason you're getting called the English God Vag, okay? And I mentioned this to you earlier before we went live. and you know that you've been called this, but you haven't been watching this dude's videos, because Godvaj talks about energy harvesting a lot, and the polarity between the positive and the negative, the cathode,
And the diode.
and the diode.
The Ra and the Ba and the Ka.
Now, all I can think about now is the fact that Janus is an 11. He's the god of transition, the god of doorways. We're basically talking here about duality, about the positive and the negative, the actual baseline of what this whole thing is all about, isn't it? This is the, when it comes to it's hard to actually sort of conceptualize this. I think the easiest way to put it for me is in the world of the controllers, in this matrix that has been created. The Gnostics would call this the schism, or the world of the demiurge. Janus is the demiurge. Janus is the lord of this realm.
Yeah.
He is the father of the control of, and the father of the flow of energy. This is why we have the pillars, the passing through. Everything in Freemasonry is about this. It makes so much sense now. And this is why our cities are shaped exactly the same as circuit boards, because this is the most efficient way to extract the energy from, well, in this case, humans. We're the same as, an electron or a current rolling around on these
and
boards.
it's why humans, the skeleton is 65% crystal, because it's the perfect way for harnessing energy and transferring.
Mate, it was your crystal video that blew my mind, I think. Did you put that thing together where the guys were going about how we are actually made of sort of like liquid crystal? Was that in your video?
Yeah, and crystals. It's crazy how much crystal we have in us. Because obviously I see people that say, "Oh, you crystal, you're a devil worship, you're a pagan, you're one of those people, them hippies, kumbaya and all that shit."
You're a New Age Luciferian.
Yeah. But think about it. The word crystal split in half. Christ, Christ, God.
Yeah.
Am I
This
just
is
made
one of
that
the
up?
reasons. This is one of the reasons why I was very keen to make it tonight. It was going to be quite difficult to make it, but I made sure I did, because I wanted to be involved with this collaboration and correlation with regards to the crystal effect or crystallization in esoteric schools or mystery schools. We have what's known as the crystallization via the third force. So to be harvested by the dark occult world, it means that you're crystallized in a polarity. To escape that, to escape the dark occult world, we use what is known as the third force crystallization. So we will actually coat our, you could say, your astral body or your natural body with a third force, which is a special substance, and it's exactly what the dark occult world are actively working against. They're preventing, we call it third force blind. So you could say the sheep, the normies, NPCs, they would be described as third force blind. So it's like a type of blindness, which you could say would be the eradication of the third eye.
Yeah, which is
perfect.
the cult name is Janus.
Yeah.
According to them.
So the removal of the third force is a patch on your third eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or your first eye, as you've described it before.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the mundane, it's called a third eye, but or you could say profane, mundane, it would be called the third eye. But in terms of the true esoteric meaning, it's the first eye. It depends on which mind you're operating from. So you could say the artificial mind would operate out of the duality of the two eyes. The authentic mind would operate from the first eye, or the unification of the first or third eye with the duality of the two eyes. So the duality of the two eyes would be for the physical manifestation, would be for the kind of physical body, the physical existence, the material world. The third eye would be more for the metaphysical, the combination of the two. And this is, excuse me, and this kind of explains what they mean when they say Luciferian. Luciferian means when you could say, blind from the physical two eyes, where you only concentrate on the third eye, you become too lucid, too metaphysical. I guess you could say the key to it is the unification of the physical and the metaphysical in some kind of balance.
This makes sense
Am I
as why
okay
the
just to
Jesus
share
was shown with
something
three
quick?
faces. Sorry,
Am I all right just to share something quick, because I just
of
want to
course,
show
mate.
you
Mate, it's your
this what
showcase.
this is just, where's it gone? There you go. So you go. The god form of Janus remained wholly Roman with no Greek counterpart. He evolved from Janus, which is another name for Janus.
Dionysus.
Yep. So he's talking about here, Janus is also associated with Lucifer, another fire and light deity. So you can just see how, considering when you don't know this Janus, the names of every name he gets tagged with. And that is what drew me in. Why are they saying it's this? Why are they saying it's that? There's got to be a reason why these people are. I mean, we're talking. You could talk about alchemy. He appears in alchemy too.
Yeah.
Rebus. You know what I mean? So this entity, like,
Oh, look, he
'cause that's-
stood on top of the dragon,
Yeah.
Slaying the dragon.
slaying like the serpent, the Apep energy. I'm going to
strange
call
that you
it.
said that.
I'm going to call it right. This Janus character. This is what Godvaj would describe as the parasite.
The parasite.
He's the energy parasite, the demiurge. That's holy
Yeah.
shit. Whole rabbit.
Well, think about it this way.
Gosh.
He's tied to the Vatican and obviously the Father and the Pope. Another name for Apophis or Apep, which is the great serpent in Egypt, is Pape, which means father. Yeah, anagram Apep, it goes to Pape.
Pepe.
So, and that's why they call it the divine serpent also, because it's all linked together. And these things, what excite me, and people will know in the chat, like I'll be doing a video and I just get excited to show things.
No, this is
And
fucking
this
brilliant.
topic connects things. Like we said, we've talked about white rabbit, we've talked about this. I mean, people talk about the goo, the black goo, graphite, graphene. Well, there's Janus, graphene, there's Janus nanoparticles. There's all this. It's tied, and it's a specific reason. People were talking about the Hydra. Remember the Hydra at the beginning and how it was in
the little eight-legged thing.
Yeah, well, the Janus graphene is exactly the same. Strange that.
Is there a connection with silicon and Janus?
So I just like I said, I'm glad that you guys have asked me on and showing you.
I've just got these like neurons connecting in my head, just like firing together now, because it's like I always wondered.
It's a lot of dots connected.
Yeah.
Because I always knew all the names that I'd heard before for this sort of like parasite god. Those are like the exoteric names.
Because don't forget, each tradition, whether it's a mystery school, a religion, or whatever, or just a group of people, each culture and each geographical location on the planet call the same gods by a different name. Do you know what I mean? That, you know, in the Norse god Thor, in a different region in the Middle East, it would be called something else. Same as Odin, you know. So this Janus is the boss of them all, by the sounds of it, over every tradition.
It's crazy, isn't it? When you put it like that, and people say, "Oh, it's."
How far does Janus worship go back? How far has it been recorded back from your studies? How many thousands of years?
The first name of Ea, which is Sumerian time. So obviously we don't know what the calendar is, because obviously it's been so heavily bastardized. I mean, people think about, oh, we've had these years, we've had 500 years taken away, but we've also used to have 8-day weeks.
Sorry, like in the Sumerian tablets, the father god is
Anu.
That's just without the J and the S. Oh, fucking hell. So yeah, it really is. You're just right, mate. It's Janus. Yeah, that's it.
And I've got Babylonian figures and Sumerian figures with 3 heads, 4 heads. You know what I mean? So it is a mind blow. Just when if you didn't look, for instance, oh, it could be this god, it could be this god, but as soon as you link Janus, you then go bang, 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 bang. It's just a key. That's why he holds the keys, because he is the gatekeeper. He holds the keys. So as soon as you see Janus, you'll see bang, 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 bang. And it just all opens. For instance, we're talking about the Bank of England before. Janus started Western capitalism
Definitely
in
the
a
god
place
of
called
banking.
Genoa. And Genoa is named after Noah and Janus, meaning to kneel. Oh, did we have a ritual where all these people were kneeling?
Bend your knee to Janus. They thought it was. They thought it was for anti-racism. Nope, that's the Janus ritual. Sorry,
It's
comrade.
absolutely crazy.
I notice Omar Beats is in the chat,
Omen Beats is in the chat,
but
and
yet he's not here
he's
in the
also
studio.
on the way. He's only 1 hour and 40 minutes late this week, which is not bad.
Wow. Okay.
Not too bad at all. Yeah, this has been a real mind blower. There's a reason that you're called the English God Vag. I think you deserve that title.
Yeah, this is top notch.
I wonder if Wim, because Wim does watch this show all the time. I hope he's watching now or he watches it soon. And he checks out your work, because one thing that we found since we started doing Rise Above Live, like, is it almost 2 years now? We always have this term, like, we're connecting consciousness. You know, I knew some stuff. I made a speech that brought me to notoriety. Andy PG came on with his research. Inner Guardians came along, and then we formed our team. But we've met other creators like Sheep Farm, like God Vag, who we interact with, and we all
human vibration people.
Yeah,
like, you know.
we all feed off each other, and you know,
we syncretize. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying earlier on, Paul, you know, everyone has an individual view of this metaphysical experience, so everyone has something to offer. And
no one's got every piece of the puzzle.
No,
it would be absolutely impossible. It would take you 10 lifetimes.
The all-seeing eye sees from 7 billion points of perception.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. No one's got every piece of the puzzle. So for people just to shut people's research down immediately just because it's not something they've looked into doesn't mean it's not right or isn't a valid hypothesis or, you know, whatever.
Oh,
I mean, I'll show you how deep it can go. I've got a friend who's an archaeologist in Mexico, and she took a picture and showed me this. As you can see, he's got 3 heads. And that was found in a cave in Mexico.
Oh, that's one of those things that's supposed to be really old. Like when I went to Mexico, I found out that some of the things in the temple are allegedly millions of years old, not thousands. They're allegedly millions of years old, this one temple. And some of the artifacts are, real crazy, like little spacemen wearing helmets and stuff, and, you know, just flying machines. But that one's got 3 heads.
Yeah.
I mean, the 3 heads, that could symbolize many things, but I mean, primarily, I would say it symbolizes thought, emotion, and action.
It's the triad. At the end of the day, if the god of duality that is some sort of energy parasite thrives off the foreplay between the positive and negative polarities, then the one stage higher in the hierarchy is the 3-faced god with the triad.
Yeah.
The one that can see the duality of the 2 points from the third point, from that third point of perception to create the energy flow. And now when I see all those pictures of the 3-headed Jesus, that makes perfect sense.
It's just a mind blow, because we have an island in Rome, for instance, called the Island of the Gods. The oldest bridges in Rome has a Janus on it with 4 heads. That, you know, and so you can just see how it seems when we get into this modern era, he's losing heads. Now, whether that's a countdown or is it some other meaning that some of us need to look into, but it's just a mind blow. For instance, a lot of your people who watching today, and yourselves, I don't know what you think about it, but you've heard of people talking about more land outside of this realm.
Yeah.
And they talk about hollow earth and different things. And obviously, people talk about crater earth and different things like that. Now, you would need a gateway, wouldn't you, to hollow earth or more land? You'd need a portal. Well, strangely enough, I'm not made up, there is 2 islands on the map. One in Antarctica, one in Greenland. So on the so-called Earth, opposite ends. And they're both called Janus. What's the odds on that?
On the crater map, that would represent the center of the crater, which would be the entrance to the inner Earth, and it would be the edge, which would be the exit. And God Vag talks about what does he say? You will find at the edge of the crater the 2 pillars of Hercules, the 11, the gateway.
And do you want me
So
to tell you
again-
something that'll blow your mind? Well, it might not blow your mind, but it blew mine. I was born on the Pillars of Hercules.
What do you mean?
I was born in Gibraltar. It's known as the Pillars of Hercules.
Oh, on the Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because that's where people would dig in, looking for, not digging, but like searching for Atlantis.
I just had this vision.
Yeah, the Pillars of Hercules.
Of your
yeah,
mum
it
squatting
is.
on the top of a massive monument, then, and I was just like, "Wow, that's incredible."
Like my dad was in the army, but you know what also blew my mind? My birthday was last week, and I've not found it before. I don't know why I found it that time, but anyway, on my birthday is an actual day of ritual to Janus, like in May. It's just, it absolutely just blew me away. So is that why I research it? Because, you know, if you believe in fate or predestined or whatever reason, I was born on the two pillars, or one of the two pillars, on a ritual day to Janus.
Which day?
21st of May.
I'm the 23rd.
So it's just crazy, isn't it? And then we're talking about if you believe in more land, or could it be the fact that they are what's powering, obviously negative and, you know, positive, and what's powering? Because you could look at it that way as well. Because
say that as well. So the 21st of May, your birthday. That's when the Gemini season starts, and that's
it's not
the two.
Now
heads,
you were sounding
and
like
that's
a
two
right
heads.
New Age Luciferian.
No, but that's
Andy
two
PG.
heads. Gemini's like seems two people in it. The two heads, the two pillars.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh shit. Yeah.
There's no New Age fucking bullshit here, mate.
Gemini is the two.
It's the two heads, the two people.
Bogle squat.
Yeah.
I'm giving you to the count of 5 to
I changed the
apologize
god.
to me publicly for calling me stupid.
Wow. We've really gone full rabbit straight away tonight, haven't we? I said tonight we're doing the show backwards because Paul's got commitments. Wow. Wait a minute. Right. That's what I wanted to ask you. As we're talking about more land now, and you talked about hollow earth crater theory, what are your views on the physical aspects of our realm? Your views, your opinion, and obviously this is Rise Above. You can say whatever you want, as if you weren't already.
I agree that when when people talk about this realm is frequency, energy, and vibration, right? So it's a frequency. Change one of the words. Frequency key. It's a key. Music. It's a key. Who holds the keys? What another name for Janus is Cernunnos, and people believe that CERN is up to no good dealing with frequencies. There's another name for Janus. He's actually Shiva as well, and that's the statue outside of the CERN doing the 10-10 with the hands, which adds to 11 in gematria. So I believe this realm is, and I always thought ever changing, because if it's a frequency and we're in could you even be in a simulation type of sorts? You know, I mean, there's just so many theories that have merit to certain aspects of it. It does feel like we're in a prison sometimes. Are we in a hell? Are we in purgatory? Are we on a video I've not long done called Counter Earth? Because the ancient Greeks believed in a counter Earth. And could it be the fact that we are just out of sync of the other Earth, and is there another one of us on that other Earth? And when you get deja vu or things like that, is that because you're coming into sync with your other reality? So there's just so many things that I can't say for 100% are we on this, are we on that, because a lot of things have merit, and that's one of the things I champion, because when you look for the truth, it has you in the middle. That's why it's personal. That's why when I say this, or you guys say something, some certain people get triggered, because the truth is personal. That's why it's got you in it, but it also is a trap. That's why it's got rut in it. So when you get caught in a rut, that's what happens with certain people in the community. They're just so focused on one part of the so-called truth.
It's
Think
like
of it this way.
No, go on, Paul. Sorry, go on.
Think about it this way: you guys are in your room now, and you turn the lights off, and you have a torch each. One has a better brightness, and you've not been in that room before, so you just walk in the room, you turn your light on, and you can see, your DJ stuff, but the other guy can't. Who's lying? Is it the fact that he just can't see because the torch not bright is not even there? And that's the point of the truth. When we learn more knowledge, we gain more light. That's why the Masons look to the east to get more light, more knowledge. That's why they control it. Because when you learn more, this realm changes, because you'd have changed your mind so many times. More you learn, the more you see. So it's like you're just basically making yourself a human torch, like the Marvel character type of thing. The more you see, the brighter you get, the darkness or the, different shade changes, and you just see. It's just mind blowing. We only see so-called 1% of the spectrum. But if you learn more, do you see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25? Do you go up? If you activate your pineal, does that make you even stronger? So all these things need to be taken into account when we look at what is classed as the truth. That's why it's personal. And I always say, I believe the truth has been weaponized by the so-called Lights, because how many things you've talked to someone for years and your best friends, and then as soon as you mention something that triggers that spell inside them to go, and they start fighting and calling you. It's a weird moment. How would you be with friends with so many people, and then you just, as soon as you mention a certain truth, you lose friends? Because we're all indoctrinated to a level. So the more things that we learn, for instance, some people who might not know about Janus have watched this and they've learned more about Janus, and that could help them with something that they're trying to cope with.
So you're saying the Earth's flat then, yeah? Sorry.
Flat,
No.
round, circle.
No, mate, no.
I don't care.
No,
Some people don't like that. If it's a frequency, what is a frequency?
I always said, like, I would never getting involved in a discussion about whether it's a flat plane or a spinning ball is just a complete waste of time.
It's kind of irrelevant anyway.
Well,
Really?
I always see it as you could say evidence is a type of frequency, and there's evidence for every theory.
Yeah.
We're living in a realm where, think about it, there is literal evidence for every possible theory. So it's a very, I would say, tricky realm. It's a tricky reality.
I don't know what I haven't rendered yet.
Many things could be real. Yeah.
And that's the point I love making to people. There should really be just one truth, if it's so-called truth. Yet there's not. You could give me a topic and give 10 people the same topic, and everyone will come back with something slightly different, because how we perceive this reality is dependent on what we know. And it's just a mind blower.
Yeah, absolutely. How much do you know about this so-called crater theory, though? What have you heard about it? Have we just heard us talk about it?
Just what people's drop me messages, like it's like a visual aspect of reverse, graphic of the moon is the map of this realm.
The moon is a reflection of a greater body that we're on. Oh no, we've got sex bots attacking the live chat again.
Oh, admins, please, can we do something about those naughty ladies?
So who have we got this week? Stop jerking, find a girl and fuck on Tinder. Why does Tinder need an advert why does Tinder need a sex bot? So it doesn't make any sense. Sorry.
Attack, admins, attack.
Yeah, Sam, get on these sex bots, sort them out.
He probably knows them, Sam.
No, it's probably Sam sending them. He's doing a false flag attack on Rise Above. No, I totally agree. It's certainly a much more complicated question than the binary that's being presented in all of the discussions and all of the fights that we see online.
I'm not talking about the shape of the realm, but one thing I do think, and I'm pretty sure of, is that there's land beyond. If you go like to the Antarctica.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna have this discussion, we have to zoom in and not talk about metaphysical stuff. We have to talk.
I'm talking about physical land that's beyond the ice wall kind of thing. That's. I do believe we're being like what we're told is bullshit. That it's just some fucking snowy island.
Yeah,
I think when it comes to subjects like this, I tend to use you could call it a theory, I guess. The only thing that is real is anything that I can experience. So anything I can't experience potentially is not real. That's when I zoom in. And then the only way out of that is as within, so without. So something within, say, 2 meters of my atmosphere, local atmosphere, if I can replicate or test within my 2 meters, that could also be extended to further afield. It's just a technique. In a way, it's a way of staying sane, because if you go too metaphysical, if you go too Luciferian, you can actually go insane.
Yeah,
And
Because there's lots of things we don't know, we can't
you can
experience.
you can turn your brain inside out if you really want to proper rabbit hole it about this stuff too hard, especially when it comes to thinking about the nature of the realm. I think it's more important for the direct experience and the lessons that can be learnt every day from the direct experience inside the realm. That's probably something worth worrying about more. You know, that's what's going to affect us at the end of
And
the
we've got
day.
the Janus Islands that I just mentioned. If you're talking about Moorland, is that what they're naming the gateways to that place? What's funny is the side of Janus Island is an island called Shortcut Island. That's strange, isn't it? A shortcut next to a doorway.
Is that down past like Argentina? Because Godfrey goes about the yellow brick road.
Yeah.
And it's like a pathway toward it's and that's why he says that there was that conflict of the Falklands, was because that was near to the exit or entrance or whatever to our little
The
bubble,
doorway.
it's just
bubble
down
or crater.
in the Antarctic. But what we have to watch this, because I made a video a couple of years ago maybe, and I was just showing you how all maps are lies. So it's a strong title that I use. Did trigger a lot of people, but it was just showing you how basically all maps are political, religious, and basically they're there to create conflict. No map is 100% accurate. And even a map specialist talks about, and I used, the passage in it. He was talking how north is a man-made construct. They made it up. We've had maps with south at the top, east at the top. What changed? The cardinal directions were brought in the Great Vowel Shift period: north, east, south, and west, and that's when everything changed in that period.
Well, even in our lifetimes, the official let me get this right. The official North Pole has moved something like 30 miles.
Has it?
Yeah, it's actually moving. It's actually moving into like Siberia, into Russia. Actual magnetic north, not what's on the map, but the real magnetic north. The compasses allegedly point towards. If any of that, I don't know. If half of what we've been told about is bullshit, then that's probably bullshit too.
I've talked about a theory that it's called basically the reason there's an ice wall is because that's what's creating the magnetic field. There's they actually make it artificially in the lab now. It's called spin ice, and ice touching each other can actually change polarity and create a magnetic field and energy. And that was just a reason that I thought, could this be the reason why there is what people believe an ice wall around, because that's what's creating the energy.
If you think about, even if you had centrifugal force, like a candy floss machine, like where does the sugar form into the candy floss and go up the side? It's at the edge. So whether it's a magnetic force or a centrifugal force, that you could sort of say that if we're in like a crater or a puddle with loads of water, well, at the edges it would be pulled upwards. Yeah.
I love doing this. I did it to Rob last week, I think. So I want to do it to you guys, right?
Go for it.
Great show tonight.
This is another name for Janus, as we know. Gian.
Okay.
Right? Now, when something's talked about in past tense, we had one letter to it.
Giant.
Janus was a giant. It says so in Genoa Cathedral. Janus, the progeny of giants. Even the name is Janus. That people talk about there's giants. Bloody Janus.
I've seen you made a video about giants, and it's got the famous quote in it: "These old men of renown," from the Bible. Yeah. Giants they were. So people talk about like Noah and that. Noah allegedly lived like hundreds of years, and he was a giant too. So we're talking about like pre-Adamite giants,
or call them before the curse precursors. We got cursed, hence why we're going that way. Precursors is what came before. These were giants.
A precursor.
You can call them,
Wow, a before the curse.
Yeah.
I'd never even put that together before. Yeah, because they were a precursor for man as it's known now. If you subscribe to that, there's a lot of rabbit on the grill tonight, isn't
Mate,
there?
this is really good.
Wow. Now, this is why I've got you on, Paul, because, compared to what you do in your videos where it's just you and you're going deep into sort of one subject, we're like it's like an orgy here. We're throwing so much on. But it's great to have you on because you've really zoomed in on some things here, and it's brought quite a few things together for me. You see, times have been a little bit quiet, sort of like, yeah. You provide
It's a lot to take in, though.
Yeah,
mate.
no, a lot of glue. Though.
Yeah, there is a lot.
that sticks it all together.
And that's what I love doing. Like I said, I do it on my own, and it's different because when you got more in the room, you can brainstorm then, and then stuff that you say or in the Guardian say triggers a thought in me. And the brain's off, as you say, thinking of what these things do. And this is just what we all should do. Like I said, I promote talking to people. It's just obviously present. I can't get out to watch a lot of these other channels or communicate with a lot of people because obviously I look after my mother, so it's just hard. But I do enjoy.
I think it's fair to say that we don't get invited to many dinner parties.
Yeah, your famous trope has rubbed up on all of us now. Unless you really want to get down to business, don't invite us to dinner because there's no such thing as small talk around here. Yeah.
So, question: if Janus was a giant, does that link in with all these giant doorways and archways that are in every city, like ancient monuments?
Right, let's talk
From
about
the old
that.
world.
You've got a video called what is it called?
If they were giants,
Tartaria.
otherwise, why the fuck would people our size who allegedly built these need a doorway that big or something that extravagant? Like we just wouldn't.
Tartary and the remnants of Janus. What's that all about? Because that's it. I only got halfway through that one. How does this link in? Let's talk about this theory of the historical 1800 reset, forged history, and this idea of Tartaria. All right, because I'm very interested in this, Paul. And you know why? I don't know. When did you first learn about this? Because for me, all of this information about the mud flood, Tartaria, actually appeared very suddenly in 1 month. I know exactly when it happened. In 2018, it was the month of October. This appeared. When did you come across it?
Roughly about that period.
Yeah, it didn't exist before then. That's why. It's very strange. I left the UK. I went to Asia. I went for a month ahead of the Empress, right? And she was left here for a month on her own with a big bag of weed and nothing to do with YouTube. And when she finally came to meet me in Asia, she goes, "You know about the 1800s mud flood and Tartaria and the reset?" I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know anything about that." She said, "Well, have you not seen all these videos?" I said, "What videos?" And then she showed me all this stuff that she'd been watching for a month, and it didn't exist before I left the UK. It literally wasn't online.
So, and what year was that?
It was November 2018.
Because John Levy, he talks about this stuff.
Yeah, but that's when he appeared.
Is it?
Yeah, if you look on his videos, that's when he appeared. Now,
so you have to ask yourself, where has that information been inserted from? Suddenly,
the idea of a historical reset, where they rewrote history, lied to everyone, and started again, comes to light just before the Great Reset. Is that a coincidence? That information must have been released. If it was on the internet before, we would have known about it, wouldn't we?
They say it originated in Russia.
Yeah, I've heard this.
And I've asked these questions to people because the guy who gets a lot of looking into, is it Formachenko? And I saw articles, and obviously when people are bringing something to, you're going to get people calling him and people defending him. You know what I mean? So that's why I treat it as information. But I'm
not familiar with him.
The guy Anatoly Formachenko or something he's called,
okay.
And he's like one of the fathers of like Tartar and all this other evidence. But I saw pages saying that he married a 13-year-old, 14-year-old girl, and he was one of the Bolsheviks. You know what I mean? So can we trust that information that these people have written, or is it just like we're saying part of an agenda? Why did it come from anywhere? You know what I mean?
Well, let's get it right. The Bolshevik Revolution would have been a major part of that 1800 reset, burning books, literally wiping out cultures.
Yeah, wiping out entire populations and cultures.
All I know is that
And
when
he
I
was,
first started to see the
for that
photos,
message, you know.
I couldn't explain to myself why the earliest photos of Western civilizations show huge, amazing, like Gothic and Romanesque structures in these huge cities that are completely devoid of people. And anyone that's watched John Levi, or any of those guys that started showing these pictures all of a sudden in 2018 will know what I'm talking about. And, you know, the buried buildings and, you know, where they're digging down and they're finding windows 20 feet under the ground. Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence.
Don't forget burning books, and that's the equivalent to like rewriting the timeline, rewriting history.
Yeah.
These days.
Well, yeah, in history, burning the Great Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, because don't forget that there was nothing like backed up digitally. People had to hand write all the
only digital backup
was
like the Vatican catacombs. That was like the cloud back then. If you
best
library in the world, they would back everything up to the Vatican before they burn the library.
You guys have heard of Pythagoras, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know how many books he wrote?
33.
11.
0.
What?
Right.
0. Didn't write one book.
He wrote loads of sums, though. Yeah.
He was a mathematician.
Equations.
He believed everything by mouth. He taught oral. He didn't do one book. Oh, now his followers or the brothers of the Pythagorean, which Walt Disney was one of them. That's why I laughed when I saw the video of the show, you know, with Disney on. He was one of the Pythagorean Brotherhood. That's why you'll see in one of the earliest videos of the pentagram, which is the Brotherhood symbol on the Donald Duck's hand. Yeah. So all these things add in, and this is what we're talking about now is, did this event happen? Who knows? Because like I said, we're not in this period. But for instance, Tartaria, people are talking about, or Tartaria. I found a place where this is what I found. Janus was in Genoa. Genoa, the district, goes by another name called Liguria. Now, Liguria, I just split it up on a Latin converter, and I got Tartaria.
Sounds a bit like Lemuria as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the Lemuria, the mythical island, some people call Mu as well, is actually a Roman festival of the dead, and it adds to 33.
Of course it does.
It's on the 9.
What else?
33 is a triad of Janus.
Yeah. Total control.
3 11s. And then if you have two faces on that, you get 666.
In the chat.
And then do the gematria on it, and it takes you to 9.
Yeah, and if you do double Jewish reduction on that, it means Jimmy Savile.
Absolutely. and in the
Sorry, we haven't mentioned Jimmy Savile yet. It's been 2 hours 6 minutes.
Yeah. No,
where the fuck is Homer Beats? He says he's coming. He's like, oh, I was asleep. That's no excuse. I am coming though. That's what he says. We need a break.
Well, look, when we're talking about different events, you know, the big events, the so-called landing on the moon that, you know, is famous was by. Do you remember what mission it was called?
Apollo 11.
Who is Apollo?
Janus
11.
There we go.
Double Janus. Double Jeopardy.
So you know what I mean? It's, and strangely enough, Janus is also.
It's actually triple because it's Apollo, which is Janus. The 2 L's in Apollo is another Janus, and then the other 11.
Oh right, so it's 33. Janus 33.
Yeah, that's right.
Sweet. Wouldn't expect
so you can just see how interesting it is when you're seeing things like that. That the you know, especially Janus is also known as the solstice. It's actually called January Inferni and January Colii or Celii. So the solstice is actually named after Janus. Strange that, and people talk about that quite a lot. I forgot. I cannot be. Obviously, I'm going to go in a minute, but I can actually show you an image on that. Let me just get it ready so you can actually see Paulie's not selling porkies. Right,
I was just still processing the absolute Janus first.
So let me just show you screen, and then I can just show you. And it's like not me. And again, it's people's opinion. there we go. There you go. That is one of the solstices. It's called Janus Inferni, or Colii, that one is. So it just blows me why this god is connected
two massive
to everything.
pillars.
You know what I mean? So, and these are like the heavenly gates as such, you know, where the sun passes through, you know, so it's just a mind blower. And that's why I say to people, just watch it. Some of my videos are really, really short on it. You know what I mean? It's just worth just checking out.
Absolutely. So while we've still got you, if you want to see more and hear more from What the Flock TV, there's a massive selection of videos. He is called What the Flock TV on YouTube. The link is in the description, and Sam Carno will probably be on the screen anytime soon. So is this the only way to get hold of your work? Is it just on YouTube, or have you got like
my very old videos are on ODYSEE under the Black Sheep Researcher, and they're like the ones from the old channel. I've got, as I'm getting a little bit better on to editing things, and you know what I mean, the videos are getting a little bit better. And if people actually want to be blown away about little things, please check out. See, you can see it right on the middle of the screen. The video called "The Connection." That will absolutely blow your socks off, and I mean literally will, because that's talking about, people talk about the 369. That's actual the vocal cords. And I also talk about when humans had tails, and people automatically think of evolution crap. No, we actually have a tailbone, and
we do.
You will see there's a sacred area where your groin is, and then we have a female and male both having it's called a sacrum, and that actually matches the ancient image of Mount Meru to a T.
Sacrum sounds very much like scrotum.
Yeah, but scrotum, anus is just off that.
Janus as
well. Yeah. There you go.
Look. I was already thinking about anus. Like, wow. I'll tell you what video I recommend, which is one of your very recent ones, the Ukrainian ritual. If you think that we went deep about talking about the yellow and blue and all that kind of stuff, watch what Paul done on that one. Check it out, honestly. 58 minutes long. Fully recommend that one. You can't. Oh, what's Omar Beats?
Omar Beats is in the chat again.
Omar Beats has a Romanian taxi driver. He will be here very soon. He doesn't use the brakes, so he says.
Yeah, and you got the Babel effect. That, guys, that's the Great Vowel Shift. In the period I talked about.
Paul, I'd be interested to talk to you about the tail. And
it is mad, isn't it?
Well, in esoteric groups, we teach that humans do actually have a metaphysical tail, and it's the mechanism of emotional expression. If you look at cats and dogs, that's how they communicate and express their sort of what you could describe as their emotional state. Because humans don't have.
So, in the Guardians, are you covering your mic? You sound a bit muffled.
Oh, sorry, the mic's turned up. Right,
there you go. That's better.
Yeah. Regarding the tail that Paul's talking about, it's actually taught in esoteric schools that humans do have a tail, but it's more of a metaphysical tail. And possibly in the past there was a physical tail at some point, but it was removed through some kind of genetic modification. The tail represents emotional expression, and this is why humans have such problems with expressing themselves emotionally. If you look at cats and dogs, that's generally how they communicate, by
wagging their tails. If they,
yeah. And this is why humans have a lot of problems, because they can't express themselves, and this is why there's almost like a craving for expression. And it's normally the way humans express themselves doesn't normally come out very well, and that's because that the organ of the expression, aka the tail, has been removed physically, but it's still there metaphysically. And part of the work and part of the preparation for transcendence or a higher being body is the sort of reconnection, albeit metaphysical, of the tail. And it's actually part of the tail is used for personal protection, because if you can't express yourself emotionally, or you can express yourself emotionally, you can actually solve a lot of problems in terms of communication and interaction with other beings.
That's very
It's
interesting.
an amazing subject. Yeah, I'll be curious to talk to Paul at some point about this subject.
I've heard David Icke talk about this a lot, how some people are still actually born with a tail appendage that often gets removed at birth.
Yeah, I've heard this is like a a very rare thing.
And I just theorize this. What I was talking about before, the curse, the precursors, is this when this tail got removed? Hence, you know, you've been naughty. I'm going to chop that thing off, like, you know.
Because the tail also can massively help motor skills like balance.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. Why create the theory of evolution? It was to mask that you have that bone down below, which is a monkey. Oh god.
Yeah. Imagine if you had like a nice sort of like 4 foot powerful muscular tail, like all the extra things you could do.
Well, it's connected to the higher
Well,
senses.
look how a monkey uses his tail, like when it's swinging through the trees. Do you know what I mean? It's like another arm. Like wrap it around branches and swing from it, hang from it. It's very useful.
It's actually one.
I'm not
of
saying
the,
we evolved from monkeys or any of that. I don't believe in that bullshit. But just saying that's how a monkey uses their tail.
When I talk about metaphysical personal protection, the tail is actually one of those tools that can be used.
How do you mean? What? Okay, so.
Well,
So what
for
you're saying
instance,
is...
right. So, for instance, right, when we talk about the astral, if we talk about the natural body, guess what? It's got a tail.
Oh shit! Okay, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, so non-physical body could still actually have the tail. It hasn't been removed.
No.
It's only been removed from the meat suit.
Yes.
Sick.
It's mind blowing it when we start. That's why they're promoting all these things like Avatar when they connect into the trees.
Yeah, they've got a tail in
one
Avatar.
of the biggest deceptions of all time, and this is why I have to be so careful, and this is why most of the schools are esoteric, because if they actually say what they mean, you would be probably killed, persecuted, imprisoned, mainly because everything's been hijacked. The truth has been hijacked, and it's always inverted into something bad. So as an example, the non-physical body may actually have a tail, it may actually have horns, it may actually have hoofs.
That's another
what does
thing
that
that's
look
been
like?
recorded as well. People have been recorded growing horn-like bone structures on their forehead. It's reported some people in the Bible had horns. Who is it? Is it John the Baptist?
I don't know.
Yeah, in some Bibles he had horns.
Yeah, so did Moses.
Yeah, that's it. Moses had horns. That's it, Paul. Yeah.
Well, metaphysical bodies have
Sorry,
horns.
before we get going again, Mosley. Admins, can we get rid of these sex bots in the old chat, please? We've got an attack again.
Tinder bots. Get rid of that.
Sorry, got to continue, Mosley.
Yeah, so you could say that certain metaphysical bodies, without going into too much detail, because it's one of these subjects that once you start talking about it, you've either got to explain the whole lot or not at all, because of the hijacking of the truth and the inversion, and what is actually correct is always taught to us as something bad or evil. It scares a lot of people, and it's designed to scare people away. It's designed to keep you in this physical meat suit and not to even have any concept of anything other than this physical meat suit. So the astral body could look similar, but it's got extras, you could say.
Baphomet has horns and a tail.
Yeah, well, this is why Beelzebub, Satan, the devil, has always been demonized.
Ooh, that's saucy.
And that's not by accident or coincidence. It's a deliberate inversion.
Yeah, of the tail, because you know that's what they say. And in one religion, they call Yanikot a god, which obviously is Janus, and they kiss the arse on the way in the church. Not people's arse, but the statue.
What, they kiss the arse of a Janus statue? What religion is that?
It's somewhere in the you know that people, but there's a lot of RH negative people. in the Pyrenees. I forgot what it's called now.
Oh, do you mean the Basque
The
people?
Basque. Yeah.
Right.
Yannicot
Okay.
is one of the gods of the Basque.
Oh, right. So they're like
So when they go into their church, they kiss the ass of a statue of
statue,
Janus.
they're like the
Wow.
rarest bloodline.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
olive skinned people with blue eyes. So they're like the Basques. They're also the Yazidis of the Middle East. They have the Rh negative. They have that blood as well, and they have very strange religious practices. They're classed as Satanists by Abrahamic religions. Who were persecuted by ISIS and IS. They were wiping out the Yazidis. These are potentially ancient bloodlines that are actually precursors to us, in my opinion, or in some people's opinion.
And
They're actually sort of remnants.
Just to add to this, before all kinds of accusations get made, and just offer some sort of reassurance. If you look at the shamans, what do they normally have on their heads?
They have
a hat with like a face on it.
Well, normally they have like part of an animal's skull with some horns. So yeah, they wear the pelts of animals to invoke their powers, allegedly. Yeah. Well, the QAnon shaman that stormed the White House had horns. Yeah.
Well,
shamans have horns.
That confirms what I'm saying, that they'll always use the mainstream media and the powers that shouldn't be will always use these images to give you the wrong impression, so that you stay away from it.
Most sort of classical depictions of angels, they have horns and often tails as well. If you look at a cherub, Cupid, they've got a little like pigtail and horns. They're not sort of classed as demonic.
Well, you could say the crown of thorns was a way of disguising something.
Yeah, okay. That's why I say in my bar in Bible code, angels and demons, the meaning's eroded. They're often interchangeable. You think of a horned, hoofed individual with a tail. You think of, oh no, that's the devil, that's Beelzebub. But if you look at a lot of classical depictions of angels, they often look exactly the same.
Well,
they also have wings.
Beelzebub, or Satan, I guess, is described as a fallen angel. It's still angelic.
Yeah.
Just happens to be fallen. The key to it, and this is what the esoteric and mystery schools will teach, is that it's not the eradication or elimination of the fallen angel. It's actually the transformation of the fallen angel. Because at some point, if God created and enabled the fallen angel, possibly it's our task, our mission, to repair the damage, to reconcile Satan back to the one. And that's why we experience good, bad, and indifference.
Yeah. Yeah, because many people think of, when they hear the concept of fallen angels, they think of something below us. The classic concept of hell being the underworld. Well, if heaven is above, then where would a fallen angel fall down to? It would be to earth. Oma Queef is in the goddamn house.
Are we still talking about this funny religious people who got blue eyes in like the Jordanians did now?
We were talking about Basques.
Basques,
yeah.
Yes, that's the people. I've got a perfect track to interrupt with.
Okay, go and get things sorted out. I tried to clear up after Magix was here last week. That's all right. It's all right.
To get to that time when I'm going to have to go, guys.
Is she breaking free from her bandages?
Yeah.
All right. Paul from What the Flock TV, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I urge everyone to check out What the Flock TV on YouTube and start ingesting the smorgasbord of rabbit that this guy has manifested. Amazing work, mate.
Wondering where I'm going, I actually look after my mother as well full time, so that's why I don't get so much free time. The tape only lasts so long, you know what I mean? So
she'll be breaking free soon.
Oh, definitely. Probably crawling through the streets, and I'll probably get called again.
Evening, guys. Sorry I missed you, Paul. I've been watching you, man, and it's been a good show so far.
I appreciate it, guys. It's been a blast. I really enjoyed it, and thank you for invite me on. And if your views go up now, obviously that's good.
We'll definitely have you back, mate. We'll definitely have
absolutely.
you back. Absolutely. It's been a pleasure.
Anytime.
Paul, what the flock? Rise above, mate.
Rise above, indeed.
Yeah,
Right.
Paul. From one seamstress to another, keep up the good work.
Cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
Take care, mate.
Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Click, click, pow, pow. Lethal the Bizzle Records.
Hey,
I
look.
thought that was.
Oh, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, mate.
How did you make sense of that message I sent you? I was asleep when I sent that message.
What, mate? You sent a message.
I read it a minute ago. I was like, what does that even say?
Sorry, mate. I'm late. AI am on way. It says AI is on the way.
Yeah.
Janus is on the way.
It says, I for them, ask ye the I make me for noon. So did. That's literally what it says. I knew what you meant.
My days. I was long gone.
Oh, right. So that was 9:10. You were still asleep at 9:10.
Yeah, no, I've been working solidly, man. Do you know what I mean? Trying to make things happen.
Of course, mate. We've all been working solidly trying to make things happen, but we can't talk about that. Oh yeah, soon, very soon.
Coming to a cinema near you.
Coming to a cinema near you. Black Market Cinema. Okay, so let's do a few little announcements while you're just warming up the Wheels of Steel over there. So remember, if you want some health food products, if you want some CBD oil, some nootropics, some zero in to get you zeroed right in, it is therootsbrands.com/rise above. Zero in is sold out at the moment.
Yeah,
it's so
man.
Good. But there will be some more back soon. Next week we have Spitter on Pirate Radio Sessions on Thursday night. The week after that, we've got Breathing, Meditation and Wellness special with Sam from Toroidal Dynamics, and we've got Sagehead with us as well. He'll be remote. And
it's Sam from Toroidal Dynamics going to be in the studio.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
We're going to be doing live, guided, deep, meditative. I'm going to say it is that type of breathing and breath work which actually produces the psychedelic effect. His breath work is hardcore. It's no Wim Hof shit. It's the stuff. When we did it in Mexico in his studio, it was 20 minutes building up, and the final thing, there's this thing called like the dragon breath, where you literally, you're like, and we had to do 33 in a row.
Really?
Yeah, and mate, I literally proper like left my body at the end of it. It was hardcore, mate. Yeah, really, really good. So very excited about that. Yeah, don't forget, we've got a shitload of smaller edited content from our man Slick Rick, who has been pumping out. Yeah, pumping it out. We've got loads of stuff here like Savile, Hippopotamus, Disney. These are the bite size. We've got a 45-minute edit coming tomorrow, which is a brilliant chat from Maxwell going on about Clan World.
Is he going to start putting some of the mixes up as well?
I haven't instructed him to do any of the music stuff yet, but that's going to be the next task, because we've got to start chopping up the content and getting it out there. Yeah, so don't forget to add Ryan Above It on Facebook, because he's dropping bombs. No, Ryan Above It does not give a shit about Al Gore. He's got a fresh virgin profile. He's never been banned. He's never even had a warning.
This man's brand new.
Yeah, he's got brand new butthole that Al Gore hasn't ruined yet. So yeah, if you're on Facebook, this is how you keep in contact. Ryan Above It. How we doing, Omar? We need a break, mate.
Yeah, I know that, mate.
All right, okay, all right. So if you, all right. If you want to support Rise Above, have we done 10 orders yet of all of these packs?
Just having a look.
Right. So
yeah, so hold up. Right. So one of the people
one of them
that
failed.
we shouted out, one of them failed. So Daniel Burns, you've got the last pack, mate. The free pack.
All 10 of the special Rise Above promotional packs. They contain signed artwork, stickers. All lovely shit, all original.
He's done a massive order as well, so
yeah,
we're throwing something.
How much was his order?
£100.
£100. Okay, right. So we've finished giving away the 10 packs. What should we give away now?
What's on the shelf?
What's on the shelf?
Let's go and have a look on the shelf.
No. I've got an ashtray. This is the last ashtray.
Yeah,
right?
nice.
I'll have some giveaways.
If anyone can beat the £100 order, the largest order tonight gets this ashtray sent to them for free, worth £20. Yeah, so how much is it to beat £100?
Yeah, £100, the biggest order we've had so far.
Yeah,
133.
So basically, you have to spend £100 and buy one sticker, and then you win the ashtray. Shouldn't have said that. Yeah, all of these profits help the show. We will never charge for the show, but it does cost money. So we sell merch. We don't ask for donations. And that's the way we do things here at Rise Above. And in case you didn't know, we have a shitload of new designs out. available right now. The Time Vortex sweater, Rabbit Vortex, Full Metal Rabbit t-shirt is available in
that's
black.
a great one.
You know,
Yeah, that's a really good
and
one.
by the way, in that pack, you got a signed print of my Full Metal Rabbit drawing. Yeah, it's there were 10 made. There were 10 of those went out.
Who signed it?
I did. And we've also got the new.
Is that gun at AR-15s? That's RAR backwards.
A RAR 15.
A RAR 15.
RAR 15 assault rifle. Oh yeah, we're going to be talking about the latest AR-15 false flag.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I've got some good juicy shit about that. Yeah, so the digital Rise Above Live t-shirt is available.
Pixelated RAR.
Pixelated. Yeah. The largest order gets a free Rise Above ashtray. So big up everyone supporting us buying merchandise. We're about to have an Oma Beats break because we need to take a break. Big up this
We go for 2.5 hours.
Do you know what I need to say? I need to say this is my friend Ashley Kilvington, right? He's a professional martial artist and he got married. He's getting married soon, and he went on his stag do. Now he watches Rise Above. He actually came to see one of my early speeches in person in where was it? Somewhere in Hampshire. In 2020, I was speaking somewhere, and he came along, and this is what his mate stitched him up with on his stag do.
Wow.
They went to Dubai, and he had to wear this for the airport, an actual tinfoil hat, a rainbow mask, and his T-shirt that says, "I've been to the Britney Spears concert."
I bet it was immediately put inside the bars, wasn't he?
Oh, wait, he got pushed to the front of the line.
Yeah, absolutely. He probably got bumped up to first class.
Yeah, upgraded. He even got to meet the captain.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Ashley Kilwinton. I hope you enjoyed your stag do, mate. I saw that today on his Facebook. I just had to embarrass him because, he knows the truth. So.
Oh, that's the worst thing they could have possibly done to it. Poor fucker.
The rainbow mask as well. I mean, I would have worn the tinfoil hat with pride, me personally. I don't know about you guys.
They should have had like BLM on the arm or something like that.
Oh, yeah. And also, everyone gets one of these wicked Rise Above, Consume, Obey, Buy the Merch prints from Russ Kieran.
Soon come the glasses.
Yeah. We should make the Rise Above.
Well,
they
we've been
live
talking
glasses.
about that for almost a year now.
I saw some article
do
about them actually making those glasses for real. Some sort of they live glasses. I'll have to look into that.
I'm going to have some fresh merch for the Rise Above studio for giveaways, man.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, is there going to be an Oma Beats pack?
It'll be an Oma Beats sort of pack. Yeah.
Well, like an Oma Beats mix CD or a USB or something?
No. I'm thinking more of the home improvement stuff. Some of this choice wood that I've been collecting.
We're going to send some people some wood.
Well, some wood carvings, mate. Not some.
You can pay for the postage on that, Chavy.
No, they're lightweight, man. These are lightweight.
No lightweight wood around here. All right. So just before we get down to some proper meme business after Oma Beats, I'll show you this meme, or two memes rather, both from Auntie Covia.
Wow, look at that on the left.
Oh my days!
Godvad's there.
Wait a minute. Let me get rid of the
sheep farm.
There is another meme coming from Auntie Covia very
Lance
soon.
and Co. Tamed the Rabbit. Do you know what that's out of? That's out of Monty Python's Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Where they go into the cave and the white rabbit massacres everyone. The knights who say knee and their shrubbery. Yeah. Love that shit. Oh, yeah, look, I've got horns as well. How fitting.
How synchronistic.
How synchronistic.
Fridays at 9, Rise Above.
Indeed, that's what it is.
I love this thing on the left. It's like there's the triad of Rise Above, Sheep
Yeah,
Farm,
that's what I said, and Godvad.
And Godvad. But then there's some like sort of like deity rising from the pyramid and holding the symbol of inner guardians going, oh. What are you saying, Lee? Are you feeling that?
Is that Prometheus, maybe?
I believe so. Or yeah. What's that?
I've just been busy. I've just been busy deleting the sex bots on the Inner Guardians live chat.
Oh, what? Has Inner Guardians got sex bots as well?
Yeah.
Naturally, mate. Where else are they going to be? The Inner Guardians channel is the best, sexiest channel. Come on.
It's pretty sexy. Right, are we ready for some beats? Okay, Oma Beats, run the track. Bit late.
Oh, it's got to come in. It's a long intro, so I like the build up. Thank you very much, Eye for an Eye, for introducing this tune to me. Heavy.
If you're gay, then be gay. Don't pretend that you're straight. You're a dirty politician who fucks kids every day. You're not an authority. I ain't got no respect for you, mate. Take a trip to Comet Peace or have a slice of the gate. They say it's fake news. That's what they're saying it is. Why they're tapping up your phone and they're taking a piss. Fucking up your marriage and not printing the truth. They say they're too fucking powerful, there's nothing you can do. All you're trying to do is take your time and just lie to me. Fake truthers gather round and try to derail the inquiry. CSA, Leveson, Hillsborough, what? Grenfell Tower, tenants out of the block. That was the plan from day one, all along, mate. Trying to relax our minds like emerald nitrate. Politicians rally round and some of them have got ages held in place as the corrupted media manipulates. There's nothing you can do. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. There's nothing you can say. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I see a Mason and my door. 3 6s, Moloch, Baphomet. Go fuck yourself. I've had enough of it. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. You fucking handshakes, you fucking pyramids, aprons, you fucking idiots. So what's so special about your fucking society? The fact you fuck kids and together you hide it? Anxiety, pedophilia in its entirety. I can't believe that this is what I'm finding out now. Calling out the fucking industry a madman. Cause all the times you fucking said I was a bad man. I'm glad I saw the light, fucking got away. Now I'm coming back to fuck you up and stay another day. Take that! There's nothing you can do. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. There's nothing you can say. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I see a Mason and my door. 3 6s, Moloch, Baphomet. Go fuck yourself. I've had enough of it. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. You fucking handshakes, you fucking pyramids, aprons, you fucking idiots. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I see a Mason and my door. 3 6s, Moloch, Baphomet. Go fuck yourself. I've had enough of it. Who sit high, check a ball floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. You fucking handshakes, you fucking pyramids, aprons, you fucking idiots.
Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Go study history. Go study history. Politicians, professors and scientists, controlled by some Rothschild Zionists. Through 2 world wars they've been trying it. Corporate investment, no matter who the finalists. Don't believe me? Go study history. Check the activity of Bloodline dynasty. Sumer, Egypt and Rome. Consistently pan-European imperial misery. World conflicts enact social change, so they want it. But we must abstain, acquiesce, and you're in for a world of pain. A workhouse where you dream of a minimum wage. That's the plan, but it's closer than you think. We'd be there now if it wasn't for the cosmic shift. They're panicking, the game is up. It's all illusion, the only truth is love. Don't believe me? Don't believe me? This goes deep cause they rewrote the history books. You can't quote how the real history looks. Empires thrive from the lands they took. We're in the same boat, it's kept afloat by crooks. Been the same way for more than 1,000 years. There's no love here, all you're allowed is fear. Break through the clouds so the sky is clear. Satanic whispers hidden in the sounds of prayers. Dark suits, cold hearts, no empathy. Fill positions of power in our embassy. Stone circles and burning effigies. Chanting mantras to bring forth energies. Secret meetings that map out our destinies. Hooded figures, manifest entities. Pollute our minds so we got no memory. For centuries helplessly trapped by the treachery. Don't believe me? Obelisks and illuminated torches. Landmarks of malevolent forces. Sorcerers aim to contain your mind state. Open your eyes where you're already blind, mate. You want the truth, better ask and why. Your worldview got squeezed through a needle's eye, and here's the proof. They extinguish lives, conflicts built on evil lies, no surprise. We don't know of no agenda, disguised from the light from the moment you enter. Survival of flight, you're a lifelong member. That's right, since they sliced the placenta. Now, welcome to the slave race. Very few will ever find out how the game's played, unless you wake up, keep on playing it. They look at me and think, why is he saying it? Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Go study. Don't believe me? Go study history. Go study history.
Man hates God. Jesus said that they hated him, they will hate those who preach his gospel. Jesus Christ is the most hated man on planet Earth today. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. But God will prevail because he is the King of kings and the Lord of lords. He is the King of compassion, the lily of the valley. He is the great I am, the Alpha and Omega. He is the beginning and the last. He is the Lion of Judah.
Ask questions that are the deepest. What is a religious extremist? A terrorist with the Wahhabi thesis? Pedo priest praying to Jesus, a rabbi circumcising a penis, gesturing God, acting fiendish, lecturing mobs back. Who is the cleanest? Claiming we're equal, acting elitist. Listen up, there's lies in his sermon. Why's that? You vicar is vermin. Hypocrites ain't hard to determine. Gotta rise up, be wise like a serpent. Beware the safety of serpents who prey on the weak, headed in burden. Dissidents are destined for burning. Indoctrination is different to learning. You know the fables are coded. Demons, angels, the meaning's eroded. Reasons known by those who devoted. Revised, rewrote and promoted. Years past, scriptures unfolded. The names change but never the motive. Translated, wildly misquoted. Sugar-coated, violent, corrosive notions. Charged with bitter emotions. Boarded ships and sail across oceans. Holy books, gunpowder explosions. Hiding text like Trojans. Insidious lines were spoken. Indigenous minds were broken. Many tread the path of the chosen. And then struck with a hoop full of cloven.
But many people want to curse him, but they know he is with who he is. He's Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus Christ. God's perfect man and man's perfect God. You can't say that you haven't been warned on the day of judgment. Change your ways and turn to God. Because one day you will die.
Dangerous statements. Third degree burns in hospital patients. Far-reaching increased engagement. Fast-speaking procedure replacements. Unleashing. Verbal wordplay leave them seething. Gasping. Belly breathing. Fasting. No more eating. No more 8-bar repeating. You can't greet me with seasoned greetings. When we've got preachers teaching kids. Satan's teachings. Degrading heathens. Concrete beliefs. No reasons. False idols. In league with demons. Across unsecular regions. Imams, rabbis, priests, and deacons. From the studio to the stadium. Your basic levels, I'm raising them. I drop knowledge to expand the cranium. Free your mind, never enslaving them. No games, I don't play with them. I make a sample sweat gymnasium under the radar. Subterranean bars make hard for the full titanium. From the booth to the bleachers, install the truth for the mouth of the teachers. Elevate youth, Babylon's reaches. Renegade disfiguring features. Purge inconsiderate creatures. From the earth to the love increases. Urge all illiterate leaders. Learn my words, give birth to the speakers.
He will stand before the judgment seat, the Bible says, and he will remind you of your evil ways. You'll be afraid and scared, you will not be able to say nothing. I'm telling you, you can go to a place called heaven where the streets are made of gold, the Bible says. Where there's joy and peace. You can go to heaven where you would drink from the throne of God, crystal clear water, you'll never thirst. But if you go to hell, you will thirst throughout eternity. In heaven, the gates are made out of pure pearl. The walls are made out of jasper. And you have precious stones and walls, but the gates of hell will be old, rusted iron gates. If you die today, will you cry out beyond the gates of hell throughout eternity?
Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. 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 Up against the immovable object inside the Leviathan. Up against the immovable object, the Leviathan. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odds, greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Bear witness to this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on beating my fists on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious, if you're a vagabond in the British Isles, it ain't Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, life is malicious, climbing the echelon. So we gotta break them chains, be personal best and make them gains. It's a hurtful mess, so abstain from eternal threats and a long campaign. Enough stress, but we don't complain, and I'm hopeful, so I won't refrain from a global test. Gotta maintain on a mobile flex with no disdain. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odds set. Yo, it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks, ill writing, designing formats. It's life, gotta ride it raw back. The mind's climbing up wide to the floor mat. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan, keeping watching the eyes conspiring. Catch wind, sound of the siren, fuse to the flames and the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding, inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. Don't get fooled by the devil's rebranding. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Up against an immovable object. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Placing bets on illusional odds. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan.
1 2 1 2. In tune to the sound of Oma Beats, live on a Friday, it's Rise Above. Time to crank it up. Turn the volume up to 33. Let us know how we're sounding. Oma Beats. It's nothing less than savage, the damage that we're causing. The impacts are tragic, the crowd is still applauding. The audio's marauding, soundboys with the frauding. Time for drastic measures, cause Babylon is falling, 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 falling. Yeah, we're going deep. Allow me to elucidate why Oma Beats choose a break. Allow me to elucidate. Big up all the Rise Above family, let us know how we're sounding. Sound of the rollers, big up eye for an eye. Yeah, listen. Big shouts to everyone buying merch. Allow me to elucidate why Oma Beats choose a break. If this is final days, then bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it all love? Because we're Rise Above, extinguishing the fear. You know the parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread the germ. We know that's total lies. Some people never learn, so we choose to rise. Or we might miss our turn. The harvest is well overdue. Crops are gonna churn. Reap what you know and keep what you sow. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Fear the denying force, into you to the mount the horse. With the help of Master Lee, we see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to the tower, yeah. It's double LMC and I'm doing this for decades. It's the apocalyptic pundit, bruv, I speak you through the wreckage. Salute the general, all soldiers in your berets. Beating up the parasite with wicked blows and melees. Yeah, fuck his appetite, cause Rise Above is ready. We don't cause an empty belly, yeah. Do not give your energy to Janus. Don't let Schwab inside your anus. First things first. Vinyl on the slip map. A-side or B-side, which way's you gonna flip that? Second of all, finger dab on the fade up. Yo, mic it out of the mixer, bring the flavor. Flavor. Oma beat shit, he's light upon the fader. Bigger, badder, better, double L come. Bigger, badder, better, bass and drum come bigger, badder, better. Listen my selector, word for word, letter for letter, yo. Bigger, badder, better, double L get ya. Coming down with the critical, what? Coming down with that critical pressure. 33 rewinds, sound of Oma Beats, double LMC. We're coming eyes straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision, only focus on what's dead ahead of ya. Don't look to the peripheral. Big up Hog Dan Munch. We got some twisted modulation and some perfect technique. Sound of Oma beats. Don't forget, whole load of new merchandise is available on the website right now. Rise Above Live digital pixelated design, the Full Metal Rabbit t-shirt, and the brand new Rabbit Vortex sweater. Big shout out to the Major. Big shout out to Terra, Nutwood Organics. Remember, the largest order tonight gets a free ashtray. Big up Custom Resin 420. Big shout out to Uncle Bren. Come with that long grain rice. Longest in the game. Shout out to Doomsworth. Ashtrays are available on the website, including Inner Guardians Design, Reject the Soviet Union, Greta Reset. All of your favourites. Hog Down Muncho run out of 0 in, and it's now sold out. It's not available at the moment. I'm going raw tonight. Watch as we attack this swarming like arachnids. Every single move premeditated, never tactics. Double checking the measurement. Write that shit on testament. Late spread untold relevance of my lyrical intelligence. Yeah. Sound of Oma beats. Come with that mix. Big up Spitter. Looking forward to seeing you next week, bro. Storm clouds are gathering. Storm clouds are gathering. Storm clouds are gathering. Darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? How you getting by? The days are getting shorter. The end is nigh. I see the path of ion through to clear my third eye. Listen. Uncle Ben Benstone. He got banned for being racist. Multicoloured checkerboard Ben Benstone, black and white. Big up all the Rise Above family. Can't wait to meet ya, can't wait to see ya. Shut the front door. No, I wouldn't do that. Oma Beats will literally batter me. We don't like to jinx, we forecast like the occultist. We say it's going to happen, then it does. We've got Sex Bots. Attack of the Sex Bots is back, part 33. We're going heavy tonight, it's Oma Beats. Kernsey P, Sam Carno, Ardman. Shout to the World Parasitic Forum. Big shout to Auntie Covia, Auntie C, I see ya. Gary Elliott. You know. Oma beats with the original flow. I'm with the rock, with the roll, with the Benson lyrical at my control. Okay. Yo, seaside of rhythm a rim. Who's that shit? It's double L skin. Seaside of rhythm a rider. Buster one liner. Seaside of rhythm a war. Inject the blood claw. Yo. Every single week, Oma brings a different flavor. We've got some brand new aggressive sex bots in the chat. Let's get rid of them. We've got more flavors than Lord Schwab's bug flavored cereal. Storm clouds are gathering. Storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling it? How you getting by? The days are getting shorter, the end is nigh. They see the path to Zion clearly through my third eye, but no reply. And even worse, they ask no question. The secrets of creation, yo, they barely get to mention. Let's peel back the membrane. What lies beneath? I'm the third eye samurai, the sword is in its sheath. No way to explain or extinguish the grief. As above, so below. The part is left to breathe. Affirmative action's been taken. Listen.
Why don't you accept it? If you win, the shogun will not challenge you anymore to combat. How about it?
I remember that flavour, Auntie Covia. It was second best after Toasted Weasel. We're going on hard. Yo. Technique is legendary, leave MC dead and buried. Done it at the cemetery, well I'm still live and merry. Live by the mic and you might die by my mic. You might get blind by the light that come and take away your sight. And when the sun goes down, step inside the fright night. Styles will take flight, past the flame, watch me ignite. Explosive power, you weren't ready to see. The sound of Oma beats and Mr. Double LMC. I be that D-D-D-O-O-O-U-U-B-B-L-L-L-E-E-E-L-L-M-C. Yo, that's me. With letter clarity, we be dropping out, picking it, verbal style, that's we. Fucking hell, late 90s bars coming out now. Oma Beats has been a representer, yeah. I've been a representer since they cut the cord from my placenta. From the warmth of the womb to the coldest part of the winter, what do you get into? Better still, tell me how you enter. Sound of Oma Beats, It's bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector, word for word, letter for letter. Bigger, badder, better, double L, calm. Sound of Oma Beats and rise above with bass and drum. Nice save.
Why don't you accept it?
Nice deflection.
If you win, the shogun will not challenge you anymore to combat. How about it?
Assassin of the Shogun has spoken. Now the gateway is open and Janus has spoken. This one's Amos. Now the war has started, now the bombs have dropped. I always pack my middle and the mic and do the safety look. These be some crazy days, but we make crazy nights. Every tune he plays, and every rhyme I write. Yo, do we do it for the honor? No. Do we do it for the pride? We do because we're soldiers, and in this war we fight. We fight for the power to demonstrate our sound. It's UK homegrown shit, touching down. Skippy. Big shout out to everybody tuned in all across the crater. UK, Europe, America, North, South, Africa, Asia. Australia, New Zealand, I see ya. Big up all the crew in Thailand. Somebody my cap, studio, Chime cap. Capum, nah. Oi. This is how we're doing it. Oma Beats. Remember next Thursday, Pirate Radio Sessions featuring MC Spitter. Big up the Lancs crew, big up Lancashire. Armageddon acolytes assimilate the function. Approach the crossroads, choose the next junction. Which way you going? No way for turning. Please sit back and observe the world burning, 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 burning. On the beach, I keep the wheels turning. Because my mic was in my holster when I stepped inside this rave. That's right, bruv. You're asking for more fire time for double L to blaze. That's right. Spit a wicked lyrics and I leave them in the days. That's right. Yeah, next week is Thursday night. You heard it correctly. Big up Matthew P. Thank you very much. 1 touch, 3 touch. Have you had enough? This is Rise Above, extinguishing the fear because we generate the love with Roma beats. Yes, wicked and unique. Once, twice, thrice, and he's slick on the beats with double L skin. Yo, what's going on? What's happening? That boom boom is back again. Yo, who's listening? Shaking the foundation from ceiling to the basement, leaving them in hospital with third degree patience. Patience, patiently waiting, freestyling, broke wilding, 33 timing, and not caring. Okay. Big up Manic.
I'm back in my stuff.
Pour a little bit more G&T. It's Friday night, people. Let's get the party started. We went full rabbit straight away. Now it's time to kick back and enjoy. Come on. Big shout to Paul What the Flock TV. I couldn't wait to grow up. I couldn't wait to be big and see what life will throw up. Yo, but now I've grown up. I wish I was a kid again. I've been around the crater. I've seen the world is sickening. Feel like the Highlander. Stood at the quickening. Is the flame still burning? Nah, it's barely flickering. Please don't blow it out. People speak, but they don't know of what they talk about. So no, I'm feeling down. I'm a doubt on myself. All the choices I've made, all the people I've hurt, and all the games that I've played. Learn from mistakes and try not to repeat them. Please shut your mouth when the general is speaking. General business, the general's here. Soldiers battle stations to your trenches, climb the ladder. Loaded out the microphone, spit automatic grammar. Me never stammer. I do sometimes though. This is nostalgic for me. Master Gin and Tonic. When the Soviet Union proper kicks in, that'll be a contraband drink, you know, comrades. Some sort of natural quinine. I put some 140 on. I got some well good new bars for 140. Yo, who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong ties are tethered, weak links are severed. We strive towards the goal that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge. Ancient clay tablets, clues to the creators of this world that we can have it. Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, what? Doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Who is the architect? Tech. Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Forget what the pastor said. The truth is so incredible it might just bust your head. More double L's in Wales? What does that mean? Big up the Welsh crew. Omer's on it. This is like a journey back in time. I'm a shaman. Let me guide you through the jungle. Inhale, exhale. Take a little moment. Feel the energy flow through us. I might do some drum and bass shamanism live at some point somewhere. Then people will know what I'm talking about. Watch as we attack this, squash you with my fatness. You might think you're heavyweight, but you could never hack this. Soldiers out there on the battlefield, you back this. As they say, the world is spinning on its axis. Live inside the creator with some top creators. Oma Beats, mix it.
Any sort of like jazz and
3 hours and 3 minutes. T-minus 10.
Like a lot of people I know, I just like the physicality of touching something and kind of feeling like what's real. I feel like you feel more connected with something.
Yo, we're too direct. You can act like you've been affected. I eject, I disappear. I feel I've been detected. He select a rhythm that never be rejected, mate. I am no copy cause we're copyright protected. Defend the jungle code of honor, don't surrender. Intend, keep it real, you won't be a pretender. Suspend something here that's not on the agenda. Set the trend that people recommend. Number one contender I invent. A style to making MCs discontent. Descent beneath the surface called astonishment. Hell bent on inflicting lyrical bewilderment. Circumvent my path to stage so I can really represent. Tell me, do you really represent? Represent. Your own beats you really represent. Yo, do you really represent? Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, represent. Yeah, Oma Beats has just woke up. He's had 33 bowls of rabbit-flavoured Weetabix. This is a breakfast set for him. Morning time, comrade. Yeah, you can tell it's someone else straight away. You couldn't, then I wouldn't spray. Other MCs, they hate my style. Understand every word I say. No clarity, no point. Just go home and smoke a joint. No point in spraying, bruv, because I can't hear what you're saying, bruv. Shut your mouth and close your ears. Finding crystal clear for years. Looking up to my idols. Looking side to side to my peers, and it's clear. This is it. Skipping lyrics in the crystal tip, and I tell you what, as the crowd will move, it might be forced to crack my whip. Watch out, bad boy double L's about. Watch this, Oma Beats is live in the mix. Watch out, rise above, live and about. Broadcasting from the HQ to you. Oma, inject the blood clot. Wait for the melanoma. Oma, about to take them under, take them over. Yo, Killer Ink. Yeah. Killer Ink Part 2. Melt through the plastic on my biro. Things are drastic, MCs fighting for survival. So what you think of what we do with that recital? The lips touch the mic and then the needle touch the vinyl. Baseline pressure vibrating through your spinal. The first round is over, who will make it to the final? Flake, yo, flicker like a candle. We got the style that's too hot to handle. Sit back, bruv, kick off your sandals. Fighting through the jungle like the creepers of the brambles. Pick up the microphone, see how it handles. I'm wiping smile off your face like microfiber flannel. Reject the Soviet Union. Yeah. Flip it round, change thinking. Let's forget what you thought you know. Oma Beats original with a brand new flow. Flip it round, change thinking. Let's forget what you thought you know. Oma Beats, yeah, come with that original flow. Bigger, badder, better, double. Come with the Oma Beats for the bass and drum. Bigger, badder, with the literal flex. Who's that on the techniques? There's no need to take a guess. Yo, who's that on the techniques? No need to take a guess. It's Oma Beats and Brubby drop a wicked set. With double L on the mic, shit, you ain't seen nothing yet. Drum and bass vets, and we're live up on the set. I'll be freestyling tonight, I like that. Thank you very much, everyone, if you love the new merch. There's so much more to come as well. They can't upload my designs quick enough. We've become a creation machine right here, rise above. Wait for Black Market Cinema 2. Reruns of original Pirate Rise Above material with director's cut commentary, Q&A, the whole shit. It'll get banned straight away. We have to be smart. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man, we don't want trouble. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man, we don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam.
So I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head.
Thank you very much, Chess Moves UK. Lyrical Ninja, Third Eye Samurai.
Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head.
Hope you like the t-shirt, Dougie. Hope you like the stickers, mate.
Let it burn, let it burn.
Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Oh. Ready for them because of your problem.
Are you ready?
Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Oh. We are the conqueror.
Fucking hell. Holy shit, Omar. It's unpredictable the way I spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you went down with me, I'll be your nemesis. I shake your brain inside, just go until you need a therapist. It's time to meet the nemesis. I'm a beast in the premises. Yes, 10 Jizzy. Rachel McCaskill, Lord Doomsworth, Wonder Why, Dougie Gemmell, Chestnut UK, Ross Holt, Deansy, Eye for an Eye, Auntie Covia, Caspar, Told Dan Munch, I see ya. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. I'll give you an occupation, it's the perplex the streets. Hurting them with the rhythm or shaking them with the beats. Yeah, it's double LMC with Mr. Omar Who. Straight from the HQ, rise above family, rise above crew, listen. Double check that measurement, write that shit on testament, place it with untold relevance, the lyrical intelligence. Yeah, we've run down Babylon.
We only
Thank you. Shit, almost got. Thank you to everyone purchasing merch. Every purchase helps us do what we do.
Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head. Take the bank away. Let it burn, let it burn.
Big up Saba.
Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them.
They're not ready.
Oh. Ready for them because of your problem. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them.
They're not ready. Yo. Beware the shapeshifters. Trans-dimensional entities manipulate your destiny. I got the remedy. Raise up your frequency. Open your heart, cause. Yeah, beware the shapeshifters. Trans-dimensional entities manipulate your destinies. I got the remedy. Raise up your frequency. Open your heart, cause fear is the enemy. Eyes straight forward like a predator with tunnel vision. Only focus on what's dead ahead of you. From checking the peripheral vision, it's just a human condition.
Watch your mouth, boy. Mind that talk. Better mind man over, can you like dog? Boy start run, the boy start look. The whole pressure, everything get too much. Better mind everything don't get dangerous. Self-destruction till you can't function. Check this one, you must understand baseline. Lock it down like a
What you want about you lads to link to Black Market channel? Link it. be first broadcasted in 2 weeks.
Baseline getting licky down like a back on. Baseline licky down like a back on. Everything registered, then you understand. No confusion, disillusion. You hear me, one, no ask no question. No one like your bad, no act like you tough. School of hard knocks, no try call me bluff. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline getting licky down like a back on. Baseline getting licky down like a back on.
Bigger, badder, black market cinema. Check up on the register. Bigger, badder. We're getting black, we're getting deeper, darker. It's like a workshop tonight.
Baseline getting licky down like a back on.
Conveniently, everybody's too scared to touch money. Now let's make everything digital. Wipe out the middle class now. Everybody's on benefits, relying on the state.
Big up Inspector Badge.
COVID, we're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, we're exams. Stop following. COVID,
we're going in now.
We're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, who's controlling? We keep rolling, we're all exams.
I don't wanna wear that, fam. I got the card on me. I don't wanna end up in the jams, cause I know that they wanna go hard on me. I don't believe them lies. On me, I'm a little bit wiser. I don't need no hand sanitizer. I don't need a mask and I don't need a visor. I don't wanna wear that. I'd rather rip and tear that. If you got hand sanitizer, that's cool with me, but I don't wanna share that. I heard about the social distancing. It's a nice idea, but I was always gonna air that. Well, cause I can't live under a tyranny. It's not me, I just can't bear that.
Take off your muzzle, it's absurd. The government are lying, we spread the word. Close both eyes and open the third, and please stop following the herd line. Take off your muzzle, it's absurd. The government are lying, we spread the word. Close both eyes and open the third, and please stop following the herd.
COVID, we're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, we're exams. Stop following. COVID, we're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, who's controlling? We keep rolling, we're all exams. They use the television to scare us into a self-imposed house arrest. They gave us no information about the immune system whatsoever. Then they want us to fight a worldwide pandemic with masks and hand sanitizer.
Yeah, I'm really about it. That's not part of my outfit. I don't need to wear that bullshit, not even when I'm in the shop browsing. Sometimes I come out my yard and I forget the card and the staff tell me that I'm not allowed in. I take it a little bit better these days. At the start I was in the shop shouting, unbelievable, gonna make a big bonfire, I need them all. Can't believe the liars and be the fool. Always wanna kill cause they feel the need to rule. I ain't gonna play their game, I leave the cool. Insane that they wanna fill the wounds with salt. I see what they attempt and I show them strength, cause I'm always gonna be exempt.
Take off your muzzle, it's absurd. The government are lying, we spread the word. Close both eyes and open the third, and please stop following the herd line. Take off your muzzle, it's absurd. The government are lying, we spread the word. Close both eyes and open the third, and please stop following the herd line.
Big up Inspector Veg each and every time. Big up Terra Slim too. Big up My Bad Sister.
COVID, we're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, we're exams. Stop following. COVID, we're exams. Stop following me, exams. COVID, who's controlling? We keep rolling, we're all exempt. Then they make everything digital. Everyone's too scared to touch money now.
Where the fuck am I from? London town, where we use liquor and drugs just to numb ourselves down. The young think it's fun to get gunned down. That's why I can't hang around and strip after sundown. I prayed for all my shots that a better day would come around. It never came for me, couldn't wait, so I had to leave.
Big up Terra Slim.
I never see when he asked when I'm coming round. I'm no longer round the corner, my order is underground. I guess I only hung around to find happiness, but I found I got blessings, it's all around. That's why I'm Devonshire bound. In the ring, it's been a hell of a round. Alcoholic order, helling around with peer pressure to down. Try keeping it afloat, better if you drown. That's why I'm needing a boat. Beef is all around, so I use my eyes as a scope. I can use my pen as a tool, I can use my tie as a rope. They think I keep my cool cause I'm usually high off smoke. I try and make my parents proud, but they probably have higher hopes. I try and acquire notes, numb the pain of my body and soul. I fill in my pockets with dough, cause I'm in the apocalypse mode. Certain niggas from the ends, they wanna create, but they're thinking they just don't know. Meant to blow, I was mentally low, suffering governmental controls, forgetting goals, trying to wrestle with the beast to release the rest of my soul. They tell me to give it up, I say you're never too old. Plus I gotta tell them a story that's never been told. These guys that got my kids that wanna moan, they should've left me alone. Missing the rib bone. I was wishing to bone. Put Terror Slim as your ringtone. I'm stocking up cause Stockholm Syndrome got on wishing and bone. Carrying out Babylonian practices in their home, where they wonder why the poltergeists turn the taps on their own. It's deep, so deep that these rappers will fold. You can ask about me and the rappers that ran from the smoke. Thought that we was having a joke. I carry a load of emotional baggage, searching for somewhere I kind of load. MC, nobody hating cause he's still lost and roll, reloading O's while the profit margin's low. This heart of gold can turn to a heart of stone. Friends of old can turn foes and get their nose broke for being turncoat.
Check. Wordsy. Rap God X. Yes, yo. The 1% got this world in the palm of their hand. From the States to UK, it's all a part of the plan. Calling puppets to the rich. Science got a gift, time for mutiny. Throw them motherfuckers off the ship, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. So we don't give a fuck about them, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. So we don't give a fuck about them. Bro, I swear, it's like 2020 is a simulation. Levels of stress are heavy in the present situation. We're led by two negligent heads of administration, spreading prejudice and suppressing the liberation. The heads are getting wise to their threats and intimidation, connecting globally, not accepting discrimination. Injustice only ends in revenge and reciprocation. Intent on change won't bend till we're getting some vindication. They're instigating hate and mispeddling information with aims to separate and unsettle the integration. Stay flaming the fire by a clever insinuation in a game of lie with terrible implications. Leaders more concerned with dispensing of immigration than police committing murders on residents in their nation. It's a crazy world and we're tense with the tribulation. Don't be silenced or accept their limitations, cause the 1% got this world in the palm of their hand. From the States to UK, it's all a part of the plan. Calling puppets to the rich. Science got a gift, time for mutiny. Throw them motherfuckers off the ship, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. We don't give a fuck about them, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. So we don't give a fuck about them.
The new world order, the broken street poets and soldiers, a few more mortars and bombing beat corpses corroded, and you all part of the zombie freaks blowing on POTUS. Guess who trumps me? No one in this cruel world wanted, it's too ugly. I grew up where you lose your folks to juiced up police. Bishops tied of funerals, a few 1P. Percenters about to lose control with through fumbling. Locked in on our new young goals like new front teeth, wall to wall. China to Mexico, the Pangea's here can't divide up the rebel souls. Stampede in agreement, we decided to let you know. You not gonna keep us impoverished and keep blocking us when we vote. Sinister prime minister, detriment from the president. Ain't this shit for our city, behead the system that let him in. X is simply a legend who never lead you to begging them. Epicenter of weaponry, pledge allegiance to checking them.
1% got this world in the palm of their hand. From the States to UK, it's all a part of the plan. Calling puppets to the rich. Science got a gift, time for mutiny. Throw them motherfuckers off the ship, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. We don't give a fuck about them, no mercy. They don't give a fuck about us, no mercy. So we don't give a fuck about them.
Here's the truth about the system.
Power to the people, not the children. Coming for your ass. Fucking with the wrong ones. The real criminals taking the behind the scenes.
Done, diggity done. The bigger the better, the harder the hit and the harder the punch from. The fact of the matter, I'm bigger and badder, I couldn't be unsung. I beg all these rappers, investing in Alice instead of your mom's drum. Done, dipping out of that dumb little man thing. I can't be risking all of that shit if I'm on a mission trying to be the king, that's kinda dumb. Done digging in a rock, trying to see a something shinier than what I'm digging with. Disciplining and I vision it. Bigger fish, they wanna mirror it. I'm not a copycat, but the classmates one copy, man. I had to camouflage a little bit, I felt a little violated. If I'm honest, and a nigga looking at me in the wrong way, it's going one way. I'm on a runway, I'm on a plane now, I'm going somewhere. They wanna level with me, that someday I'm on big business. Go with the pen and pad, they couldn't mirror this. The man a little man, the man's a little fish, I'm kinda oceanic. Did you get my drip on a dip? Do something on the high street in a new satin, that's my wave. I recoup what I spent, I ain't really trying to lose nothing, I'm done. done. Hey, you know what the whole thing done. Lines from the whole thing done.
It's like done, diggity done. Look at the thumb, look at the gun, look at them run. Back in the tracks, back in the basement, back in the rap, back in the trap, back in the Mac in the back of the act. What happened to rap? Didn't happen to you, I just happened to rap. And this where it's happening at, what rapping is back. I'm asking what happened to that. Too many flashes in fact. Two in the fashion and racks, two on your back, or ruin your 2.5. Cause y'all wasn't doing the math. This algorithm, just a fraction. I'm so efficient. While in addition, I'm subtracting a whole division with precision. Written by yours truly, who he, old schooly. Freshmen do not move me. Nothing to prove. When you ain't got nothing to lose. You fools, you will be nothing but boo. Cause I ain't got nothing to do. Methods to do. If the room is lit, I'm setting the mood. Set mood. Turn a vegan to a vegetable.
Done. Hey, you know what the whole thing done. Lines from the whole thing done.
Hey, trapping and racking up, stashing an article, shackles in Attica, Asifa, bucket and but you are not a Jedi yet.
What you mean? Come on.
Yo, it's been a hot minute since you last saw my
Big
face
up,
being
Mr.
mixed in the media with a different taste. Now I'm back to bring back that pace, back to burn your face just like mace. I remember this shit used to be hood, now we're taking a dive and it's just no good. Not saying no names, but I think you know who. Still a little grass
Back
with
to
a
the chat
rainbow
after
too.
this.
Underlay, Reba. Everybody catching that for the meters. See your mouth, see your ass on the bleachers. Must the Jedi to cover your preacher. Never gonna speak, I'm bringing it back. So many rhymes, it's ripping my cap. I didn't stay ahead of the pack, just drop bombs and I level it flat. Everybody's like, OMG, spectacular. You all speak that same vernacular. Black sheep and the family in the dark, Dracula. Flip it on the plate with a vocal spatula. Furious, with a glint in my eye. Every day, praise the gods up above in the sky. For my son and my family, all the good in my life. For giving me the strength to overcome strife. Man's a Jedi. I got the green saber that now.
This one is by a local guy we know, Mr. Meters.
Yes, I said I said it before and I say it again. Are you my friend? Now we're running on a different blend. Cut away negative like a surgeon's knife.
Man's a Jedi by Mr. Meters.
Destroying my soul and hurting my mind. And then I found light in the all for the light. Yes, I'm volatile. Sometimes the truth, that's just the way I'm. So you can fuck you. Never realize got nothing to prove. All little fish feet from the bottom of the boot. I'm a kind of brother that eats all of you. All of your management, family and crew. Put you in a pot with a dumpling stew. Now you're just a turn from what the shit grew. It's not about fame, but cash or the gash. It's all about the heart that you must mash. One take, key track, no read in the back, ain't stubborn or rude. There's a reason we're top my who's like a bull. And stand high, mighty. Always get what I want because I don't take it lightly. I do what it takes, even if it's unsightly. You set yourself off if you out there to spite me. But it's exciting watching my fruits ripe. Too much of a good thing kills you like lightning. So show me which way did you walk, or you just a level one that talks. Man's a Jedi. I got the green tape on it now. Give you the red eye. Hit you with that dead eye. Yes, I said I. Say it before and say it again. Are you my friend? Now we're rolling on a different blend. You'll disappear in my ether. I'm raising your 10 like a fever. If you know, then you know. Say meters building an empire geezer. It's Planet of Apes, Caesar. I smoke you fools like a reaper. You don't want to get this any deeper. I shut your gums, you wiener. Man's a Jedi. I got the green saber that gives you the red eye. Yes, I said I. Man's a Jedi. I got the green saber that gives you the red eye.
We let the demons feed on your soul. Blood drips, growl of the demons. Growl of the demons, evil's abundant.
Big up Omar.
We let the demons feed on your soul. Blood drips, growl of the demons. Right arm holding the carcass triumphant. Blood drips congealed on the dirt. It forms red mud. Are you feeling the hurt? Let me again and again. Yo. Blood drips congealed on the dirt. Forms red mud. Are you feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs? We let the demon speak and then hang on his words. Mesmerized by the evil inside. Hypnotizing all people alive, energizing the feeble demise. Life in the dungeon's extremely deprived and it's dark in my dungeon. Around every corner the evil's abundant, hope is redundant. Treacherous beings spread their dysfunction, they feed on your soul. For their dungeon get pleading with gold or prepared for consumption. It's the ravenous huntsman, right arm hold your carcass triumphant. Beware of the dungeon master, evil, twisted, nightmare crafter. Blood runs cold and heart turns darker. All right, I'll end it like that. Big up Oma Beats. Thank you very much for that musical interlude. Remember, it's the Backwards Show tonight. We went full rabbit with our guests straight away. Let's welcome back in the Guardians, Master Lee. Welcome back to the chat. Let me just unmute everyone's mics. He might still be walking his dogs.
Big up.
Omi, you smashed it, mate. That was a proper varied set once again.
I thought I'd smash it up a little bit, mash it up, you know.
Did you enjoy that, Helena? I was channeling.
Yeah, I like the change of genres, mate.
Started channeling proper
I'm
double L.
trying to switch up now and again, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how we do.
My Amos and John Bass is smashing at the moment. He's releasing track after track.
Get these screens sorted out.
Heavy.
That's better. That's better. So that was an awesome guest. We went proper full rabbit, whole rabbit there. We didn't really do any memes. I've got a shitload of memes, and there's been some people watching the show tonight waiting to get bigged up because I've met some new people on Facebook, right? And they're good creators as well, and I haven't even showed their memes, and they've been watching for hours. So sorry to old Messerschmitt and Vlad Talks. Been chatting to some new people on Facebook, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so right. I believe we've got rid of all of the 10 promotional packs. So thank you to everyone that's buying the merch. Let's get down to some Memetic wizardry. In the Guardians, you back with us?
Salutations.
Salutations and elucidations. That was awesome earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was very curious to have a short chat. I was very conscious not to talk too much. When you've got guests on, it's good to allow them to speak as much as they can, especially because they had a short period of time.
I'd like to see an evening with Inner Guardians and him, Paul, as well. That'd be good to see. Just you two together, a little chat.
Yeah, maybe we can make that happen.
We should make that happen.
Yeah, we could do it recorded and post it up. I think that's a great
idea.
No
chosen subject, just an idle chit chat with a cup of tea.
Just a little back and forth, a little volley. Okay. So let's get down to some wizardry. Let's get down to some memetic sorcery, because I feel in the last week or so,
people have upped the game.
The game has been upped, right? So let me lead into this with these two, which we showed earlier on. A great interlude. So right, it wouldn't be Rise Above without a Jimmy Savile / Steve Coogan meme. And we've had this theme about clowns in a metaphysical sense in the last couple of weeks. It's been brought up by that guy Conspiracies Are Us, brought up by Sheep Farm. We've had other people talking about it. Maxwell was talking about clowns. So this meme, just like, I love it straight away. And
he's got a Savile wand.
Yeah. Now, obviously, there's going to be a shitload of monkeypox memes coming up, but I thought I'd start with the best one of all time, in my opinion. 12 monkeypox by Sagehead, right? Because not only does this like envelop like the time inception loop involving Bruce Willis, it's just like it's perfect because it is the virus as well.
Yeah, the virus.
It just is. Okay, so yeah, massive shout to Sagehead and to Auntie Koviet straight off the bat. Now, an upcoming memetic sorcerer / wizard is Mr. Deep Bait Memes. Like right, people have already started taking on this sloth archetype, yeah, because it's perfect. The sloth archetype is perfect for the sort of like normie NPC. I support the current thing, and like now sloth is getting immortalized.
I'll tell you what, he could be a Schwab, sloth Schwab.
It does look a bit Schwabish, doesn't it?
Mate, look at that on the right.
Right, I need to make the screen bigger because we need like full HD 1080p on this shit.
That's
right
great
here.
work.
No, this is what I'm saying. This guy's seriously underrated. You know, obviously, like Russ Kieran is like the Rembrandt of Covey art. Okay, this guy, I would say, he's like I don't know, the Picasso of Apocalypse. Right? Okay, so
we need to draw up some kind of correlation between like the great artists and the memeticians. Like you say, the Rembrandts and the Picassos.
I've got to be honest, although I don't make memes myself personally, I mean, I've made one or two, I feel really privileged to sort of be in this position
where they send them
where
in,
like the best memetists I've ever seen, or memeticians, whatever we call them, memologists,
I've ever seen are sending their work directly to
Well, they're becoming
us.
part of our race.
They're actually just part of our family. They only make memes for me. You want to be famous? You make memes for me. Don't make me. Don't know this free life. Listen, being a freelance memetician is very hard work. But when you get brought underneath the Rise Above umbrella, that's when things take off. Do you know what the great thing is? Each style actually says something about the artist.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
I'll tell you what the greatest thing is. There's no university degree in this.
No. This is a brand new, groundbreaking art form, and it's not only an art form; it's actually a weaponized form of guerrilla anti-propaganda.
It is, yeah.
And I tell you what, there is no defense for this.
No.
They don't like the parasite forces.
all
don't
it
have any
is,
defense for this weapon.
They can't, because once you've seen it, it's in your psyche. That's it. It's in there.
Let's critically look at this one on the right. Now, this is obviously like a parody of some sort of Third Reich SS publication that was out in the 30s/40s. Eulenspiegel, okay, Guile, right? So you've got these symbols there that get me banned off
the Black Sun,
off the
symbol.
Sugar Mountain, yeah. Oh, but like the way Lord Schwab is on that cannon,
where he's mounting it and riding the cannon,
and
riding the cannon over the Ukrainian border.
And Zelensky is like whoring himself over the tank, holding onto his big phallic cannon, right? And then right at the bottom, the Metabiota logo. Like, honestly, I'm going to send Deepbait Memes a new T-shirt. He deserves it. Deepbait Memes, choose a new T-shirt off the website and message me. You deserve it, mate. Thank you, please. Thank you, please. Right, okay, let's move on. Rise and shine time. Big up Rise and
Shine.
Now, I would not post this on my Lance Murdoch profile, but on Ryan above it. Right,
mate, this should just be your like cover picture or something. This is just inviting yourself to get banned.
I know. We'll move on anyway, because we talk about the Jubilee. Oh, look, I'm doing it again. Right, happy Jubilee weekend. We've got Prince Andrew, Grandmaster DJ Ginny, and Roman Polanski enjoying a pint in an English pub celebrating the Jubilee. Fantastic work from Sagehead. And also from Sagehead, Happy Days Platinum Jubilee show. Who have we got there?
Savile at the top, of course.
I think it's important to preface this that this is not an attack on humanity or fellow humans. This is like I guess you could say a metaphysical mockery of the merchants of menace.
Oh, reload that shit. Pull up.
Gosh.
A metaphysical mockery of the merchants of what?
Menace. Not Venice. Menace.
What's that?
Yeah. Put it in some of your lyrics.
Well, to be honest, I already quote most of your stuff in my lyrics already, and I didn't ask in the first place, so I don't know why I'm asking now. Right, okay, so, yeah.
There's Maggie Thatcher in there.
Yeah, there's Maggie Thatcher.
Tony Blair.
Health Chancellor Gates. Bill
Cornerstone
Crosby,
on the sidelet.
Jacob Rothschild.
Elton.
Is that Tom Hanks?
Where?
On the right, far right. Is that Tom Hanks?
I'm not
bottom
sure.
Right?
It might be, yeah. Obviously, the Gateses.
Celebrating Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Okay, right. So yeah, Jubilee coming up. That's why we're Thursday next week, because me and Spitter have got to go and bust up a festival and shout down the Soviet Union in front of 20,000 normies. Could be great. Here's a picture of one of the most highly decorated paedophiles in the UK. This is from Sagehead. See, like the reason.
If you know what these symbols mean, guys, this
is a weapon. This is a weaponized memetic missile fired directly at that squirty triangle.
Well,
it's very well done.
Yeah.
Of course, it's Sagehead.
Chris.
What was this character called in Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory? Veronica what? Something. But yeah,
she's a little rich girl, wasn't she?
Perfect as Greta. So another classic here from Auntie Coviet. Now, obviously, these are just the weekly memes. I haven't even got to like the current thing yet. Here's a new entrance, Savan Freeman. This is his work. I thought this was really good. Look at this. Crop dusting sheep with some sort of, I don't know, like...
some sort of AIDS.
Something that probably makes them sterile or something like that. Times change, but some things remain the same. Yeah. Okay, that's a good one. Right. speaking of sheep, here's some absolute fucking wizardry from Deep Bait Memes. Look at this sloth sheep, sponsored by AstraZeneca, The Sun, The Guardian, ITV, BBC, stands with Ukraine. But look at the blue phallus. See, do you recognise that blue phallus?
That's off.
Yeah,
Mrs. Obama, Mr. Obama,
that we showed in the Disney thing in episode 64.
Yeah, that's right.
Really good work. This is why he's getting a new T-shirt. I particularly like the sloth Donkey Kong sort of like chimeric creation, like monkeypox injection.
Got Johnson riding the cock rocket,
dressed as like is that like Obi-Wan Kenobi or something?
And then you've got
Chris Whitty's.
Do you remember the exercise that I give about creating a creature that no one's ever seen before? Well, this is kind of close to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's super creative. I mean, this image is now never going to leave me. That's to me. This is what a sheep looks like now. Yeah, it's really good.
Sloth sheep.
Sloth sheep.
So that's going to appear everywhere now.
So Chris and Dom like leading it away. You know?
There should be a sort of trail of slime or pus or something like that, maybe.
Metaphysical sludge coming out the bottom. No, it's really
graphene.
Good. Really good work. This is he's right up there.
Should have a trail of graphene.
My meme team don't fuck about. This
is brilliant.
This is really good.
Yeah,
so all right, we'll do a little bit of current thing because this week is, guess what?
It's Divokos.
Janus.
Yeah, Janus.
Davos. Janus.
Janus.
It's Janus.
Yeah.
It's the Janus conference, the World Economic. Homer Beats.
In Schwabland.
Wait a minute. Homer Beats, have you left the flashing lights on?
No, not at all, mate.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, Schwabland's holding its annual
Schwab conference.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you have to have an anal Schwab to get in?
Yeah, absolutely.
But not for delegates, only for press and peasants.
This will be highly protected this time around.
This is well simple, but it's fucking good.
Because I think this is the first time since the Soviet Union struck that they've actually met up.
Yeah, well, they haven't done the Janus conference since. Like,
obviously, they've all been having parties in their home countries that they're running.
Oh,
somebody had a suggestion and an idea in the Ideas Dojo this week.
Go on.
I'm not quite sure how it would actually pan out, but it was suggested that apparently you can join the WEF as some type of member where you get invited, and it was suggested that if everybody joins it, we can sort of flash.
Oh, what? So if you had enough people, say if you got like 33,000 people to join the WEF, and you could outnumber. Yeah. Something
like that. Yeah.
It's at least worth consideration because one story that came out this week that I saw was it broke on Twitter. I think some journalists that basically weren't WEF members, because the big thing that's being exposed this year for normies in the mainstream media is all of the journalists that are covering Janus conference or Davos are actually affiliates of the WEF, like all of them. But some journalists that aren't rocked up, independent journalists, and they actually got arrested.
Really?
Yeah,
that's what I mean. This is going to be highly
they got detained. Everyone's already saying it's the new Bilderberg. So if you think about it, like when have we got a bit of
I don't know if they're the new Bilderberg. They serve a different purpose, don't they?
Yeah, but Bilderberg got was sort of
Bilderberg's just a hotel, like where they meet.
That's right. That's
the same.
Yeah, but I mean the Bilderberg conference.
Oh yeah. But that's just where it's
that
held.
was under the radar for decades until people like Alex Jones and David Icke exposed it, and then by 2012, 10,000 people turned that up outside the Bilderberg conference, and David Icke was there and Alex Jones was there on megaphones, and then. When did they create the WEF?
Who was the old boy that Alex Jones was put onto the Bilderberg by?
Was it Roger Stone?
Roger Stone.
Someone like that?
I think it is.
Maybe. So, this came out this week. On the left is an actual police badge for the World Economic Forum Police. And people have been putting out some of like the budgets of the private security or these police force. And it's like equivalent to small nations just to guard a few hundred or maybe 1,000 delegates. So yeah, it's not a joke. There is like World Economic Forum Police, and then we had this epic Sagehead meme here, and this meme that you see here of the T-33 911 WF Janus police droid. I'm actually posting. This is exclusive. I'm posting 10 of these to Sagehead. He's going to sign them and they're going to be in the giveaway next week.
Yeah.
Next week. Yeah. And also, see, do you remember the coinciditis referee sponsored by Pfizer, that meme he did? When
Yeah.
That's going to get, I think that's getting signed as well. So there's going to be a whole Sage Head
defibrillator
signed meme pack. That's the giveaway next week. We're looking after
the whole range of T33s, and this is the 911 model.
There's also like a Karen bot, like a COVID Union Safety Officer bot. I think that one might be in there as well. Absolute quality.
The bot collection.
So yeah, the World Economic Forum Janus thing, and I've noticed in the mainstream media, surprise, surprise, while this is on, things like this on the left have been popping up. Because as everyone knows, if you've been following my work since day one, MasterCard have been earmarked to be the official partner of the Great Reset.
Yeah, we were talking about this in 2020 when we first started.
In my early videos, when I was talking about what was it, the trespass that was going on in Africa, the people with the biometric tattoo that were already having the ID 2020
testing
number.
ground.
Yeah, obviously they always go for the most vulnerable people first. MasterCard was already on their arm. So now here, MasterCard biometric checkout program, leading the next gen point of sale. Yeah, I love this. As the physical and digital worlds merge, they get Schwab.
Yep, you get Schwab.
Yeah. And on the
get Schwabbed up the ass.
Yeah. Lord Schwab will put his breakfast cereal straight up your bum with nanobots in it.
Don't forget to get your peasant cricket cereal here.
Mate, I've seen so many adverts and so many articles about the benefits of eating insects in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're really hammering on that.
Absolutely everywhere.
They're saying about the monkeypox that it's bad to eat, that you can get it from eating meat.
Oh, yeah, meat. Yeah, so eat bugs. Eat bugs.
Yes, eat bugs.
Don't monkeys eat bugs? That's what monkeys eat.
It's all fucking by design.
So here's a shot of one of the screenings at the World Economic Forum for
Zelensky enjoying a line or two here in his money bath.
This was the Ukraine presentation. Now, I couldn't have posted this on Facebook because this would have got me banned because of some of the Ukrainian symbols that are on his chest. I'm only joking.
This is great. Who's done this?
Sagehead.
This is great.
Yep, Sagehead's epic work. This was the Ukraine presentation at the Janus conference.
Ryan will share this, though.
Oh, yeah, Ryan above it shared it straight away.
Did he?
Yeah, he put it on Instagram too. No problem. Right, okay. So, while the World Economic Forum is on, the Janus Convention, where they're also talking about the Treaty of World Pandemic Preparedness.
The Treaty of Janus.
The Janus Treaty that we were talking about last week with the excellent document that Inner Guardians brought to the forefront.
Yeah.
That I think we were the first people to sort of break that down. Now it's all over the place. Probably someone else taking credit for our work. While that's going on, we obviously had something else happen. Was it yesterday or the day before in America? Okay. Yeah. Now, everyone knows there was the mass shooting in Texas. I don't always talk about every false flag, but I wanted to talk about this one because I thought it was quite...
This is a gun grab.
Well, not only is the World Janus Conference on, guess what is also on this week in Texas, the same state?
The gun show.
The Janus Gun Show, the NRA, National Janus Gun Association. Right. So that happens once a year. So the AGM, yeah, National Annual General Meeting
and
rally.
Trust me, I've been to Texas. Yeah, Texas is very, very protective of their gun rights.
This event's already getting called Sandy Hook 2. Apparently, 19 people shot, 15 kids killed, or something like that. It sounds terrible, but
sounds terrible, doesn't
it? Sounds terrible. I'm going to put it out there. I have no idea whether it even happened or not, but I do know that this is true. I saw this post and I immediately went on the online calculators to find out that this is absolutely true. On the right is a picture of this Ramos guy, the shooter. Right now, he was born in 2004. Now, the dates are the start of the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab's birthday. So in between his birthday and the start of the World Economic Forum is 33 years, 3 months and 3 weeks. In between Klaus Schwab's birthday and this guy's birthday is 66 years, 6 weeks and 6 days. So not only are those numbers there, obviously you've got the WEF logo with the 666 in it, but not only visually that, The letter O actually in full reduction is 6. So just the O's without those lines through is already 666. Okay, so that's, I mean, when I saw this, I know some people turn off with this numbers stuff. That when you get that, that's quite significant in my opinion.
Numerology is important to them.
Yeah, no, super
to a lot of
important.
things,
Super important. So then I thought, okay, I'll look at this one. Now, the story is that this kid is 18 years old. Apparently, he's a cross-dresser. He's on some very special psychoactive hypnotherapy from a very specific therapist, apparently. He lives with his grandmother, who's quite poor.
I can imagine he was prescribed like Actor as well.
You know exactly what he's been prescribed, all of them, and he's on a special type of hypnotherapy, okay? He crashed a $70,000 pickup truck outside a school holding 2 brand new military tech assault rifles with scopes on optics worth about $5,000. Full body armor, I've seen pictures of the guns, they're brand new. Military grade assault rifles. They're worth a lot of money.
AR-15s.
That's the point. Obviously, they're AR-15s.
RAR-15s.
RAR-15. That's the name of the one they want to get rid of. Apparently, although the gun sales keep going up.
Are they from Walmart?
Allegedly,
Aisle 3.
I think
Aisle 33.
I think the issue is not how easily he could have got them; it's how he could have possibly afforded them. The granddad insists that he had no idea this teen had guns. So this is a big thing. And the official story is that he crashed the car, had a firefight with law enforcement outside the school, and then still managed to get inside the school.
Wow.
And kill 19 or shoot 19 people.
He's a good shot, man.
Well, you'd think that's some kind of sort of like commando.
Maybe the Texas police force needs to up their game a little bit for an 18-year-olds having them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they have rifles or shotguns.
Maybe he's played a lot of video games.
So that was one thing that was like a bit iffy. And now here's the other thing: 2 different photos of the guy have been released by the mainstream media. Now
it's like his face is swollen on the left, but his features are swollen on the right.
Well, I would actually say he looks like 2 different races. In the left, he looks Caucasian. On the right, he looks Latino.
No, he could be Latino on the left.
Well, it could be, but it looks like the eyes are different. It looks like the nose is different.
The features are different. That's what I mean. They look like.
But look at the hair.
Swellings.
The hair is absolutely
so
identical.
This could be one of those AI bots. The images that the AI is bringing out.
Funny you should say that. Look on the left what it says. The 2 faces of Salvador Ramos. Media first released the white version of the shooter, then tweaked the CGI to the final copy. Different eyes, wider nostrils, thicker bottom lip. This person does not exist.com. Who brought that up? Do you remember?
Human Vibration.
Human Vibration, who we featured on the show. We were the first podcast she ever came on. She's been on loads now.
Yep.
She brought this to people's attention, that people can actually be digitally created. To me, if that was happening here, it looks like they've put a Caucasian or European filter on the left and a Latino filter on the right on the same phenotype.
But there's thousands. You see him on Facebook. You see him everywhere now.
But look at the hair.
Literally, even the hairs are in the same place.
The hairs are in
2 faces
exactly the
of
same place.
Ramos the Janus.
Oh my! Holy shit! Yeah, 2-face. Okay.
Ramos. You can imagine what Godfash has got to say about this. With the name like Ramos.
Big up Wim.
Yeah, big up Wim. Hope he's watching.
Master Wim.
There's also some other weird shit going on with this. Apparently, the teacher got killed in the class, but she looks exactly the same as someone that died in Sandy Hook. Which this is getting called the new Sandy Hook, and we know that Sandy Hook
does look very
was a
similar.
false flag as well.
Very, very similar. I'd say it's the same person.
Yeah, me too.
This could be the handler, the event coordinator,
like an administrator on the scene of the.
The event coordinator.
Yeah. So.
The expediter.
Yeah, the 2 faces of Salvador Ramos.
So we're not saying nothing happened.
We have no idea.
But yeah.
But I've also seen a report from the morning that 1 person was shot and all the kids were evacuated.
Right.
And that story was released, but who knows what happened? We wouldn't know. I thought this is quite funny on the right. Tim Paul says, I'm going to buy more guns today after this event.
I'd be really interested to hear from someone who lives near or in that area.
Apparently in Texas, they have the highest level of security in schools. They have armed guards, metal detectors, locked gates, everything.
So how did this dude get in?
After a firefight with police outside.
Yeah, I thought that would have automatically triggered the magnetic locking system.
When he crashed his $70,000 pickup truck.
with $10,000 worth of AR-15 RAR-15s.
Exactly the gun which they're trying to ban, but every time this happened, gun sales massively go up.
Well, like your man Tim Paul here.
I'm going to buy more guns today, and then some guy goes, I'm Australian, and I'd just like to ask, why do you need guns? And then someone else goes, and no offense to Australians, so we don't get locked up in camps for having a virus with a 99.9 survival rate.
Oh,
burnt, comrade. True,
Well,
though. But you could easily say that about English people as
truth
well.
hurts.
We don't have guns to defend ourselves either, so we're not calling out Aussies. We're in the same boat there, unfortunately. So, yeah, I thought this... What do you think of this, Inner Guardians? What are you saying?
To be honest, I've not looked into it other than what you've just presented, so it's difficult to say. But it seems the standard MO, this type of thing. It could have a few different purposes. It could be a distraction. I guess the obvious is the anti-gun lobby, but it seems to increase the gun sales.
Yeah, that's the thing. That I mean, the obvious conclusion is the anti-gun. You know, that they're trying to get rid of the guns out of the hands
What
of
they're going to
Americans.
do, they're going to do so many of these that they're just going to do it, whether the public want it or not. They're just going to do it. And
But if you worship Janus, you would want to be taking the guns away, but also making the gun sales increase at the same time because you own the weapons manufacturers.
And overriding all of that, though,
that's the two-faced thing about it. Isn't it?
This instills fear.
It's another
That's the reason why people are buying the guns, because they're scared. Right? But this instills fear. This is much deeper than just sales, man.
I think you got to look at the energy harvesting factor as well.
Yeah,
that's what I generally look at.
And also a point that you've brought up in the Guardians is the scarier and more traumatic and more difficult it is to exist in the physical world, then the more people are going to get pushed into the synthetic universe, aka the metaverse.
Yeah, especially the youngsters, because obviously this took place in a school, so it's probably targeted towards the younger members of society.
Yeah, I've heard that some of the secondary schools are already setting up like meta labs and like these things inside their own metaverse within the school. So the school's got its own creation within the metaverse. So soon we're going to have the complete map. You're going to have reality mapped out by the individuals, you know what I mean? And everyone's going to be safer and more happier in this environment. That's what they're going to be selling people anyway. But really, they're taking you backwards.
I saw a very good point that someone brought up about this event, and they said, if you think about it logically, if we're to think that these mass, especially school shootings in the USA, are actually totally organic and people are actually ready to just go out with an assault rifle and kill 20 people, then surely you would see many more mass shootings where they're taking out the police, bosses, politicians, people that are disgruntled with the tax office, the fucking DVLA, the IRS,
well, the people
whatever.
doing that are more highly trained than the lads.
Why
doing
aren't
this.
people doing mass shootings going into the tax office or the council?
Establishment?
Yeah. So think about it. You would actually see loads of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing as well is why isn't anybody questioning the fact that they have the same?
It's exactly
the same people. The same
lone weirdo. Exactly. They even look the same a lot of the time. It's always the same archetype. It's just the same thing over and over again.
And also they're on the same chemical drugs that they're given by the nurse or by the psychiatrist, wherever they've been. You know, there's either a format to follow to find the fake, or there's a format to follow to find the fault.
Well, not only this guy was clearly on SRIs or SSRIs, but they're saying that he had a therapist who specializes in hypnosis. And this Project Deep Dream, that some leaked document about basically, doing what to create Mancunian candidates, MK Ultra in people through maybe light hypnosis. That Hugo Talks video about that dream machine. That's exactly that. I believe it's the same technology and the same sort of therapy.
Project Deep Dream.
Yeah.
What's that?
So, well, apparently it's a program to use that kind of technology to create sleeper agents.
The Janus agent.
Yeah, so
imagine you're in the metaverse, you're fully submersed in it, and that's what they're for. So they can enter into your mindscape. One step ahead of us every time, eh? That's what they think, anyway.
Don't go in the metaverse, kids, not even once.
No, Jimmy Savile's in there. He's waiting with Rolf Harris.
Here's a good one. gene-edited crops to be sped up to ease Ukraine food crisis. Ministers say speeding up approval of the new methods will guarantee British food supplies. So
Problem, reaction, solution.
yeah, that tiny little speck.
So they want to Schwab up the food.
Ukraine. Okay, right. So I think this was one of the best memes that's been battling the nonsense this week. This one on the left here is from Deep Bait Memes. So we've got Chris Whitty slam dunking the monkeypox virus into a grinder with Zelensky pushed back to the floor. I'm just going to play a message now. I forgot to play this earlier when I should have played it earlier. This is actually King David dropped this earlier. Listen to this.
So lovely this week to see all the memes going around the internet, just laughing in the face of this monkeypox hoax.
Absolutely epic. And like I was mentioning earlier on, and we sort of got massively sidetracked with the slideshow, this 2 weeks, as especially, or how long it's been since monkeypox came around, people have been activated and properly mocking the mockers. And this is what Inner Guardians was talking to me about earlier on. And there is an esoteric side to this, right? So let's mock the mockers here, right? Rise and shine here. This is a Tory monkeypox PG Tips sponsored party. Boris is having sex with a monkey. Elton John there is getting bums by a monkey. Dancing around with PG Tips. More epic work here from Deep Bait Memes. Some facts on the left here. They are actually pushing for a monkeypox Britney Spears. And we've got the Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation with Bill riding this like magic carpet. The background is so good. But the reason I'm bringing this up is, Carl Greaves sent this. When Carl Greaves sends me a meme, you know it's good.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. NPC's getting hard on over the new syringe. Right. Okay, there's a new guy on the block. He's called Keith Messer-Smith. Right, or Despicable Memes, and I've been putting his in the group chat this week. He does really clean work.
Johnny Poxville,
right? Yeah, Johnny Poxville, jab ass forever.
Yeah. Do you have a classification for dirty memes?
Dirty memes, yeah, mate. I'm going to write up some genres. I think we need to start classifying stuff because if I'm going to be like the first proper meme connoisseur, all these artists are sending these different styles. We need to start categorizing.
Yeah, like we need to have a Covey art section. We need to.
Yeah. So I would say this is sort of like nouveau contemporary memetics. It's very clean. It's very current, and it's straight to the point. If Bill Gates is a health expert, then I'm a paediatrician, says Master Ginny. This is all from Keith Messersmith. He's going to get a T-shirt as well. Right.
Poxo cubes.
Breaking Queen test positive with monarchy pox. Oh my god! At 11:11, really nice from Keith. Really like this work. Okay, it gets better.
Monkey Con. Ollie murders.
Look at the face.
He does a really good job of schwabbing together.
He's good with the face morph. He's got the face morph skills. Yeah, it's all like posters. It's really good. It's proper different to like our guys because our guys go very detailed and sort of avant-garde.
The thing is, like his stuff, like you could put it onto BBC and people think you could be like, oh, hang on.
You could put that on a bus stop, walk past it, and might not notice. That's what's really good about it. You could actually sort of do like covert, like clandestine memeing with this guy's work.
Covert memeing,
yeah, like a street team go out with like actual like paste and posters and like put it over like billboards and stuff. Really good.
What would we call the memes where you have to double look at them to make sure that they're not like from the mainstream? Because some of them,
like this,
it's hard to tell the difference.
This is brilliant.
This is a great one.
There's got to be a word for it. Fuck, I should be able to come up with it straight away. If I'd had zero in, I'd have already thought of it. I don't know. It's sort of like mock mainstream, isn't it? clots, pox, and flea
Zero
smoking barrels.
in memes.
Yeah, 0 in memes.
Mock stream.
Isn't that satirical?
It's mock stream. It's mock stream.
Wouldn't it be satirical?
Mock stream memes.
It is satirical, yeah, but it's sort of like almost, I don't know, it's not overtly satirical because it sort of blends in. I like this. Clots, pots, and flea smoking barrels. Top of the pox.
Again, look, with the face blend.
I've never seen anyone merge Bill Gates' face with Master Ginny.
Too good.
No, it's very good.
Oh my!
That's what I'm saying. This is why I thought I'd showcase this guy's work. He knocks out like about 30 memes a day.
Fucking brothers, man.
Honestly, what are you saying in the Guardians?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Sorry,
you can't follow that.
This one just speaks for itself.
This is really good.
Is there more? Yeah, look.
But did you hear me? Did you hear me say in the WhatsApp group about Zelensky? He reminds me of Bill Gates.
He does. Oh, wait a minute. I need to reload now that you said that because we totally disregarded this thing up here. Look on the right-hand side of the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Georgie Schwartz basically is Zelensky plus 30 years, 40 years. Wow. Look at the nose. Look at the slant of the mouth. I'd say it's...
I've got a theory about this. I think
Go for it.
Right. When you extract or remove the essence out of a human, they probably all sort of morph into the same sort of thing in the physical.
Oh, maybe it's been the handover between the roles.
That's why they all look the same. That's why when you see like all of their faces, like Bush, sort of like Windsor's, and I've seen their faces more from one to one. Someone's done it, and they all they don't look very different at all.
Yeah, I think that particular bloodline is because they keep themselves to themselves, such well within their boundaries.
It's called the Khazarian bloodline.
Yeah, that's correct.
It comes from Ukraine.
So,
okay. So, this guy's work is so good. Tupox and Poxo makes puffing balls. Sage and onion. Look how sly that is.
Yeah, that's really good.
Really good. And Tupox with fucking Fauci, like banging. Really like that. So Keith, if you managed to make it this long, I said make sure you watch Rise Above. I'm going to show you a stream. I made him wait 4 hours before I showed his memes.
This gentleman needs a t-shirt.
No, he's definitely getting a t-shirt. He goes, yeah, I've been making memes since November 2001, straight on the front line. I was like, mate, you're really good. It's like, make memes for me. I'll make you famous. Okay, so this is a follow-up from Master Lee's document he uncovered last week from the Nuclear Threat Initiative. Do you remember the exercise where they had the fake country?
Brinia.
Yeah, Brinia and Arnica, where the
bordering,
where the terrorists, the Azov battalion, made weaponized monkeypox to defeat Putin. That was in the war games. So the Evening Standard are now reporting this. Actually, they reported it back in 2001. Bill Gates warns of smallpox terror attacks and urges leaders to use germ games to prepare. Please play my germ games. That will prepare you for the Armageddon. And here, welcome to Brinia. Platform 2, PG Tips. Great work from Sagehead. Right.
Do you know, talking about monkeypox, right? Have you noticed this week on all like the sort of the lower known film channels on digital TV or whatever, they've all been playing Planet of the Apes or The Return of the Planet of the Apes. It's every night there's been another one of those that sequence of movies.
How's that?
It doesn't surprise me in the least. I couldn't
believe it. So far I've seen it.
Just to really hammer it in the psyche there.
It's funny you should say that, right? So we're talking about predictive programming, right?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. That's my next subject. Does anybody remember this story from late January this year, 2022? This one here. Monkey on loose in Pennsylvania after crash on the motorway on the way to laboratory. Sounds too good to be true. I remember when this happened, and I remember seeing it, and it looks exactly like you would see in a movie before an outbreak of a pandemic that shuts the whole world down, or like start of a zombie movie or something. So residents in Pennsylvania County were warned on Saturday not to approach a monkey still missing after a crash involving a pickup towing a trailer, taking about 100 of the animals, 100 monkeys, 100th monkey syndrome, 100th monkey syndrome, to a research laboratory. So these 100 monkeys were on their way to a research laboratory
The 100 Monkey Study. Come on.
For 100 Monkey Study in boxes in this trailer. Out of 100, 4 of them escaped, according to Peter. And it says 4 escapes with viruses, question mark. What? A curious onlooker of a vehicular accident on Pennsylvania Highway got the shock of a lifetime when she approached a crate she believed held a cat, cooing kitty kitty. This is what I saw in the interview. This woman goes up to an open crate thinking it's a box of kittens, and it's like a dangerous virus-ridden monkey.
Wow.
Jumps out. This happened in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if it was 12 Monkeys or another film involving monkeys where there was a virus outbreak. That was in Pennsylvania as well. Someone correct me in the live chat.
Yeah, it was.
What film? Outbreak?
Nah.
12 Monkeys.
Probably 12
Yes,
Monkeys.
Army of 12 Monkeys,
Yeah, 12 Monkeys. There you go. Nice Bruce Willis connection there. Big up Sagehead.
He's been in the media recently as well.
With this monkeypox stuff, I keep getting these sort of flash visions of the global delete sitting around a table with a button, hesitating and doubting as to whether they're going to pull the trigger on this one. You know, they're sitting around looking at sort of the feedback they're getting from humanity, and they're like, should we do it? And they're like, oh, no, let's leave it another day. Oh, come on, let's do it. No.
Should we do monkeypox next? Yeah, that's quite a cool concept, right? Do you know what it reminds me of? There's a film called Cabin in the Woods, where people go, the kids go into the woods, and these sort of zombies come to life after they open a book in the cellar. It's very classic horror. But what they realise is they're actually one of these. They've walked into an installation that is run by sort of like a dark project that's working for the global dark occultists, and they've got these installations all over the world, and they get these people in there, which are part of a sacrifice or a ritual. So they have like a hero, they have a virgin, they have a loser, a winner, and they have like a pool of whether they're going to get the zombies, they're going to get knifed by Jason type killers. Has anyone seen this film? And they're actually trying to appease the old gods, and they're all sat around, like Master Lee just said, saying,
Janus.
Yeah.
Trying to appease Janus.
Shall we do a zombie apocalypse? Should we do virus pandemic? Should we do this? And they're actually betting on it. And it's energy harvesting, and it's also a sacrifice. So it's actually a really, really good film. It starts off as a very cheesy sort of archetypal horror, but then you realise, oh my god, it's something totally different. Yeah, Cabin in the Woods, fully recommend it. Cymatic says, yeah, that film is deep for sure. Favourite horror. And I don't even like the genre.
Because the thing is, if they get it wrong this time, it's game over. Because I think they got it almost like 50-50 last time. I think this one, there's a lot more on it. And there's a lot more people that are aware. A lot more people actually research stuff now after the last 2 years.
Yeah. Do you think that do you honestly think that they're going to push monkeypox as hard as they did Divot?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is.
I think they're going to as well.
I think they've got to go for broke in some ways, out of desperation more than anything. I think they're losing.
Me too. I think this is a desperate move.
They're going to try, aren't they? They're going to.
So look at this predictive programming here. There is no way to ensure that the monkeys are virus-free, and the state veterinary records show the monkeys in laboratories in the US have often been found with tuberculosis, Chagas disease, cholera, MRSA.
Right, so in the chat room, Girly5 was saying that the woman who interacted with this monkey on the highway after the truck crashed in Pennsylvania, she died a month later on. So I had to quickly research that because I didn't hear about that.
You Jamie'd that,
absolutely right, yeah.
What did she die of?
Well, it doesn't really say. She checked herself into the emergency room.
Monkey coinciditis.
More than likely.
Monkeyditis.
A simian strain of coinciditis. So, yeah, I mean, look at these pictures here. Let's have a look at these pictures. And people are saying that there's, like, big discrepancies with the story of, like, why was a crappy old, like, pickup trucks, like, transporting these monkeys?
Yeah, like, virus-ridden monkeys.
A pickup pulling a trailer, a driver of a pickup transporting monkeys. Yeah, there's some inconsistencies. It looked staged to me. Like, it looks staged.
I think one of the problems they've got is they should have chosen a more scary creature. Monkeys, we kind of associate them, especially kids. They're kind of almost funny, you know. Whereas a bat, is quite scary. They should have chosen something like a rat or a snake or spider.
Do you know what I think this is? They're going to introduce maybe this monkeypox is really the end game, because you think how close we've been told we are to these monkeys and how we can easily, transfer things like what we've had before, like Adrian, and things like that. They've been accused. I can see this as a route to that. We're talking about
the road to Adrian.
The road to Adrian.
Just,
That's what I'm talking
just out
about.
of interest, and this applies to the chat as well. Does anybody actually know anybody that's buying into the monkeypox?
No,
I'd like to know if anyone is.
I've heard that there's a few people buying into it, but I don't think they're in the chat room.
I've seen people online talking about people that they know buying into it, but I've said to people that I work with, and my mum that have been to the Britney Spears concert. I was like, right, who's got up for your monkeypox jabs? They're all like, you must be joking. So even some people that have been to 2 or 3 Britney Spears concerts think it's stupid as well.
Yeah, and I think it's also triggered those that have been to the Britney Spears concert to realise it's not as they thought. It's almost backfiring.
I'm yet to see a picture of someone. I'm yet to see a picture of someone on the news with monkeypox, apart from a picture of some African person's hands from a stock image from Google from 2006, like this.
Yeah. I've got friends on Facebook that have been to 3 concerts of the Britney Spears, and even they're mocking this monkeypox.
That's what I mean. People aren't buying it this time.
No,
I don't think, even if they were buying it, I don't think they'd put up with lockdowns and all of that shit again. Closing a business and losing.
Facebook has been utterly just flooded with just I've never seen so many memes for one subject.
Monkeys are a bit. We can see them comedic, especially chimps.
So and the stories they're pumping out as well. The NHS issues warning to anyone who eats meat as UK monkeypox case rise. What are you actually suggesting? You get it from what you eat now?
Don't forget you've got to wear a mask as well now.
Oh yeah, and I haven't got the screenshots.
I have seen a lot more people in masks recently.
Do you know what the NHS have been caught doing?
What?
They've changed the definition of monkeypox.
No, really?
Yeah. I've seen all the screenshots. It's all over the place. Before this happened, the definition of monkeypox was a mild zootropic virus that is extremely rarely transferred from monkeys to humans, and almost impossible to transfer from humans to humans. Right? The new definition is monkeypox is a dangerous virus that is easily spread from humans to humans.
Wow.
Yeah, they've literally rewrote the definition of it once again, like they did with pandemic, like they did with the definition of the.
Now, I wonder if, like Master Lee said about the testing, if it's all going to be about that.
Well, what do you think test will diagnose monkeypox? Have a guess, comrade.
The PCR,
obviously.
If you're in control of your environment, you can control the narrative. So.
Yeah, monkeypox, monkey packs, everything you need for Funfield pandemic, banana scented nasal swabs, surgical over mask for extra protection that goes over your mask, over your monkey mask, right? Okay. Order today to get a free bunch of modified RNA bananas, only $33. This was from someone called Another Steve. He emailed this to me. This is someone new, and this is made by Another Steve as well. Only someone that watches Rise Above could come up with a meme like this.
Yeah.
You know that. It'll be all right, monkey. At least the media is telling us everything we need to know. But you know what? Here's a great one. So they're putting in the gay scene, sexual disease narrative into the monkeypox mix, right? CDC officials sound the alarm for gay and bisexual men as monkeypox spreads in community. In community. Doesn't even see it in their community. No. But when this story broke on ITV, look at the name of the guy they brought out as a sexual health and HIV expert. Dr. John McSorley. The name John. Yeah. John is an American name for a dick.
Yeah.
Well, also a toilet.
John McSorley. Really?
Johnson.
That's McSorley. Almost as good as Phil McCann or Robin Banks, the policeman.
Yeah, we saw that. It was brilliant. That was.
Yeah, we did a whole thing on that, didn't we? Okay, so where does monkeypox actually originally come from? Does anyone know? Guess what? It was first identified in 1958 in Copenhagen in an outbreak of vesicular disease among captive primates. Guess what the monkeys were being used for?
I wonder who owned the vaccine. I wonder if that was
polio, Britney Spears research. So monkeypox first outbreak ever was in monkeys that they were testing a polio Britney Spears concert on. Surprise, surprise, comrades.
Yeah, I'm going to Jamie that quick.
Experimental. Yeah, I believe I have Jamie that, but you can double Jamie.
No. I'm on about. I wonder who owned the polio vaccine.
Oh right, yeah.
See
yeah,
where I'm
Jamie
going with
that.
that? Yeah?
Okay, I guarantee it was probably Pfizer.
The health chancellor. I thought I was thinking.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Bill Gates wasn't into that stuff back then. And here's the icing on the cake. According to new resurfaced interviews with a former Russian army colonel, military scientists research using monkeypox as a bioweapon. So that's actually a play directly from that document that Inner Guardians brought last week. That monkeypox was actually developed by rogue terrorist state in a lab, but it wasn't developed in the big country, which would have been Russia. It was developed in the small little state, which would have been Ukraine, Arnica, right? So this is a little inversion there, which I thought was classic, just to end off my little clown show for this week. So this monkeypox thing ain't going away. Like you can see, there's so much meat is being put on the bone here.
They're testing the water, aren't they? They're just dipping their toes in, seeing, like Master said, they're seeing how we react. And
well, I know one thing of all the other things mentioned, whether it was bird flu, swine flu, Marburg,
Schwab flu,
bubonic plague, hyacinth bouquet, Adrian, hippopotamus. This seems to be the one that the protocols, like the WHO, have already said, if this escalates, we're going to have to do travel restrictions.
Well, I've got another theory about this. Now, if we hypothetically say that it's all Al Gore AI driven, so it could ramp up in accordance with the response and reaction of social media. There could be a correlation. So we could actually, I guess you could say, we could be toning it down.
contributing.
No, well, no, we can affect it by displaying our sort of mockery of it.
So you're saying you could actually fight the pandemic online?
Yeah, because potentially it's all computer projections and predictions.
Well, that's how Divic was spread.
Yeah. Now, if they've gone to the next stage where it is being driven, maybe they've released their hands away from it, and they're just allowing the algorithms and the AI and Al Gore's to deliver this. So we could actually be keeping it at bay digitally,
fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
Well,
because the thing is, we kind of contradicting ourselves, because in one breath we're saying it's all about the AI, it's all about the algorithms, it's all about the digital bots, the archons, the digital archons. And then we're saying, well, there's a bunch of old men in black suits plotting agendas. Well, which is true? Was it a bit of both? Or is there a transference of power? So maybe in the 90s, 2000, it was the old men in black suits, and they're slowly handing over power to the algorithms.
Perhaps that's what the Great Reset is actually all about, the transference of power.
Yeah.
To the
maybe we're at the tipping point. This could be the tipping point of the handover. Hence why there's a sort of delay and pause or hesitation and doubt on their behalf.
Well, I think you're absolutely right in that at the end of the day, right, if people were reacting to monkeypox, the way they reacted to monkeypox, if they reacted to Divic like that online in early 2020, then there might not have been so many people that were actually the prey of the Divic and lost their souls and lost their identity.
I still think that 2020, the original Divic plot could have been done and dusted within 48 hours had people responded and not reacted. So, as an example, I always said I think it was March 2020, when they were pumping out how deadly this was, that everybody, and I mean everybody, should have said, well, if it's that deadly, I ain't going out. And everybody should have stayed in. And I mean everybody.
Yeah, that would have fucked it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because did you notice how selective they were about it's so deadly, don't go out, don't do this, don't do that, but it's okay if you're emptying the bins, it's okay if you're going to
If you're keeping the cogs going,
if you're
you've still got
working the petrol station.
Yeah, they were very
And
selective.
how many of those people died?
Well, this is what Steve was saying. Since I dread, he was working within the sort of like rubbish clearance and that sort of stuff industry as well, and he said no one got ill.
And they were dealing with people's waste.
Yeah, every day. And
Waste
some
disposal.
people were using it as an excuse to have a day off, but they weren't ill.
And what they should have, what we could have done as a collective, we could have forced, say, the transport minister to drive the trucks, the health minister to stand in the hospital.
That's what we should. That's exactly what we should have done, Lee.
We should have inverted it back on them.
You're saying it's our fault for not following the rules?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
100% behind that.
Damn, we should have instead everything the
That
COVID
should
union said.
really be the message
give them
about
like
standing up.
Yeah, give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, over deliver.
Oh right. Crown Jewels is saying that document claimed that the lockdown for monkeypox happened on June 12th. We'll see about that. Yeah.
But like I say, that was done last year, so they've had like nearly a year, I guess, to test the water, and maybe it's not going according to plan. And like I say, we can't have it both ways. So, are we making a difference or not? I think we are. So therefore, there's going to be a disruption to their agenda. If we're not making any impact whatsoever, we might as well just give up now. I think we are making a massive impact.
Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely. This is what like someone that was having a go at me last year said. It's like, you're pathetic. You think making stupid videos and speeches is going to change what the government's doing. I said, you're stupid. I would never attempt to change what the government's doing. That's idiotic. I'm trying to change people's reaction or perception of what is happening. The change happens in the minds of people, not with what the parasite's doing.
Yeah, and the change is also happening from their own hands. I mean, I'm starting to meet lots of, well, I won't say lots, but people almost on a daily basis now that have even taken the 3 concerts and they're regretting it. And they're starting
I know a few people that have done the full Britney tour, and they wish they hadn't.
We have people that watch this show that have been to 2 concerts because they felt like they had to keep their job or whatever, and they gutted about it, and they knew, but they were backed into a corner. So it's the
saddest story in the world, isn't it?
It is the saddest story in the world, and we might take the piss out of everything on this show, and we try to do it equally to everything. At the end of the day, we know that some people were backed into a corner, and they had to do it as well, and they should be more angry about what's going on than anyone, than us.
Yeah, they should be having more platforms. And I think that may come. That might be almost like a second tidal wave or something, where those that feel deceived. I mean, personally, I don't actually feel deceived because I wasn't deceived. I saw straight through it.
No, me too.
I feel empowered. I feel like I trust my judgment now better than ever before.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, but for those that did participate and they're being mocked, because for instance, you've actually got a lot of people in the NHS that obeyed, did what they was told to do, and are now injured and are receiving absolutely nothing from the NHS because it wasn't forced, it was consensual.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a double whammy.
That's a winner. Who just spent that much? Carol, I think you're winning the ashtray. You just spent £112 on merch. Thank you very much.
122.
122. Kitted out the whole family.
Right,
yeah. I think
So I'm going on the polio thing right here. I was looking at so
1958.
Yeah, Salk was the one who invented the polio vaccine, and
Right.
Sabin sort of like tweaked it. Salk was his original research is what I was looking at, right? Because you got to think he had no money, man. He's got to get his money from somewhere. So it turns out it was the Mellon family who was funding him, and they're like
Mellon family,
MELLON. Yeah, they're from the States. They've got an interesting. If you look at their prominent members, They've had some big ass jobs: defensive intelligence, deputy secretary for the Clinton Bush administration, Republican Party finance administrators. Those are the sort of people who are part of the funding. That family line are part of the funding of the polio vaccine. So you still think that they're still in the control. So when you say that they've got the complete network of people in every pocket, they have. You can track it if you.
No one else would be allowed to make a polio.
No,
vaccine.
exactly.
Of course not. Like, exclusive rights.
So then they've got the patents.
Yeah. So there we go. Jamie in real time.
I'll tell you what else we need to think about and possibly focus upon is the actual, or in the event of they do fail, then what? Are we prepared for that? Because it's almost kind of like, I guess, in the back of everybody's mind that there's nothing we can do. They're going to do this and that, and we're just going to suffer the consequences. Well, what if everything that they're trying to do completely fails? Then what?
Yeah, people don't realise then we would likely be left to fend for ourselves anyway, because any of them that get away are just going to retreat into deep underground bunkers and never be seen again by surface-dwelling peasants like us. They'll survive.
But also, right, it's fair to say that the global delete, they are behind the scenes. They're behind the veil. All of this is being manifested by the order followers. But if the order followers are dropping dead or getting sick and whatever, this could all fall apart because there would actually be nobody to actually enforce any of it. Because the
but they might have given the order followers a different serum. We don't know if everyone's had the same. Do you know what I mean?
But well, I know order followers that have got sick.
Do you? I don't know any order followers, so I couldn't tell you.
I know plenty. Most of them have got sick in one way or another.
And
but yeah,
would they take
really
a monkey Divok shot?
I don't think they're going to introduce it. I don't think they're going to give us a shot for this. I can see that. I still think this is the road to Adrian, because it makes complete sense to me. The way they're playing out is their game through and through.
Yeah, I think the monkeypox is a way of unveiling the side effects. So it's kind of like a one name covers everything. It's like a blanket.
Yeah. Much like the original name for Divok.
Yeah. Yeah. So it could actually just be just a cover story.
Just to cover up all the effects from the Britney Spears concerts.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it'd be, what was that? There was a program, I think it was in the 70s, the Monkees. They actually played music, didn't they?
Yeah, the Monkees, they were big group, weren't they?
The band.
So
they were one of the first boy bands, I think.
Yeah,
they could be the support band for the Britney tour, I guess.
They could be Britney and
that's a meme right there. Memologists, get on that one. Whoever's making memes about that. But what do you think, Martin? Are they going to actually try lockdowns because of this shit?
It's a tough one. I think they're in a position where
are they testing the water now? And
they're monitoring the unraveling situation.
I see it's quite a brave move to suddenly whack this out there like they've done.
I would say
the waters.
I would say they're definitely doing some kind of dynamic risk assessment. Put it that way. In real time.
Dynamic risk assessment to make the records, and then they'll program that into a computer and let the algorithm make a decision.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, what we have to consider realistically, they are well within. They've got the power and the mechanisms to actually produce a real bioweapon. We can't really doubt that.
No way. I think they've been practicing with bioweaponry for a long time, and that
they've
nailed
that.
Could be the honing in of it, like you were saying. I think that's a good mindset to look into.
Yeah, I'd say they've got it down by now.
I think we've already seen the application of a specialised bioweapon.
Yeah, but what I think they can't do, there's some kind of cosmic law that prevents them from doing like a direct hit to humanity. I think they can orchestrate humanity to destroy each other through wars, where both sides are believing that they're, I guess, the positive. But for them to be the denying force and attack humanity directly, there must be something stopping them from doing it. Otherwise, they would have done it a long time ago.
With natural law, they know about natural law.
Yeah, I think that still applies to them. No
They
matter how much
get
don't
us to
like
do it to ourselves.
Yeah,
it has to be
Or
consensual.
each
Well,
other.
consensual, exactly consensual. I mean, we queued up for the Britney concert. Don't forget.
Yeah, that's it. They queue up for the tour.
Because even in wars, right? If you look at how wars play out, generally speaking, you'll have one group of people that will be angry at another group of people, wound up by the shit stirrers in government, and then they execute each other. And they both believe that they're fighting a worthy cause. You know, nobody fights a war saying, yeah, we're in the wrong, but we're going to fight anyway. So therefore, it bypasses natural law because it's kind of consensual. I mean, I guess you could say conscription might not be consensual.
Yeah, I mean, how consensual is it if you're not told the truth? So you're blindly going into it. I mean, that's what you're saying, I suppose, isn't it? So
Well, this is where sort of, I guess, coercion fits in,
Mm.
and manipulation by the use of the perceptions are incepted, and then it creates a deception.
So if they can bypass that process, then that's how they get around it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, back to the projection and creation cycle.
Yeah.
We spoke about before, the sorcery again.
Yeah, and that the word sorcery, I mean, it includes the word source. It's an interesting word, and I think it all boils down to the source. Even the term inception, a lot of people think that inception means to go into something. Yeah, but if you actually look at the word inception, it means the origins of something. So if you say Rise Above, the inception of Rise Above was in 2019 or 20. So it's like the birth of something. But it can also mean that you use inception into something that already exists and you alter it.
So that could be like the Mandela effect.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. You can alter something that was already there.
The common perceptions, maybe.
Yeah, and this is where humanity has to be their own inception. We can't have inception happen to us. So we need to control our perceptions. If we were able to do that, we would perceive reality as it really is. At the moment, there's a kind of evidence for every theory.
I mean, I suppose that the power of manifestation would be the start of creating your own inception, because you start to manifest your own environment, your own reality. You then gain control. Okay.
Well, at least if you're creating what's directly in front of you, then you're not offering an opportunity for someone else to do it in your place.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what we're doing here. At least, when we convene here every Friday night, the sounds, the images, everything on the screen that you're seeing and hearing is controlled by Ra. Do you know what I mean? We're whether it's the designs on the merch or the imagery that we use, we're trying to create a whole thing here. I don't want to, I don't want to see anything in front of me that we haven't created.
You're either going to be third force blind, or the participation of the assimilation of the simulation. That kind of sums it up.
Yeah, you sort of actually become, in a way, the prey of something that could be passively observed.
Yeah.
If you got caught in the food cycle of it, then you actually become, you're trapped in a cycle of it and you're being fed upon.
Yeah, it boils down to the transmitter or the receiver. Being your own transmitter is a good place to start. If everybody was their own transmitter, we wouldn't have this problem. And the problem is, there is, I would say, the firewall in people's minds is very, very weak or even non-existent. And if people were able to have a firewall, they wouldn't receive inception, where their excuse me, their original thoughts couldn't be hijacked and then another reality projected out.
You've coined an amazing term for this, and let me get this right: artificial belief technology.
Yeah.
ABT.
ABT.
The new religion.
So it's sort of like malware, installed malware in your rendering.
Let's not put that energy out there. I don't like the idea of that concept.
What, installed malware?
Yeah, of the I don't know. I just
Yeah,
don't like
well,
the idea of
what's artificial belief
I've
technology?
got- yeah.
It's a piece of rogue programming that's been installed, which is actually hijacking the real time rendering, the rendering cycle of projecting, consuming, reprojecting, consuming, which is what it should be. It's hijacking that and parasiting off it and actually subverting it. So yeah, it's like malware.
Yeah, and this is where the practice of, say, various types of meditation is a way of getting rid of the noise. You're getting rid of the programming.
I've really started to do that in my morning breath work. I've started to be able to like go past 2 minutes now of on an empty lungs, not holding a breath, on an empty lungs, 2 minutes. And if I manage to, like you say, switch off from the feedback and the noise, and get lost, I feel like I could go forever. It's only when I remember again and get caught back.
Here's one for you. Maybe you can try this. Maybe everybody can try it. Not now, but if you do any sort of breath work or meditation, there is definitely a correlation between breathing and thinking. So when you hold your breath, it stops the rendering of thoughts. And you could say it's a type of inspiration.
Yeah, that's it. The best is when I stop thinking.
And then you almost stop breathing. So you stop breathing, stop thinking. Because you stop thinking, you don't need to breathe anymore. Because thinking consumes up to 50% of the body's oxygen.
It's very interesting, right? Because with the spirit molecule, especially, it's actually quite difficult to inhale and to get it right. And when I've coached people through it and shaman people through it, what I've often found is if they hit it right and inhale the spirit fumes correctly and don't cough and hold it in, by the time they've breathed it out, they've gone. And the biggest problem is by the time they breathe out, they go, and they actually forget to breathe back in.
Yeah.
And if you are not aware of this mechanism and you haven't trained for it and made compensations for it, and you're on your own and you've never done it before, it can be quite dangerous potentially, especially if you were lying down, especially if you had been sick as well. It could be very dangerous. And a lot of the times when I help people through it, I say, if I give you a tap on the knee, it's a reminder to breathe. And they say, what do you mean? I say, when I tap you, you'll remember. And this is a little bit of precognitive work that I've done with people before. And then they go, and then the next barrier is broken. And yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a huge link between thinking and breathing, because obviously you stop thinking for a moment there.
Yeah, and I would say in my own practice, it's all about the pause. It's not about the breathing in or the out. It's about the pausing, the gap in between. The same way when I read any esoteric literature, it's all about the punctuation, the sentencing, and the pauses and chapters, so on and so forth. So, for instance, when you read esoteric work, to read it correctly, it should be read where you factor in the pauses so that you can assimilate the data properly. Because
exactly the same with MCing.
Yeah, if you just read it as a normal book, it goes into the artificial personality mind. When you read it esoterically, if you use a correlation between, say, the breath or breath work, and you factor in the pauses and you pay attention to the pauses or that space of the pause, you can then assimilate the data that you're reading into the authentic mind, and that's where it gets activated. That's where it becomes it's born. as opposed to just being dead knowledge, dead data.
And this is why breathing and you know, these breathing techniques, which everyone is getting so interested in now, is very important. Yes, so you don't forget to breathe. If anyone ever, if I ever take anyone on that journey in the future in the HR department, you'll go through my little breathing reminder potentially. Yeah. But in that moment when you're not breathing and you don't remember to breathe, is incredible. The act of forgetting that you need to breathe and the freedom that you can get in that moment is actually what it's all about.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's a temporary freedom from the physical restraints or the physical prison of the body.
Because the breath in and out, the binary, those you know, Janus again, the doorway. It's sort of
the
like
Janus door.
But the reconciler or the third force would be the pause.
Yeah.
That would
There
be the
you go.
reconciler. It's neutral. It's not in or out.
Standing halfway in the door and not moving.
Yeah, I mean, you could also say something along the lines of the breathing in and out could be for the physical body, and the pause could be for the non-physical body. If you place attention on that, if you do conscious breathing, and I say this all the time, anybody that does sort of entry-level meditation, it always starts off with counting the breath.
And for anyone that's never done like Wim Hof breathing before, you know, you do a cycle of, you know, powerful in and out. But what really happens at the end is you breathe all the way out and then you hold it. And it is all about the pause. And I've just got to now where I can comfortably hold 2 minutes with no breath in me at all. You know, it's very different to holding a lungful of oxygen that you can work with, but an empty might not sound like much 2 minutes, but it's taken me a while to get to 2 minutes.
Yeah, because it's about the nitrogen as well. Because it's actually the nitrogen that wants you to. It kind of gives you that kind of gag reflex type of reaction. So, for instance, when you breathe in and it turns into nitrogen, the body's trying to push it out or get rid of it. So you've got two things going on. You've got the need for oxygen, and you've also got the need to repel or expel nitrogen. But what would be the third? What would be the third force?
Keep it all together.
It would be a combination of oxygen and nitrogen. And where does it go? Does it just go nowhere? Maybe it does go somewhere.
Well, we're told
maybe another body.
Trees.
Maybe another body in a body requires that.
Nothing is wasted potentially.
In the food chain.
Yeah.
Nice bit of whole rabbit to end us off there.
Yeah, mate.
So
should we
yeah, well, we're almost at 5 hours. I think that's enough for tonight.
Yeah.
Big shout out to everyone that's stuck with us through another epic rabbit marathon. What the Flock TV was pretty spectacular. Definitely going to be chatting to him again soon. Don't forget, next week we are on Thursday, and it's Pirate Radio. In the Guardians, are you around for a bit of a chat later on the Thursday show when we stop the music?
Potentially, but I'll keep you posted.
We'll see what we can do. So don't forget, next week, Thursday, watch out for the new channels, Black Market Cinema, the other channel, Rise Above. We're pumping out shorts, edits, bite size. Big up Slick Rick. Big thank you to everyone that's bought the merchandise tonight. Loads of new merchandise on the website. Guys, we'll see you back soon. Inner Guardians, Rise Above.
Rise Above.
There is nothing wrong with your internet. Do not attempt to adjust your connection. We are now controlling this transmission. We control the horizontal and the vertical. We could descend 1,000 rabbit holes or expand the whole rabbit to crystal clarity and beyond. We could entice your vision with anything our imagination can conceive. In the next 6 hours, you will regain control of all that you see and hear. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the deepest part of the inner mind to the outer reaches of our realm. Welcome to Rise Above.
Could never defeat me. I have the special skill of the liquid metal rabbit.
Of course, it was me, Auntie Covia. You don't know.
Oh no! Siren! Martial law? Are you marching? You got your masks on? Come on. It's like rum, pop, 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 rum, pop, 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 pop. Little drummer boy banging beats up on the drum. Cooking rush up in the kitchen, then we're kicking on the ones. Just trying to get by and make some chucky funds. There's animals I'm all going crazy, toting guns. I'm hearing shots popping off a sirens from the bus. I smell the gunpowder smoke and fake with a buzz. Spitting out the live rounds, I don't fight your dust. There's nobody ever gonna do it like a dust. Maybe you're bumblebee, but I'm keeping up the buzz. Getting back on tracks with my cuz. We're about to cause a riot, but nobody cooled up. Cunts don't get vexed, I get real and pull steel. Talk get my smack, now I think you know the deal. I'm licking off your top like an honor getting peeled. What you say round here, you the one that get killed. The needless one across the day of the dead. Like 20 times dark with the pulse in my head. Twisting up my omen as I lay in my bed. Man, my skin so thick, it's impervious to lead. With a smile on my face and a skip in my step, I exhale from my chest because I'm feeling my best. Packing punches with the roots of life and singing with zest. That's a game of phones and now I'm putting hammers to heads. I'm a star man, kid, who wins until you never met. Just cuddle up in bed and I'll start making you sweat. Treating life like a game or a war that's chess. Take each day as it comes and always strive for the best. From my little one, biggest on. He's got a swagger on. Life never asked my papa, still you come and dad him up. Who is that goes, but I'll make sure that I shatter him. Blood's the priciest fluids, so don't splatter. I know I've never been the cleverest. Looking at the world like a miserable pessimist. I was sunk into the sea, but now on top of Everest. Just keep it moving, there's no time to ever miss. Sympathy for the devil, or for a villain. Well, I just guess as how the story gets written. I'm the big bad wolf eating up your little kitten. Yeah, my attitude stinks, guaranteed you'll be smitten. I'm inspired by the fire, I'm a fucking lord alive. I don't just sing the ink, I animate them through the mic. All sorts of gory stories about me, don't believe the hype. Cause that's the type of shit that will take away your wife. Take away your wife, I mean take away your life. I'm walking hard, living on the blade edge of a knife. I take flight, stay up late night, the fuck the hype. You can suck my vibe, and then I'll ask if you a ride. I'm just too late for you to handle. Get spangled, drinking with pirates, get some mango, about to get strangled. Listen, run in your mouth. Put my hands up on your face, I'll push your last breath out. Call me a con, give me my blunt. Call me a villain, Dr. C, you Mr. Me is about to answer what you're wishing. Heating up my pants, serve you in different dishes. I don't waste my food, why would I feed you to the fishes? Hey, look, it's Adam the animal, me is the cannibal. Type of guy at night that will panic you, sonically maniacal. Yes, the Simpson fucking mister. Make you walk on broken glass with flames up in your blisters. Come inside your mum for fun and fuck your little sisters. But only if they're old enough, I promise they will fish. When you thought that was hard, but I ain't even getting sick yet. If you didn't know, now you know, you little dickhead. Take a swig of liquor, drink the dragon breath of fire. Run top the list, I'm about to take the whole empire. I may get old, but I'll always inspire. I start like myself, but now I'm fueling the fire. I step back in the ring and pick the mic up. In the light where I shine, I'll always rise up. Instrumental war and peace, we are the deciders. Take the mind to young, become positive providers. I question my sanity for far too long. Now I'm working for my chicks and look inside the fitting strong. Tell them by your sanity, your mental blocks. But now I'm up and running, that's how I'm taking on clocks.
Put us together, we really give them hell. Love the world, ignite the mic. This is architect music.
Deadly, close to perfect, no superlatives. Equipped to splurt a verse, a murderous, my worth affirmative. Face is part of the furniture, words is laid some turf in it. Brain immersed in it, state asserting my state is permanent. Yeah, know that I'm a guest in this abode, and I respect there is a goal, so I'm invested in the role. And no impressive with the flow, no suggesting I'm the GOAT. But if there's in-house debate, I can't be left out in the cold. And if I am, take a piss and write a message in the snow. Fuck you all. Live and breathe this need acceptance in my soul, but hold my own and show the globe that UK's part of the statement. These fakes par and our name will be face planting the pavement. Spree bars to their gaze hard in amazement. If rap's a gated estate, I'm the shaded half of the basement of Maine. Cast snakes in the rain, tarnish the vagrant. Lay bricks on the foundation of greatness, wanna create it.
Hey, bro.
Onto that next wave.
I'm making headway. I'm the hip hop with Bob Marley is the reggae. I'm the hip hop with James Brown is the soul. What Mick Jagger is the rock and roll.
Let's go.
Music pumps through my appendix.
Tremendous.
I'm the rap version of Jimi Hendrix. I'm the hip hop with Michael Jackson is the pop.
Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop.
Now, if rap was a church, I'd be a preacher. If it was a school, I'd be a teacher. If it was an audience, I'd be up in the bleachers, listening to all my favorite rappers' features. Put my hand on my heart and pledge allegiance. Go out and talk about it like Kathy Lee and Regis. Spread the word through a million different regions. Upholding its diverse freedoms for different reasons. If rap and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had a baby, it would be me. I'm tall and I'm shady, handsome, clever, dark and I'm dapper. A mutant telepath, time traveling rapper. Smarter than the dudes that work up at NASA and way more intriguing than the data that they gather. Fact of matter, I bubble like lather. If rap was the news, I'd be Dan Rather. Hey, bro. I'm making headway. I'm the hip hop with Bob Marley is the reggae. I'm the hip hop with James Brown is the soul. What Mick Jagger is the rock and roll.
Let's go.
Music pumps through my appendix.
Tremendous.
I'm the rap version of Jimi Hendrix. I'm the hip hop with Michael Jackson is the pop.
Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop.
Hey, bro.
Yeah. Low key, I'm just a cog in the machine. Cause I'm to hip hop what hip hop is to the queen.
Turn it off, Harry.
Just a commoner, we're not a bean. Insignificant as such, but synonymous with the scene. I play my role, obey the code from days of old. Relay the flow with grace and show no goal. Arrange to take a road that's paved with gold. Nope. Make you know what shape or mold the way I roll. For fame, I pose or pay a toll for playlist on the radio. These brays are prone to stow away on gravy boats. Sail on all this coattails to make a name and gain a note. So, if your motive shady, bro, man ain't involved. Solely focused on my prosody and cadence. So this haters by the trailer load. I won't take a bar of it. Just kick it like you Sabio. I'm bold to play my part in it. Yes. Not here to spark debate or start an argument. No, I'm not the greatest, but can say I made my mark with it. Yep, yep.
Now in my younger days I used to kick your face and take pills in the field in this little rave. No skills, no appeal, just a tin of paint. And no frills to reveal if it's real or fake. Both hands wrapped round my carry sack. So fantastic that a man collapsed. It's only bad practice that I'm happy at. Stand back and watch me stab a smack dagger down your back. I'm about, come and catch me if you counteract. I'll wash you up and shot you off the punters like an ounce of crack. Back scratching, I'm done with that. I've had mad practice, I'm a cunt for that perhaps. I bounced back like a rubber cup. Nothing lost but the trouble that I once forgot. Double drop, couple shots, then I'm fucking off. I gotta see a man about another
when I kick the bucket, you find a bunch of needles in my cupboard. Cause I've been keeping evil as a puppet. Motherfucker subject, don't talk about a proper cunt in public. And switch like a truck up and bump another subject. And I ain't give a fuck, I never have. I'll chop your nuts off and stuff them in a motherfucking leather bag. Slag, I can't lie, that's my favourite sound. I'll say it out without the hatred that you make it bow.
I'm a walking example of don't agree or speak to those who push you to know what you're supposed to be. Your social media screaming a broken dream where you don't believe in jokes but there's coke all over your screen. I mean, I never tried to be mean, but I mean it when I tried to be obscene. I mean it when I say I tried to lead a drug dealer's life for free. I used to fucking dynamite and leave. I made a banger front to back and another one. And another one. In fact, I made a ton of songs and everyone's a heated council flat with the oven on. Shit, I even made a stack off a rubbish one. Shut the fuck up, cunt. What the fuck is wrong? Get your finger out my butter and just run along. It's your mum you need a cuddle from. You don't belong inside the dungeon that I'm coming from.
When I kick the bucket, you find a bunch of needles in my cupboard. Cause I've been keeping evil as a puppet. Motherfucker subject, don't talk about a proper cunt in public. And switch like a truck up and bump another subject. And I ain't give a fuck, I never have. I'll chop your nuts off and stuff them in a motherfucking leather bag. Slag, I can't lie, that's my favourite sound. I'll say it out without the hatred that you make it bow.
Incidents, for instance, when I roll with my bros, it's so instant. Ooh, victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant. Incidents, for instance, when I roll with my bros, it's so instant. Ooh, victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant.
Could never be one. Option A, man's rolling. Option B, I couldn't be an ex-side man strolling along with a crew whose goals all revolving around not saving or folding, plus all in good time, then bad actions. One creep round, engulf him and stealing for 2 weeks to beef. That's not ocean. I cut ties like joking. Build bridges, then approach them. If they give way, I vote them. And when I'm strolling too close to them, they give way and ask why it's so easy to get over them. I ride too close to the wind, got a bit close to them, and dangle too close to precipices to be low for them. I'm hiking through the scene up on the edge in boots so suited to the ground beneath I could never be moved. I'm coaching them, and now they're standing firmer. Now they know their worth, the man is opening. That's just my influence over them. See the way I lost the flow, but holding it. See the way I took your tongue and scolded it. From the way you tried to spit my flow, but it's way too fire for your throat. You see the heat in every flow's too hot to go mimic. See the way I took the word and molded it. See the way I do it and they loathing it. Instantly I feel it in my bones, I don't want toast with them. Instantly reminded why I'm ghosting them. When I see the state of most of them, it keeps me focusing. Cause incidents, for instance, when I roll with my road, it's so instant. Victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant. Incidents, for instance, when I roll with my rose, it's so instant. Victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant.
Yo, listen. I gate crash, earth matter worship, Luniverse, solar man, 7 samurais transforming. Hands down, catch you at the crossroads, sinking into sunsets, lonely. Thinking till the morning how nothing in this world is complete without snakes in the high grass, sniffing all they can till they wipe out. I stay balanced like a tightrope walker, the white line stalker, pipeline clogged like my arteries, trying to lose the hellhounds after me. Fort police swamping my ground, trying to marshal me, laughing at Beelzebub, waiting for my soul while I'm sitting at the bar, drinking everything I'm owed, singing drugs, money, life, death. Drown me in the night's depths, fighting in this tight net of context. Keep it moving like a bomb threat, tick this off the bucket list. It's no future when I walk through. Me and Wizzy on the deck, are they dizzy? Would they really wanna bother trying to step, trying to tango? Behold the rap Scaramanga, I still buy my chips where I clock Salamander. This is dark days, I was teething on the notion back in arcade, down on Green Lane, staying blasé. Half alive, never dead, but I'm half baked. I'm sitting at the bar face, Stromboli man, P. Janus, get slapped by the goalie hands. Man, I walk blaspheming through the holy lands, just to start a couple momentary incidents. I'm like Mervyn Peake mixed up with Ian Fleming. It's nothing long, me and Wizzy's on the deck, are they dizzy? Do they really wanna step? It's nothing long, me and Wizzy's on the deck, are they dizzy? Do they really wanna step?
Incidents, for instance, when I roll with my bros, it's so instant. Victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant. Incidents, for instance, when I roll with my bros, it's so instant. Victims, full victims, when they roll on their own, it's so instant.
Yo, if you think that you're high risk, get healthy, don't buy shit. Don't be scared of a cough and a little bit of spit, cause it's not legit. I don't really care about the testing kit. I don't know why they're still getting tested for it. Living in fear in the houses with disinfectant, wiping down all the surfaces. Practicing social distancing, cause they can't see where the real Mercus is. Thinking the only way they're gonna stay alive is they're washing their hands every 15 minutes. So deep in it, they ain't never gonna see where the sin is. Psychologically subdued, watching the news, they don't wanna die hard, Bruce Willis. Yo, mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. They want me chasing tracks, can't eat out without an iPhone app. Follow the rules and you'll all get sacked, just like sheep with the wolves in the pack. Ruling but they're still calling for tax, man I can't wait for the wolves to collapse. I ain't gonna sit back and wait for the vaccine, I still can't drink water from the tap. Them man, they want arms, they must think that we're born in bars. Try to finesse but they ain't got a chance, push bare feet cause they wanna advance. Say they wanna keep us alive, but didn't mention the electric drums. Now we can't go to the club and dance. A little while back, man, the media were blaming Qurans. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. We are the giants.
Sounds like something I should get involved in. Alright, listen. Ready? Okay then. Yo, this is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees, climbing dirty trees with more than 32 degrees. Tell Kissinger and Zabrinsky, silent weapons, you can't hurt me. My name is Double LMC, you never make me a refugee. I said, this is World War 33. Survivors will have sturdy genes. Survival of their dirty deeds. Victims screaming mercy please. Yo. In asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air, or no projectiles air to land. Let me elucidate and expand. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Epic violence will silence yours. Invasive procedures prying doors, violating your bio clause. Swabian tech permeates your pores, severing soul straight from their source, violating all natural laws. You're a fourth industrial whore and a slave to the forum. Social credit points scoring that protein block from yesterday morning that came with a carbon reduction warning. Who? The carbon is you, fourth industrial biofuel. The moon is hungry, he's got to eat too. Yo, deny him of his crew. Yeah, that's food for the moon. I explained it literally on this tune. Shit, it's too much for the room, but mate, they're gonna learn soon. This is World War 33, and I'm a general. I'm double LMC, salute and march with me. First we end it all, then we ascend. This is World War 33, and I'm a general. Double LMC, salute, march with me. First we end it all, then we ascend 3D. This is World War 33, a metaphysical murder spree. Salute and march for me. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Homer. Yeah? Okay, 20 years of close observation, turn a hobby to pro-occupation, like a stakeout cop, surveilling, round the clock, watching and waiting. I was patiently contemplating, IDing enemies, perpetrating, studying them and imitate them, think back them and anticipate them. Flashback to 001, I watched the towers come down, that moment changed my life. I can still feel it now, a conscious shock and a high-pitched sound, levitating, stuck to the ground, shimmering black, darkness abound, reactivation switch was found. My first taste of the catalyst, savoured out with the tongue of an analyst, flavour Mac, expert panelist, spat back, spell a vocabulist. First time my essence got tested, reveal reasons I manifested, mission objected, pre-selected, contract clauses fully respected. My third force can't be sequestered, understood or fully digested, until 20 years of invested, everything you know is fully rejected. So, I said challenge accepted, and the rest is history. I can't stop till the triad directed, it's double LNC and I mean it's literally. A deep web was woven, not every man got chosen to tread this path of a shogun. Tyler's training, combat in the cloven hoof, emboldened armor, golden truth, swinging swords like untold proof, and that's ultimate. So we can hold them back, double L won't fold like laundromat. Before the womb, words are written on the words of a tomb. Ouroboros, eternal circle, infernal flames of Ra gonna burn you. Boil and curdle, shed off a turtle, 33rd degree epidermal. Fire dancer, master traversal, ascend all metaphysical hurdle. Subvert the flesh to matte purple, DPM, decrease visibility. Camouflage to my internal, obstacle nerve, increase agility. Shaman tech, occult ability, cause and effect, distort history. Dark sorcerer, cast misery, Shaolin voodoo, smooth delivery. Catalyst converter, deflect metaphysical murder. Stick a lyrics and murder. Homer. Sex box with advanced Schwabian stealth tech. Swarm with the sex bots. Yo, it goes like this. Study the timeless hypothesis. They're better in the greatest apocalypse. Pilgrimage to where a prophet lives, but a polymath place where the knowledge is. Same place where the demons and gods exist. I tread the path of a syncretist. Master Lee taught me the synthesis. Now I feel powerful like I was made for this. Unallowable, hidden and infamous. Unaccountable, wickedest impetus. They illuminate pyramids with reverse occult photosynthesis. So, with your banners of war, NPC's what you're stammering for. Purse my lips and I'm hammering more when I grip on the mic like the hammer of four. Grab Hermes, his caduceus.
with the flames of Lucius. Wow, who's the messenger now? Eternal recurrence, nothing ain't new to us. Can't force feed, no truth to us. I'll break that down to a nucleus. I've been preparing, waiting for the uterus. What they gonna do to us? Oma. Blood drips congealed in the dirt and it forms red mud that you're feeling the hurt. Beware of the dungeon master, evil twisted nightmare crafter. Blood runs cold and heart turns darker. They said, double L, change your ways. But then I learned to embrace, to be an individual, you live criminal or invisible. Set place, subliminal messages tell me comply, consume, cooperate, don't fight. Follow the rules, have a nice life. Flames of rebellion burn me inside. Pass the petrol, I'll ignite. More gas hit the pedal, we're leaving tonight. Wax split with metal, with powers collide. Souls can't settle when we're facing a fight. Moving the shadows, attempts to evade. All seeing eye, all seeing gaze. Route to the gallows, easily made. Step to the beast, ain't easily paid. Farm is a crime, forbidden crops. Alarming time, we fall putting lots. These covert forces gaining the power through ill-written plots. Time to evolve, your drinks force and your stomachs dissolve. You're bored in a ship that's sinking, shift your awareness, the problem is solved. Dripping in cold, dripping in cold. Put on your mask and do as you're told. Well, it's getting late. Big up Andy Pandy 33. There's a monster inside me, locked in a cage with a burning hot in a rage, and I try to release it. There's a monster inside me, locked in a cage, what? With a burning hot in a rage, and I try to release it. Looks on the page, but it rips through the paper with talons and blades. The conundrum I face every day, feed the monster all talents and fade. There's no more monster gracing the stage. No more sustenance waiting away, no more monster gracing the stage. I need to feed. Okay. Almost got something I can work with. Yo, fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the, yeah, covert forces. Tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Right above that's a mental fortress. The most deep and the walls are enormous. Built of knowledge and multiple sources. They couldn't storm us. Got flying with the pile of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of Horus. You can't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders. We are the vertical rise enforcers. Third force installers. Control our Torah inside the Taurus. Don't test my team as scorchers. Metaphysical ballers. Late night bars. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Since day one we've been going in militant. Not same, oh so different. Oma beats, there's no equivalent. Double L's flow omnipotent. Shit. Double L's flow's omnipotent. Let me start that one again. Oh so different. Oma beats, no equivalent. Double L's flow is omnipotent. Yo. Since day one we be going in militant, not same, oh so different. Oma beats, no equivalent, and double L flows omnipotent. May I suggest a lyric proof vest? I got a bar that'll tear through your chest and cause a massacre from my caliber. Your Kevlar can't protect. Anyway, back to the subject. Expose devilish acts to the public. I talk topics you won't publish. Instigating cold wars like Sputnik. Observe you with the satellite view. Heard the cattle these parasites do. Worshipping the gods of our conquerors, well, that's a blinded acolyte view. Methods as viners remain reminded. They drink blood and sacrifice you. So misguided laws are provided to benefit the chosen few. So we rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Bruce Tansley, omnipotent. Or we're going to get in trouble. Sign up Homer with a dub, with a step. Darts my tear through armoured plates, accelerator alarming rates, wipe a smile off a charming face, then stop the war by disarming states like whoa. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the bank lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpires, slice food beef just like cheese wire. Rain on them with a heavy artillery, painstaking wordplay, sickest delivery, leave an MC in a seizure, bulging veins, bust like capillaries, enter the bloodstream intravenously, rhyme schemes infect you seamlessly, no vaccine, conveniently, fatalities are occurring frequently. That's right, it's a poison dart, straight to the heart, mate. Homer beats. All right, I'm finished for the night. I'll see you guys next week. Fucking big in the game.